evening, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome. January 16th, 2021. It is 7:35 p.m. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to the premiere of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Palace of the Red Pasha. That is right. We make our return today, our glorious return to the Tyranny of Dragons storyline, and we return to the place where it all started. Not really, but we return to a former campaign, a high-level campaign as well. It's going to be a mini campaign. This is not something that I expect to last for a year or, in fact, even 6 months. My guess is probably 3 to 4 months, depending on how things go. But it is a mini campaign, and I am very excited for it to get started as we bring you into the world of Kalamport. It's the southern Sword Coast, and actually past the Sword Coast, and Palace of the Red Pasha. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the stream. If you haven't done so already, please follow us on this channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube channel, !ArvTube, our Discord, !ArvCord, Twitter, !ArvTweets, and our website for all of this, arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get a bunch of stuff from D&D with Infinity and Beyond, and also Adventures in Middle-earth, and soon to be Esper Genesis as well. That supports the channel and makes you look good at the same time. !Arvtreon is the Patreon. 21 patrons per month, 187 per month. We're hoping to get that number up because that really does help make a difference and allows me to do things like get the new camera that I showed you all yesterday, which improves the quality of the stream, etc., etc. So any support people can give there is appreciated. It also allows you to get inspirations to help the players, and you can get cool stuff for yourself as well, like a copy of one of my band's albums. You can get an epic poem written about you, character background written for you, even critiques of your writing at a certain level of support. So all of that is very much appreciated, and the channel gets to move towards channel-based goals as well. Lastly, the sub button right there is helpful also. Anyone who's able to sub to the channel, that would really be helpful. If you sub to the channel, you will be able to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also, depending on where you support us, get the inspiration built up as well, and that allows you to inspire the players. It's inspiration space dash who, Hillness. The inspirations are current, so anyone who has them can use them for this campaign or any other this month if you are so inclined, and you know, the players will need you because it's going to be an interesting experience. I'm looking forward to this very much. So again, that really helps us as well. That's fine, no problem. And let's see, last but certainly not least, of course, we have the publishing stuff. Icarus is the Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which is very exciting. Again, more details about possibly future stuff there coming on down the line. And Athos will have some more news to give you very shortly, I believe. We are working some stuff out with them. Exclamation point Icarus for that. Exclamation point Library will get you to Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, the 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, with my adventure run at the Gen Con Writers Symposium over 3 years, plus contributors to it. Very proud of that book. It is doing very well on Drive-Thru RPG in digital form, and it's sitting in customs in the US in physical form. It just needs to get past that, and then it will be shipped out to everybody, and that unfortunately is out of our control. They're backed up because of the pandemic, so we're working on it. They're definitely working on it. It's on its way to people, I swear. And exclamation point Greyshade KS for my Greyshade Kickstarter. More details about that coming. We have more information coming. Things are moving forward on that, so I'll be able to make more announcements about that within the next week or so in terms of start time and all that kind of good stuff. Going to be a very big one for me, and I think everyone is going to be really excited by what you will be able to get from it, so looking forward to sharing that with all of you as well. Lastly, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, continues to be important that we affirm and assert the significance of Black lives, especially now. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization's page on suicide prevention, also extremely important that we be aware and spread the word about that. If you are in need of help, or if you see others who need help, please reach out in either instance because it is very important. Schedule-wise, tonight we have got Palace of the Red Pasha, which, as I say, is the next step, if you will, the next stage of the Infinity and Beyond crew and of Tyranny of Dragons. I'll talk more about that in just a little bit here as we introduce things. This is written by Troy Taylor, and I'm looking forward to actually getting a chance to play through some of this. It's obviously heavily adjusted by yours truly, as per usual, but it is going to be exciting, and I am looking forward to exploring this world with all of you. That's going to be happening tonight. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we have Sound Clash the Clampdown, and I want to remind everyone that there is a surprise there. You will note, those of you who are here for the fundraiser in November for that, will note that your money will have borne fruit, if you know what I mean. And I'm very excited to share that with you. So you will want to see it. It's going to be awesome. Again, 6 p.m. Eastern with Brandon O'Brien and the amazing the Clash crew of the Sound Clash, the Clampdown. That is going to be tomorrow. Then Monday, we have Sod with Gromnir's Guide, Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. And then on Tuesday, Adventures in Middle-earth makes its triumphant debut in 2021. And then D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder. So we got a bunch of stuff happening. It's going to be great. And then, of course, Wednesday, Community D&D as well with the Shadow Crew and Dragon of Icespire Peak. So we got a lot going on. It's going to be awesome. We are now beginning, we are in the second day of what is going to be 13 straight days of content on this channel, which is super exciting. So I'm happy about that. With that said, though, the time has come at last to be able to bring everyone back into this world. And so I have unmuted myself so they know we're ready to go. And now I'm going to unmute them. And I am happy to bring you over to, my God, we are back and ready to go. You see before you this group of intrepid adventurers. They are prepared, they are ready, and they have returned. It is the Infinity and Beyond crew. Again, quick note.
Who the hell is that?
Yeah, no, who are those people? The people that are not going to be joining us will be Little Red Dot for this one, both because she was not in this Tyranny of Dragons campaign and because she's super busy with Kobold Press and all of her various ventures. You will see her in the Our Vocalists, and we hope to have her back when we do the Eberron campaign starting in a few months. But for right now, we are going through Palace of the Red Pasha, so we get to use the somewhat smaller overlay with the 4 gentlemen right below me. And I will begin with the person who is often, I don't know why, below me on this row, that whether it's AIME or this game. But that, of course, is Mr. Trendane Sparks, who has returned. Trendane, welcome. How are you? How is life in the universe? I see you are, as I am, repping INB, so I appreciate that. How you been? How's life? And which character, I know it's not Weller anymore, are you playing today in today's campaign?
Couple of things.
Sure.
First of all, I believe it's pronounced the Palace of the Red Pasha.
Pasha. Great.
Yes.
It is not.
That's what Weller's going to call it. Even though he's not here, that's what he's going to call it.
Somewhere he's like, I would.
I think actually the Palace of the Red Pasha. Second is because of all the sea shanties going on.
Yeah.
I keep hearing the Weller man. I'm like, what?
Exactly.
Like, no, stop it. No.
As I said last night, best one of those is the Kermit one. The Kermit sea shanty is great.
Amazing. I just heard that yesterday. It was really, really cool.
Yeah.
So how are things going? Pretty well. Like on the, I usually get hit by profound waves upon waves, tsunamis of imposter syndrome. But the most recent Battletech audiobook that we published has been going by part that I can see with the ratings and the reviews, has been doing incredibly well.
Hell to the
and
yes.
I'm just like, oh no, something's gonna go terribly wrong in a minute. And
why isn't it selling terribly so I can feel better about myself?
More justified about the thing. But yeah,
well deserved, my friend.
Pretty well.
Do you mean Battletech narrated by Trendane Sparks, who may or may not be narrating an audiobook in the Grey Shade Kickstarter soon to come? Is that
X?
Is it Grey Shade X?
Yes, that's the
right. It's like the Mega Man X. It's the great, it's the version.
Well, no, it's the command in thing.
Yes, the Grey Shade KS exclamation point Grey Shade KS.
Oh,
yes.
Gray Shade KS.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Stands for kiloseconds.
Branding. Yes.
No. Anyway, doing okay. Just dreading this next book.
Because why?
Well, you see,
singing.
Oh yeah. How could you start by talking about sea shanties and then profess concern?
Okay,
I mean, just
no. I'm not singing the sea shanties. You know why? Because I don't fucking sing. That's why. Okay. The last book was bad enough because it had chanting in it. Okay. But I didn't really have to come up with a tune. You know, in before Trent shows up sounding like Barry White, like sometime Battletech, my everything. I'm waiting for it. No, more like maybe Pee Wee Herman.
Pee Wee Herman.
Oh boy.
A little bit. And maybe some Gomer Pyle, which I shouldn't claim because listening to the man talk and listening to him sing, very different things. And his singing voice is actually incredible. But, you know, Uh, so yeah, just I no, I'll be brought up in The Hague for crimes against humanity if this fucking thing. No, no. I'm being
So, Rob,
paid.
we may need to talk about that too.
No,
Our
not
list of
May.
things to talk about.
Not May. We will need to talk about that. Okay.
I said Rob.
I know.
First of all,
I know.
So this is going to be Trent's reading. He's like, and that's why I break into a song. Suddenly Rob's voice, he's just like, yeah.
I dreamed a dream.
Yeah.
I really want to break into one of those sea shanties that I've seen on the TikTok that are that are super popular. I don't remember the words to any of them right now, so that's
there's tonguing involved.
All right, that's our show. And
hey, I'm not the one who wrote the lyrics. I am not the one who wrote the lyrics.
Are we still?
It says when the tonguing is done is one of the lines.
Yeah.
I didn't write it.
Oh man, who are you playing tonight, Trent?
I am playing for the next 3 minutes. Before I get kicked off the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Playing a tiny little man. No, actually, he's not tiny. He's
not anymore. No, not this one.
He's average everything, really. But he's really bitchy. He's
Average
not really
man.
bitchy. He doesn't like people who waste his time. He really does not like people who waste his time.
Yes.
But his name is
really
Fifely Harper.
Fifely Harper.
I don't like when people waste my time either. So
Right. Okay. I get it.
Well, you sure you want to say the surname? Because that's a bit.
It's triggering.
Cause triggering for Fifely.
It's just Fifely H asterisks. It's Fifely H.
Well, if he takes Roker's last name.
True. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to hold off on. We'll see what's going. We'll see what PG-13. Let me reemphasize is going on when you are arrived to. Let's just be clear. Yes.
That's going to really shorten the description of what he's been up to for the last year.
But still in the forest of
the Wood of Sharp Teeth.
Wood of Sharp Teeth, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. I am very excited to see what's happening.
Sod.
Yes.
You should draw a little tree there, Fifely, just so people know that's where it's located on the map.
That's true, because we do have the map up here. We do have the map of the Sword Coast. Yeah, Trent's a little quiet live suing. I will ask if Trent can pick up the gain. It's not me asking, it's live, so it's the fans demand it.
Hey, the Fox asks me to step it up, I'll step it up.
Nice, thank you, sir. And that moves us right along down to Saad. Saad, it is a great pleasure to have you back with us for this, although, of course, you've been all along doing Emberwind, and obviously you're with us for Curse of Strahd, and now you have returned, the star of Grumbler's Guide on...
Do I roll the damage for the Needle of the Eye now, or do I do it later?
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be multiple.
I've already hit a trap.
Pre-damage. Yeah, we need pre-damage, exactly.
Whatever makes you happiest, Saad.
Saad, how you doing? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing in 2 days?
Very tired, but I'm playing Gromnir Grumblehammer. If you all who were following along with the previous campaign, I'd say he was the ultimate finder of traps.
Yes. That's a better way to put it. Like,
he was better than Cade, that's for sure.
Yeah,
masterful.
Yeah,
masterful.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's true.
And I think what else can we say about him?
Can we call you Trap Buffer? Because that's really you were basically a trap shield from everyone else. Like
I think just go straight for
trap
trap
every
finder.
30 minutes we should just have a roll just to see if a needle hits his eye.
Have you
something hits his eye.
Yeah, something hits his eye. You only had the one thing hit your eye, but for some reason you're just so traumatized by a needle poking in your eye that...
We're about to go through a pine forest, though, so...
Exactly. He just has these these goggles,
special goggles.
Like the dude out of Mad Max that flies on the helicopter the whole time. Anyway.
He's a cleric. Who else can we say? What else can we say? Follower of Severus. Trying to think what else is to really say. Probably misses the fact that we don't have the full crew from the original with us, with Don Cairo and Series Runner. But you know how things are with people
and Mike
and
TikTok.
Mike. Yeah, sorry.
But of course TikTok was lost. That was the
so it's a bit hard to unless something magical
Yeah,
happens.
I kind of got.
Noble
D&D.
sacrifice.
Kind
So
of.
who knows?
Ryubi kind of got TikTok killed. Anyway, we won't.
We will see how that affected everybody in the time afterwards.
Mm.
But I'm excited, Saad, and it is always a pleasure to have Saad. And I also, as usual, have to thank Saad publicly for the work in helping transfer people over to Palace of the Red Pasha. As always, Saad's assistant,
We should
quote,
say about the
assistant
tokens as well.
DM work is hugely. Oh yes. And we will actually be showing that, I think, as people bring their tokens onto this map. But
I'll
we
just pop
have
them on now.
we have tokens that are, there we go. You can see this
Already
down there. These are tokens by the legendary Terry Toons, who actually did this just
So good.
watching our campaign a while ago. And this is what we have. So you see here Fifely Harper, who is in the Wood of Sharp Teeth. Meanwhile, up north, we have Gromnir, as I wait for Gromnir's token.
Oh, you're on that map. Oops, I was on the other map.
That's why I was like, why would I draw a tree?
There's a
I
giant
don't know what
Gromnir right
That's
there.
to scale, by the way.
Yeah. I'm
There
down
is no
here.
Tribor anymore. It's just a big Gromnir. It just is there all the time. Yeah, you actually are. So, Grom, you're not there, Grom. You were up at Mithril.
last-
I believe you were at Mithril Hall, weren't you? Because you were.
Well, that's my temple's at Candlekeep. From what you remember. But,
Yes, but I mean, well, okay, that's fair. Yeah, then that's fine. Because I was gonna have you with your cousin, but that's fine.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can.
But well, firstly, like if you remember correctly, we were gonna finish the Well of Dragons, like make sure everything was okay there. So that's technically where I would start.
Well, but it's a year
Sorry.
past though. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
have you been there for the whole time? I don't. It doesn't matter.
I don't know how long it takes to clear all that.
I mean, it shouldn't be more than a year. I mean, I hope not a year, but it's fine if you want to start a Candlekeep because that works as well. So that'll be fine. So that is Gromnir right there. And then the next person that we have on the list, and this is something which I believe even this gentleman did not immediately think this was the hair color, but likes it, I think, otherwise. And that, of course, is John Helfers with Cade. And so, John, I will welcome you in. And before we talk about your character and where your character is starting, how are you? How is life, the universe, and everything with you? And who are you playing today?
I'm good. I'm actually gonna try to make Trent blush here because I went out to the Audible website looking at the reviews of Decision at Thunder Rift, which are across the board amazing. A perfect treatment of a would-be classic. Quote, the narrator is clear and confident, and his performance is great. Each character has a unique voice and inflection, making sections of dialogue easily interpreted. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm the executive editor at Catalyst Game Labs, and I'm the one who brought Trent on to record Battletech and Shadowrun. I think everyone here probably does know that already.
After meeting him through me, so
yeah.
I was the Kingmaker. Just a pat on the back.
Oh yeah, some guy named Greg.
Yeah,
pointed,
you know, it's all right.
There are so
No big
many
deal.
Gregs.
Just,
There were
Yeah,
two Gregs when I
it's
joined
so-
this call.
yeah.
Exactly. Don't put your shoulder out there, buddy. Pat yourself on the back.
It's all right. I just got a thing I can't quite pat. All right.
Yes, with a minor assist by Mr. Wilson here, by Arm. No, and he's been doing great work for us. Unfortunately, I can't have him do all of them. I have to bring more people on because we have I can't say it yet. We're about to have a whole bunch of more books drop, and I'm just going to leave that there. So there's actually even more work trend for you upcoming, but good. And the second book
singing.
is wending its way.
No,
Hopefully
singing.
not. I don't think anyone else did that, but I'm not looking at the books to check
Singing.
if it's, you've got to make it work. So, but the second book, Mercenary Star, is wending its way through Audible's labyrinthian process of approval, and hopefully sometime next month should hit the boards. But very happy to see that. Yes, I am John Helfers, Radio Johnny Panda on the streams and in the chats and this and that. And it is Return of the Cade. Return of the Cade. Yes, Cade Marmadas is back, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy it while you can. And that did not work. Why did that work? Hold on. And Cade is smack dab Waterdeep. And he's gone blonde. So there you go.
I was going to say.
Drink it up, folks.
So, Waterdeep. Oh, there you are. Oh, so we have. All right, wait, I'm going to remove this other Cade. Okay, there is Cade up in Waterdeep. Outstanding. I look forward to
Cade
hearing what
is
he's
a
been doing.
only slightly psychotic halfling rogue, arcane trickster, and he's been busy in the city, and I'm just going to leave it at that until we get to me.
I am excited to see it and hear more about it. Always a pleasure to have John with us, and you'll be hearing much more from John in projects to come. One specifically that he and I are both involved in, which I'm very excited about and very happy to have him on board. So, so always happy to have John with us. And you'll, of course, also know him as the GM of Emberwind on this channel as well. So the star of Emberwind along with Sod. And that brings us down to a gentleman who should need no introduction, but I will do it anyway. That is this handsome figure that you see. Whoa, my God, what the all of a sudden my mouse went crazy. Not that handsome figure, this handsome figure that you can see on the screen.
What is going on here?
Yeah, sorry, my mouse got screwed up on Roll20. Never mind. But that is, of course, the amazing
over here, boys and girls.
GC Darkside Rob, who, as you can see, is in a new, soon-to-be world-class studio.
No, so here's the funny thing about this setup right now. If you go back and look at my streams, I'm in a new apartment, but this literally looks like
it really does look like it. It really does. It just, you took out all the purple.
It's just, yes, exactly. I'm using a single light here. I'm doing this setup really not. I wouldn't say it's down and dirty, but like I don't have any of my gear set up really the appropriate way. But I have a curtain to my left, a microphone in front of me, and a light shining on me, and it basically looks like I haven't moved apartments at all because I'm saving the big reveal for the new setup for Wednesday when I have everything arranged and set up to go in the new space that I have moved into. So yes, in the race that nobody set up and nobody was a part of, I beat Arv to my new place.
You sure did, by a lot. You win by several months.
The most obvious open world racing event that, like most open world racing events, nobody wants to participate in because they are all terrible.
Yes, basically, you were the Cleveland Browns to my Pittsburgh Steelers in terms of how badly you obliterated me in that contest.
I didn't like watching the Cleveland Browns when I dated a girl from Cleveland.
But the only thing is, I feel good for Cairo because Cairo has suffered in silence for years. So I do feel good for Cairo. And it's hard to hate the Browns when the Steelers have
Who doesn't like an underdog story? Exactly.
Yeah, so it's okay. The Steelers have won 6. Listen, it's okay if we can,
Who doesn't like a team that sounds like a human procedure?
Did you hear that, Cairo? Because that was Rob.
Cairo knows
Rob
I love
who did that.
Like, I quit. It's time to rename that team something else.
But it is good to have you with us, Rob. Who are you playing today in our soiree?
Their team outfits look like a Dunkin' Donuts cup. Like, I mean, who picked it? White with brown with orange? Like, constantly in the 80s here with this costume design. Anyway, enough dunking on the Browns. As I know, as someone who, from where I'm from, we have things called Mets and Jets fans, so we don't have to be on teams here. And also, the Giants are kind of terrible again. So.
I was about to say, if you didn't mention those,
the
Giants, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe don't mention the Giants. This
dumpster fires all around
again. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how they finished up this year, but they're done, right?
6-10. They were.
Yeah, that's what I figured. They did not make the postseason. Anyway, hello everyone. I am GC Darkside Rob. I am the host of the Random Cast on twitch.tv/GC Darkside Rob. That's the channel. I have a lot of stuff that I do. I am a professional. I'm a professional. I am a proficient professional. No,
professional.
Yes, I'm a professional. Oh God,
that's a great one. I am a professional. That's the best.
No, I don't like some days. I really hate just how malleable the English language is. You can just accidentally stumble into a no word that no one asked for. I'm a professional video editor, musician, singer, voice actor, and maker of silly content on both YouTube and Twitch TV. You can find all of my other work both on Instagram, YouTube, and around the internet on my Twitch channel. And normally I cast 3 times a week and release 1 video on YouTube a week. But right now I'm taking a tiny hiatus because, as I said, I'm moving. I've officially moved into my new place, thankfully, but I'm still awaiting furniture, setting up things, and I will be playing Ryuvi Dark Crap. My goodness, it feels so weird to bring that name back up after such a long time. And also, I now have to go back to vodka drinker. Okay, it's normal thing. It's great times for
tag in, Rob.
What? Yeah. You're taking the, is it a babushka? What is it? What's that thing with his fucking hat? taking the thing off your head, putting it. Oh, look, it's das vedanya.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'll just, and then I'm gonna go make some tea because that's what I do now. That's me, Sod. No, John, Sod. Who's left? Sod, right?
You're at the bottom of the thing. You're the
Nope.
last one.
Nobody.
You were it, dude.
Dot.
You ruined everything, Rob.
Now we just vamp until he comes back.
And
Yeah.
He's taking this moment to pack up all of his gavels, which is going to be like
okay,
an
that's a
entire
question.
moving truck.
Does Ryuvi have those sunglasses? Is that real? Is that like?
So here's the thing. I do have them. They're broken. I need to get them repaired. Actually, well, I do have these. I have the Oakley version of Redley's glasses, which are these.
Yes, there we go. Perfect.
But they're not like the slim ones. These are the these are Oakley aviators.
True.
Oakleyators.
Oakley aviators. Anti-Oakleyators.
Sorry about that. I realized that I had
Oakley was eaten by the alligator before this. Never mind.
Yeah. No, sorry about that.
I can't join this game because it's not showing up for me.
I gave you a link. Did you click it?
Where? Oh, is it
Discord?
Okay. Also, one other thing. Is there not a way in Zoom to both A, raise and lower y'all's voices, or B, mute you guys?
There's definitely a way to mute us.
But I don't see it on the Mac version of Zoom for some reason.
Oh, I don't know about Mac versions. If you go onto Zoom and just hover over the window, a little mute thing pops up in the top right. If you have it in gallery view, which is what I always do, but I don't know if that's what you have. But if you hover over it, there's a little mute button that pops up on the top right, which you can click. But I don't know about the Mac version.
Yeah, I don't see a mute button. Oh, okay. Well, no, that's mute me, but not mute you guys.
Oh, volume's just
suddenly we get echo.
Now we're echoing and you're not.
You're all echoing and I'm not. Where?
Test 1, 2.
What the fuck do you all want from me?
Rob, we're not asking for much.
This is not even my stream. Anyway. So wait, I don't understand. What you guys hearing? You're hearing yourself through me?
Yes.
What the?
Now we're not hearing you or us.
How
I
about
can hear.
now?
Okay.
I don't hear him at all.
Okay, now I think he just came back
Hear
on.
me at all? Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
you guys hearing yourselves?
No.
No.
Okay, there's this thing called turn on original sound. I don't know what the hell. Oh, I see. That's probably where the loopback came from. All right, let me leave that off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Also, I don't. Yeah. What I just got up to look
Zoom
at.
sucks, by the way.
I realized that I don't know where my Tyranny of Dragons, like Hoard of the Dragon Queen. I must have brought it downstairs, and I'm not going to be able to go get that right at the moment. So, I don't need it technically, but I was going to like look at one thing, and I don't know where I put it. So anyway, apologies. That's what I was doing, standing up and going over there, because I'm like, why would I need that? There's no need for that. I have my adventure all set for what happens next. So I will have to track that down later.
maybe in my notes. I don't know if you need
I was
specific
going to say,
names.
if you ask Sod, he would probably.
Well, probably. I guess the only thing I want to know is where the Wizard Tower is, because that is where Ryuvi is right now.
Oh, Zonthal's Tower. Oh, that was
Zonthal's Tower, and that's what I need to find out. Because
that was
Ryuvi
near.
is.
I think it was up near Lork. Parnast, wasn't it? No, let me double check.
So I have my old
Hey,
character.
garlic tofu. And yes, Shadowed, I just need to know where Zonthal's Tower is. I don't remember off the top of my head, and my mind is full about 15 different towers. All my prep was about this adventure, what we're doing now, but I didn't think about... I knew where everybody was, because I was like, Ryuvi's in the tower, and I'm like, where the hell's the tower? So I just need to remember and find where that is. Example number 7 million as to why I'm looking forward to having a space 3 times larger than the one where I'm in now, where I can keep all my books in the same place and display them behind me. So, southern slope of Mount Hlim. Yeah, and Mount Hlim.
I think it was somewhere here. I think.
Yeah, more or less, Rudnell. Mount Lim is Western
It's where,
Heartlands.
it's where the just northeast of the Serpent Hills. So
Okay.
Serpent Hills.
Serpent Hills.
So it's like here. It's like here,
Yes. Okay, good. That makes sense. So it wasn't too far off. Okay.
right next to the marsh.
Lovely. That's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Shadowed, Sod, etc. Everybody. Okay, so if we just zoom out for a moment, chat, you can see that they are somewhat scattered to the four winds at the moment. The closest are Gromnir and Fifely, but otherwise they are spread out a little bit. And I want to set up exactly what we've been doing since this time. I will publicly just say how extremely excited I am that we are back here in this world to be able to play with these fine role players. Really, no sarcasm, all joking aside, really fine players with great chemistry that I've been privileged to be able to DM for 5-6+ years in some cases, and that's been great. So I'm looking forward to this mini campaign with Palace of the Red Pasha. And with all that said, I am going to fire up here some music. And let's try a little bit of, let's go with this.
Seven McLeod.
There we go. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. This, of course, is forest music from Green Forge Studios, which we are licensed to use. So you should check this out for all of your forest music needs. We also have tavern music as well. I'm a huge fan of this studio, and they've got more stuff coming out, which I'm excited about. We use this in our campaigns, and you should check that out if you want to know more about that stuff going forward. All right. So let's talk, folks, about what has happened with us here over the past year and a half, essentially. It has been essentially a year and a half or so since the events that took place in the Tyranny of Dragons storyline. If you have not seen the Tyranny of Dragons storyline, let me say that you have a bunch of awesome stuff ahead to look forward to, and you can find them on my YouTube channel, where they will be properly playlisted and filed under D&D with INB with Horde of the Dragon Queen and then the Rise of Tiamat. In that adventure, these 4 and then became 5 and 6, and then it actually started as 5, and then 1 left, and 2 more people came in, and so we ended up with, and then we're joined again by the one who had left. This intrepid adventurers of 7, if you count all of those together, had banded together to fight an existential threat to the Sword Coast and indeed to Faerun, finding first this Cult of the Dragon, which was a group of cultists whose job it was, as they saw it, to bring back the Dragon Queen, the deadly and overwhelmingly powerful, currently trapped in the 9 hells, Tiamat, who of course is a multi-headed dragon god who would basically eat much of the world. I'm not being too hyperbolic, I think, in that. So they wanted to bring them back, and fortunately the groups of the Sword Coast banded together, either embracing it willingly or being led there kicking and screaming, in many cases by our intrepid adventurers that you see below you. Fifely Harper, Gromnir Grumblehammer, Cade Marmadas, Ryuvi Darkcrasher, and of course Emil Adams, TikTok, and Gesma Adema. All of those characters together managed to, at great personal cost, TikTok was lost in this battle, defeat the Cult of the Dragon, and beat back the Rise of Tiamat. Tiamat did not, in fact, emerge to the material plane, has been again banished, and so the party had been hoping, perhaps, that they could look forward to a rather peaceful time ahead, and indeed it has been certainly more peaceful than it was when they were fighting places everywhere. There are still a few little pockets of cultists here and there that were not brought in or not sort of leveled with the same destruction that the Lord's Alliance, the organized groups essentially of the Sword Coast, have been rooting out over the past year plus in going from place to place, and had apparently done much of this. And they were not accompanied in doing this mostly by the party. In fact, some of the characters went off to what they felt was a well-deserved time on their own, / with loved ones and people that they care about, / a new house in certain cases, as we'll talk about. And I want to begin zooming in here on the city of Candlekeep. It is a year and a half past the events, as I say, of Tyranny of Dragons. And the camera, if you will, zooms in on a very impressive looking dwarf, heavily armored, marching forward, his beard plaited and braided and tucked into his belt. He has a cloak flowing behind him, and he is marching forward through the streets of Candlekeep, a well-known city which is particularly well-known for its extraordinary library, which is enormous and which may or may not be the subject of a future product from Wizards of the Coast. Not that I'm talking about branding or sponsorship. As the
No one ever does that on Twitch TV. Don't
no,
worry.
why would we ever do anything like that? As this dwarf marches forward, he is unaccompanied by anyone. His armor is shining. He carries a shield, which is currently slung at his back, and an axe, which is at his belt, and he marches forward through the streets. Many of the people here, most of whom, in fact, are monks and scholars, watch him pass by curiously. It's not surprising to see a dwarf here, but it is certainly surprising to see one with this kind of heavy armor, especially a year and a half past the threat of the Cult of the Dragon. Maybe this warrior didn't get the memo, but let's be clear here. It's over. We're good. We're moving on to new and different things, and yet here is this warrior marching through the streets. The dwarf marches on, not speaking to anyone, a sort of set, determined look on his face until he reaches the doors of one of the great libraries in Candlekeep, whispers something to one of the monks who is an attendant at the door. The monk nods, the door opens, and he walks in, moves up to the second floor and around several flights of stairs and then through several large towering shelves of books, past them, until he finds and sort of slows to a stop. Looking up, he sees many monks scurrying back and forth, going up ladders, looking at books, bringing things down. Several of them are categorizing scrolls and organizing and listing different things in large leather tomes that are set on stands all around him. And there is one dwarf standing near a table with his back to the dwarf that we have been following. And the dwarf sort of stops and looks for a moment and tilts his head as if he's making sure that he's looking at the right one, and then nods, perhaps in a somewhat satisfied way, and takes a couple of steps forward, and he says, "Well, I didn't think it was going to take this long to find you, Gromnir, but I'm glad that I did at last. How are you?" Now, Gromnir, you hear this coming from behind you, and it is the voice, clearly, of one Ontharr Froom.
Ah, Onthra, it's been a while.
It has indeed. I see you've settled in to all of this. He looks around. Ontharr does not look overly comfortable in a massive library. It's not that he's never read anything, but he's more comfortable in, armories, is your impression of him. But he sort of is looking at you with a small half smile on his face, and he says, "Well, it's good to see you, lad. Even though we haven't heard from you now for 6 months or so at least. How you been doing here?"
Searching.
For what?
That's a good question. Everything that's happened, I feel like we're missing something.
Yeah. I don't know that you've ever felt comfortable, Gromnir, as long as I've known you anyway. You're always worried about something.
And there's another problem that has really weighed on me, and that was when we went to Thay.
The Red Wizards, yes.
They had books there, information. It's very different from what we were told. And it's been bothering me ever since I read all that. And I've been tasked with discerning if it's true or not.
I see. You know, the Red Wizards, they've been known to put out misinformation themselves to suit their purposes.
That is true, which is why it's so crucial that I make sure that what they say is not the correct. It's not correct, because if it is, that could change a lot of what the Sword Coast, a lot of the history of the Sword Coast.
He nods and he says, "It's actually not quite about history. Well, it's about the future I came to talk to you about, Grum. Or, more accurately, how to avoid repeating the past in the present. There's a problem.
Go on.
I don't suppose you have a more private place you might find for us to chat, do you? Not that I mistrust any of these around here, you understand, but, well, this isn't the sort of thing I'd like everyone to hear.
Would my quarters do?
If you think it's safe, I believe you.
All right, we'll head that way.
Grom, what is as you walk into these quarters, what do they, I guess, what do they look like? And where are they in the library?
They would be in the temple. So we'd go past, we'd go into the, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's the temple of the Pool of Mirrors, the House of the Pool of Mirrors.
Nice.
And the entranceway has like a massive DS with what looks like a pyramid with eyes surrounding it. It's the symbol of Savras.
Yep.
And there are various unique chambers that we go by, and my chambers will probably be very simple, very priestly-like. And it would also be filled with books. It'd just be books everywhere.
Are they like, they're like stacked, I assume, and like,
stacked a couple on
and
the ground.
Yeah. And so he walks in after you, and he kind of looks around, and he's like, you find that you got enough room to get out every day in all of this. And he as his shield almost knocks over one stack, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
So once you're brought in there and you're settled, he says, well, the truth is, ever since you did what you did, and we talked about what happened with, well, TikTok and the others who lost their lives, we weren't just attending to that. We've been dealing with what was left of the Cult of the Dragon. Or so we thought. But we found something, and, well, I didn't trust another messenger to bring it to you. If there's one thing the Order of the Gauntlet isn't known for, it's letting others do our job and fight our battles for us. Besides, I wanted to see an old friend, you might say.
What'd you find?
So he reaches into his cloak, basically, and he pulls out a scroll case. Very simple looking leather, but a decent sized. And he opens it up and then slides out this set of what look like papers, older papers. And he unrolls them slowly. And then he takes them and pushes them across to you. And on the top of it, on the sort of the top sheet, you can see that in a new hand, not the same hand as what the rest of the documents are written in, you can see notes and writings from Severin Silrajan. Now, for those of you who don't know, Severin Silrajan was the leader of the Cult of the Dragon. It was he who spearheaded the attempt to bring Tiamat back to the Sword Coast and back to the Forgotten Realms. And it was Severin that the Infinity and Beyond crew eventually, at great personal cost, as we've said, was able to defeat. And So you see this sheet, and he says, I can tell you what we know while you look at these, but I don't think I need to tell you that these documents are meant only for those who see them. They're not to be shared with others. I talked with some others, like Leosin, for instance. If it were up to him, of course, he'd have sent you 5 different shadow creatures to give messages to mice to run out of the walls and give them to you, or something like that. I insisted that I bring this to you directly. Other than Leosin and Lord Neverwinter and Neverember and a few others, there are almost none who know that this exists. And so you can, if you wish, you can start taking a look at it. And as you start looking at it, I'm going to ask you to make a wisdom check for me as you're doing this, Brom.
Okay.
Just
straight
they're watermarked with "Do not distribute" across all the important info. Yeah, exactly.
Just straight wisdom or religion, history.
This would
Arcana?
be, I would say straight wisdom on this one.
Straight wisdom. Okay.
Yeah. Mostly because
Whoa.
it's like yes
15.
to all of the above. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things that you can note is that a lot of this seems to reflect basically letters and orders and maps, and they basically seem to date from, they don't look ancient, they seem to date from several years ago, and they're all written in the same strong angular hand. Although you note that as you kind of go back through the documents, as you get towards the end of the documents, the handwriting gets more, I guess I would describe it as rushed, right? As if Severin was like sending out orders really quickly and like doing them faster as things were perhaps not going what he had intended, or he thought they were heading to a, fever pitch, and so on. But they are orders to various places demanding that troops be moved from one place to the other. They are requests for transfer of supplies. There are also some maps. And much of this is stuff that relates to things that you know about, what to do.
We found a lot of this information before.
Yeah, some of it.
That's
right. That's right. But not all of it. And there are a few ones that you can see, which are ones that you are not familiar with. And as you're sort of coming to these, Anthar begins to tell you a little bit about what they've discovered from them. So Severin was not from the northern Sword Coast. He was not from Baldur's Gate or from Waterdeep or Neverwinter. Severin was from considerably further south. He had a base in his home city of Calimport. Now, you know Calimport to be the capital of Calimshan. And Calimshan, and I will bring everyone over for a moment, including chat, to a map of the southern Sword Coast. Let me zoom out here a little bit. Calimport is very far south. You can see right now where the Infinity and Beyond crew is. Candlekeep right now is up here, and considerably farther south, Muran, Memnon, and even farther down upon the southern coast there is Calimport. It is a great trade post, an ancient city, and is much larger than any city of the northern coast and much older. It is often known as... Sorry again?
You need to nudge the map to the side a little bit. You can't see it on screen. The places you're talking about.
I beg your pardon. You're quite right. It is capturing the wrong thing. Let me zoom in a little bit and go this way. Okay. Oh, that's because I have the wrong part captured. One moment. Sorry about that. Center area picture. There we go. Please move this over this way. Please show us this. This is what we want to see. That's much better. Thank you very much, Tren. Okay. So Calimport is down there. Okay, so we can see where the players are, and we can see where Calimport is. Calimport is ancient and has been ruled at various times by different factions, but one of the things to remember is that Calimport, it was said by Kelvin Blackstaff that he would as soon go into a nest of vipers as go into Calimport. Indeed, the vipers might be more pleasant. Calimport is well known for being a deeply political city, a city driven by intrigue. But Waterdeep, which is often known as the City of Secrets, has intrigue. Kalamport is known as a city of intrigue and also backstabbing. There have been different leaders, as I mentioned, over time, who have normally ascended to that position through careful deployment of, rumors, arranged at the right people at the right time, if you know what I mean. One must move carefully if one is in Kalamport, is basically the idea. And so you were aware of some of this kind of history. But there isn't a whole lot known by you specifically, I don't think, unless you have a reason that you would have gone there, to go to Kalamport, because your work often...
Yeah, I only have book knowledge of Kalamport. That
Right.
would be about...
Basically, it is a very unusual place, and also a very rich place, very magical. There's a whole lot there of interest, but it's a place that you have to kind of move carefully, basically. What these documents show is that Severin maintained a base in his home city of Kalamport, but what makes this a little bit worse, honestly, is that after Tiamat's rise, he intended to be the Dragon Queen's human agent from there, relying on the city-state's unscathed riches to bolster his position, because it was thought, at least he thought, that Tiamat would visit, her wrath and her, vengeance, her desire for vengeance against those that tried to stop her return on the places in the north, the Lord's Alliance, which is basically composed of northern cities and the like. And meanwhile, Kalamport would basically just hang out carefully, unavoided there. And the other thing that you have discovered is that his stronghold is a dungeon beneath the palace of the Red Pasha, a popular leader within the city. Nothing indicates, at least from what you've been able to discover according to this document, that the Red Pasha himself is an ally of the cult. But the Red Pasha, who is a very popular figure, as I said, has a great deal of power, and it's not clear how the Pasha has been able to avoid being taken down by the backstabbing that typically happens with leaders there. So even though the Pasha sort of presents himself as this kind of, generous and, kind of broad-minded, like, oh, everyone is welcome here. There's no way that it can be just like that, or he wouldn't have survived in the way that he has up there. So the Pasha is kind of a random call of X factor, I think you might say. And in fact, along with these notes, there's also a picture of the Red Pasha there, which I'm going to show you on stream. And the picture is, wait for it. This is a picture of this generous individual who has welcomed many people to the city of Kalamport, and apparently has no direct connection, although they haven't been able to discover that for sure, but that's basically the assumption that they know as well. So he tells you all of this. Onther tells you all of this as you're reading it to basically confirm it. You're looking at this picture. And then he says, "And I've saved, I'm afraid, the worst for last. If you look at the end there, you'll see many of those documents are orders. Orders to send teachers in cult lore and skilled warriors to the stronghold. He's setting up, or he was setting up before he died, a cell that would serve as an academy for the cult, producing new members of the Cult of the Dragon. From what we've discovered since finding this, many cultists serving at the Well of Dragons got their start in Kalamport, and some careful persuasion of some of the people that we found in the cult so far has confirmed this. Access to these dungeons apparently has been done secretly. There's some people within the Pasha's household who must be members of the cult themselves and have led them to some kind of staircase in the palace that brings them down to this secret place. Here's the problem. We don't have any contacts really in the south. We don't know much there, and we're not particularly welcome. We've had some secret meetings reaching out to the Pasha's emissaries, but we haven't found anything yet, and the Pasha himself has dismissed our entreaties. We think that's not because he's a cult member, though it's certainly possible, but that he doesn't want interference from the north. If there's one thing Kalamport can agree on, it's that they don't want the northern Sword Coast telling them how to conduct their affairs and their business, and they don't like being suspected of something simply because the Cult of the Dragon appeared there. I won't tell you what I think about that. I think you take on the meaning of the company you keep, but it's not ultimately for me to decide. Since there's been increased activity from that area, my worry's this. If there is a cult of the dragon stronghold there, if they were teaching people what to do, then that could be the launching of a new place. You know this already, Gromnir, but even now, a year and a half later, our defenses are only now beginning to firm up. We lost a great deal in the battle against Tiamat, and the cult of the dragon, if it were to strike again from the south, a place that we don't know enough about, they could drive right through us before we know what was happening. And so, we've thought about ways to deal with it. Send down an army, risk open war. I think that's the best way to deal with things, but and he kind of, you can see he moves kind of out uncomfortably as if he's bringing a message he doesn't really himself agree with, and he's like, outvoted. It's the opinion of the Lord's Council that we need the people who dealt with the cult in the first place to deal with some unfinished business. We want you to infiltrate them in Kalimport, stop them, and finish this cult off once and for all. We also think, and he kind of pauses and says, you're the only ones that we trust to do it. And I came to you first. I want you to assemble them. They trust you, Grom. All of them do. Some of them we can't get back. As far as we know, we've lost contact with Samil, and Gesma has been off traveling with Ash on his airship for a long time. And TikTok, and he kind of trails off. But the rest of them, Fifely and Ryuvi and Cade, they'll trust you. I want you to bring them back together and stop the cult. And he kind of gradually leans back in his chair.
And so I'll get up and I'll pull out a chest and open it and kind of like scan through it. And I'll pull out. I kept a lot of the memorabilia a lot of the items that we kept from the adventure. So I've got like the scabbards, the cloak,
right?
I think I had like a medallion or something. I'm trying to remember the full
I believe
list.
that's right.
And I said, and I'll say, pull it out and kind of show it to Antar and say, all right, I'm in. I'll see if the others want to join, but I haven't spoken to some of them in a while. I can't guarantee that they will help.
And he kind of sighs and he says, I know that some of them weren't happy with us. And he sort of looks uncomfortable again and he says, and in particular, and he kind of pauses and then says, well, with, the Harpers and Fifely, and he kind of looks at you and shrugs.
But I have faith that they will help.
Grom, the Red Wizards, I don't know what they'll do, but they're a threat that we've always had to deal with. But we can't deal with threats from them and from the south. Until we're clear of this cult of the dragon, we won't be clear of all of this business, and we can't attend to the other problems, and we're stretched thin. No one outside knows it. We need help.
I know, I've been keeping track. And if you send men south to the South Sword Coast, it's just, you're not going to have enough men if they decides to ambush us.
Aye.
On the north. It'd be impossible to be able to take on two fronts like that.
And you hear, like, outside you hear sort of sound of rustling, and there's something like bumps into the door, and then you hear kind of a, I don't know, like whispering, and you can definitely hear that it's basically like some like probably acolyte, you would guess, Gromnir, like picking up books that have bumped into the door outside. Some of your books have actually sort of spilled out into like piles outside the door, you know, and so like people clearly went by and
Some of them
banged into it.
Some of
and,
them
like,
are
bumped
just
over.
out on the floor there,
Yeah.
just by accident.
And he kind of he says, have you read all of these?
Yep.
He
Haven't gone
nods.
outside much, but
He nods. He says, well, it's probably a good thing. Sometimes staying indoors, distanced from each other socially, you know, is a wise decision to make. And he kind of just sort of looks at you and nods several times. And
yeah, there were some things that had to be done in the church regarding me. And since then, it's been a bit... It's been a bit lonely, to be honest. A lot of the others and the other followers just don't seem to want to talk to me after what happened.
what about your cousin, your brother? What about your family?
I don't know about Dom. He was with Cade when I last saw him. And after doing the excavations around the Well of the Dragon, I haven't really spoken to many of them.
And he sort of nods and he says, have you, TikTok, what have you seen?
No signs. When I was last there at the well, that was months ago now. It was still sealed, the TikTok. There's no... I haven't found a way to bring him back, but who knows, maybe in the future there may be some way.
He nods and he says, every so often I wonder whether it was all worth it. What we paid for it. And then I look around and I see people doing foolish things. And I realize we would have lost all of what we were if it wasn't for this. But I hate sending people off into this. I've grown tired of it. But I live in the world we're in. What can be said? And he stands up and kind of crosses his arms and he says, you have a thought about who you might go see first?
I'll go see Fifley first. He's the closest, and I know a way to see him, so...
He nods. Anything you need from the Order, I'll try to make sure happens. You can reach us, obviously, in any of the major cities if you wish. And I should say that wherever you want to set out from, we'll make sure to have supplies sent to that place.
Thank you.
He nods and he holds out his forearm, to you, and kind of in the clasp, the universal clasp mode.
Onthar, before you go, maybe you should have a break somewhere, just a week to just something to get your head straight. Sometimes it helps.
And he sighs, and you can see for the first time, Onthar has always been like a force of nature, just kind of this indefatigable, mountain. But you notice the tiredness, maybe more wrinkles, the grayness that has increased in his hair. And as he kind of, lowers his forearm again, I think I got into the wrong business if I wanted to take rests, to be honest with you. but I appreciate the thought. I had someone tell me once that it didn't matter about the life we lived now. It mattered about the one we left for those after us. And he sort of trails off and shrugs.
We lost a lot of people, and if you don't give yourself time to get over it, it's just going to eat away at you. Something to think about.
He nods and he says, I appreciate that. I've always... Just be careful, Gromnir, and make sure you keep yourself alive. And he sort of pauses and then sighs and then turns, albeit in a very tight radius, like trying to avoid bumping into anything. Like, and then heads out to the door beyond. I should point out very quickly, Rock God, there was a Viking funeral for TikTok, that's true. But there was a question about what might have happened to the body down the line or whatever. But, anyway, mysteries abound.
Also, he was a Warforged, and Warforged technology and knowledge is
Very
really
limited
unknown, very limited.
Yep. All right, so before we have you tell me where you're going to head off to, although I think we've got it basically, I want to mention, first of all, it's good stuff, Sad, and I want to, for Grom, you are now level 15, and I wondered if you could tell us what are your special I'm level 15 abilities, and also, if you haven't done a hit point roll, I don't know if you have.
All right, no, I haven't yet.
Okay. By the way, when I opened up the page, opened up my notes, the last, of course, this is some days ago, of course, when I was starting to prepare for this. The last I had for Gromnir was -9 out of 95 hit points, which is during the last fight against Tiamat and company and Severin. So, yes.
Yeah, well, that 95 was, we had Hero's Feast as well, so that gave me extra max hit points.
Yes.
So my actual hit points are 78 right now.
Right.
Which is the lowest out of everyone in this party. I just want to note that.
But that will change, I'm sure.
I'm still in the double digits at level 12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll start it from level 12 to level 13. We'll roll the hit dice. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Three.
All right.
Do better.
I get +1 because I'm a dwarf, a hill dwarf.
Four.
So 4.
I mean, it wasn't a 1. Like, you know.
Okay. So that's from 12 to 13, now 13 to 14.
Classic Gromnir.
Classic side.
Okay, there we go.
What have you done with Gromnir? All right, that's another 8. So 12, the extra, right? Is that what we're talking about?
And one more. Here we go. This is 14 to 15. Oh, there
wow.
we go. Finally.
Wow.
Finally.
Secretly,
We
Sod has
did it.
hacked the dice rolling of roll 20. And
The first one was just to annoy, just to trick everyone into thinking
yeah, exactly.
like a false sense of security, and my webcam just got knocked. Because I get excited.
It's starting to go. The webcam, you're losing
I don't know
it. You're
why.
losing it.
Why is the cord doing that? The cord's like the tension on the cord is literally causing it to do that.
It's what happens when you broke the dice and rigged them.
Yeah.
There's no reaction.
Now it's too low. Stop it a little bit.
There we go. So we're talking 20 hit points. 20. You're up to 98. That's almost triple digits.
Wait, hold on. So it's 4, 8, and 9.
Right, and then +3 hit points. That's true, actually. Did you? No, I think that's actually counting that already, Shadowed.
Yeah, it's already counting it. Yeah.
So 98. 98 out of 98 hit points. Awesome. Okay, and then what at level 15? Like, tell us what stuff you got between level 13 and 15. You told us that you've been searching, I think, but
yeah, surprisingly not much mechanically. I finally now hit level 15. I now have access to 8th level spells. And the only extra thing I get is my Destroy Undead is now challenge rating 3. So any undead when I do a turn undead is of challenge rating 3 or less will get instantly destroyed.
Wow. And just because I'm curious, so that would, for example, all right, nope, not that one, this one. So for example, level 3 or below, we said, right? So that would destroy an Azwang, a Bastellus, a Berenic Knight, a Cairn Wraith, a Crypt Stalker, a Doublade. It would destroy a Gleok Head, a Graveguard, a Haunter, a Elysian. It would destroy a Liver Leech. It would destroy a Necrosteed, an Ogre Skeleton. It would destroy a Pumpkinhead. It would destroy a skeleton which reforms, a Sack Horror. So it would destroy a lot of cool stuff. Not to mention, the usual like skeleton monks and but basically most skeletons. It would not destroy a creature which is known here as Skeletron, which I don't think actually exists. I think that was made up by somebody.
That sounds like something from Terraria, actually.
Yeah, just Skeletron, and then a zombie knight. So anyway, yes, that's pretty awesome. And then obviously you have the ability to turn higher level challenge ratings as well. So
yeah, it helps with that. And so level 7 spells are pretty fancy.
I was going to say, do you have one that you picked that was like in particular you're excited about?
I mean, I can regenerate lost limbs. That's pretty cool. I got plane shift. That's also nice. The only problem is I can only cast one of them. One a day.
So don't lose a limb on another plane is what you're saying. Don't. Okay. All right, good stuff. So Gromnir is definitely, leveled ability and knowledge and so forth. So that leads us then, Grom, to the question of, you said you were going to seek out Fifely. That is your intention?
Wood of the Sharp Teeth, yeah.
What are you going to bring with you on this trip? Or what preparations are you going to make?
Okay, so I have my my journal, my classic Gromnir's journal, which I used, which still has a lot of the stuff from when we ventured originally to find the cult. I have just for fun, I'm going to bring things like I had the bone charm from Lizardmen from the castle.
Yep.
With the great fight where you fall at 3 levels with a moving object.
I love it. The telescope. I've never had a 3-level telescope fight before.
Got my crystal ball.
Yep.
Which is nice. It's a very expensive item. Order of the Gauntlet medal that I got just to show I'm a member of the Order of the Gauntlet. And I don't know if you want to use this in any way, Arv, but I have a set of magical pens and books from Zonthor's Tower.
I mean, since you know where you're eventually going to have to go to get everybody, if you wanted to bring it with you, can certainly do that. I would say you could probably bring with you. I mean, it's up to you, Grom, but I would say
because I never found out what they actually do. The books and the pens.
Oh, from those kinds of places. Okay.
I was thinking it'd be cool if I could somehow write in them to communicate to Zonthor's Tower or something. That'd be pretty snazzy, but it's up to you.
I would say that. Yeah, actually, yeah, I will say that if you've been writing, I guess what I would ask is, what have you been writing in them?
Well, I've been putting in information because if I'm assuming if I am or am not having communications with Ryuvi, he'd probably request information and I would relay it through the book by writing it to him.
So then my question would be, and this is up to you and Rob, have you two been in contact? Ryuvi,
it's up to Ryuvi.
Yeah, Ryuvi, are you okay being in contact with Gromnir in this kind of cell phone method of writing back and forth through books, or not?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
No, wait, no, I'm joking.
It wouldn't be like a constant thing. It would be maybe once every couple of months.
Every day you're like new book, who dis? Right?
But that's just Gromnir, why will you not stop texting me? I'm not going to call you back. It is over. Get another drow.
It's just a bunch of dragon emojis. Just
Not right now. I'm pooping.
This is. I'm taking out the trash. Call me later. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I mean, you know, Ryuvi is a busy man these days, so busy elf these days, I should say.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I may not respond, but I probably have been looking at them.
Yeah, I'd probably like send messages and you may not even answer them or anything like that.
Piling up my inbox.
Yeah, I'm
You're
fine with
like,
that.
Did you get any of my communications? What do you mean? Oh my god! You just open it up and it's just like pages of like, you know, this is what I found, and like
I'm also going to bring my famous shrink-wrapped, nearly shrink-wrapped light crossbow that I only use once in the entire campaign.
outstanding. That's right, lightly used,
Yeah, lightly used light crossbow.
like new. Oh man.
What else? I got my warhammer and shield, and I still got the dwarven plate mail.
Okay, so that's good.
Unenchanted.
So you can bring like, do you want to bring like a small pony with you to help carry that? Or are you just gonna like? I mean, you could probably cart that with you. You know, like in a like it's more than just a bag, though. Is my point. Like, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I could probably hire a traveling horse to just
Not even higher. You're the hero of the Sword Coast. They haven't forgotten it after a year and a half. You can absolutely have your own pony that you use.
And this is a question I'd have to ask you privately, Arthur, but I don't know if you want to answer it, if you want to talk about it.
Okay.
Here we
Can
go.
I kill my party member? No.
It's not really private, but it's in everyone
Absolutely.
Zoom.
Would would you have gone up the rank from
Yeah.
there? Absolutely.
Would I be
you
given any other different title? Because my initial title is the top one.
was Truth Speaker. No, you absolutely would have gone up, not one but two titles, because in fact you were already kind of Johnny on the spot in terms of how hard you worked as it was. And after all of the things that you brought back from in the Sea of Moving Ice, when you had that, there was stuff that you found there in those books, the books that you found in the sort of the base, the Cult of the Dragon base, where you had the woman basically that was running that area. Like, there was stuff there. That's where you found the tapestries as well. So there were like a bunch of things that you went and brought back to them. So yes, you have absolutely gone up to what I would say would be scholar. Your research, I want to say this, and I'm gonna just for a moment, because I know everyone's super fascinated by this, jump into some real live academic discussions. So I know this is fascinating. Academics have a tendency they always respect scholarship and knowledge, but if you don't follow the traditional path of scholarship and knowledge, they may sometimes not really know what to do with it. And so the scholars of Candlekeep, and even those who are sort of scholars of various temples and the like, sort of view you as this person they respect, but they're sort of like an X factor, because they don't know because it's very non-traditional. Like, you were like, look what I found in this deep cult.
And I also went
like,
to Faye, and I'm like spouting all this stuff about what Faye said.
And they're all like, so it's not that they don't trust you, but it's like, they're like, oh yes, but like your work is basically currently for an audience of one, because they don't really know what to make of it. So again, it's not disrespect. It's more just, they think of you probably as kind of a genius that's right on the edge of sanity, and they don't really know what to do about that. So that's basically how they view you. Although I should point out that you are very popular with a certain subset of younger scholars at Candlekeep. So you've had several of them that have come to you and are like, they think you're just like, oh my God, like you want to know the one that you go to for knowledge, you go to Gromnir Grumblehammer, because he knows the truth. So there's a handful of them who in fact you have heard rumors, though you can't confirm this, that they refer to themselves as the Hammer Scholars, who are like of their own separate like crew. Like they're unofficial, and like they don't talk about it with the professors, but they very much view you as their mentor. So you have had a profound effect on those, but it's not a large group. The other ones just see you as like smart but slightly unstable, might be the way to put it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure if that for any kind of campaign related information.
Absolutely, scholar.
I can now title myself as a scholar.
And that may come into play depending on how you play it when you go south, but we'll see how that comes into play. Okay, so that means now that Grom, you're going to set off to head to the Wood of Sharp Teeth. And as you're on the way there, I guess I want to ask, the route that you're taking, everyone in chat can see on the map basically where they're located. That is going to be a few days' journey. I assume you're not going heavily guarded. These days, it's actually, it's a very safe trip, relatively speaking. There are still some bandits, but let's be clear. Guess who bandits are not going to attack? Someone who is white. Yeah, go ahead.
And also, I'm going to the Wood of the Sharp Teeth. That probably wouldn't be very many bandits.
You're not going to a place that they're going to follow you, and also whenever they see you, like there are a couple times where you see bandits in a distance, and then like they're on a hill, and then you see them, or you don't know if they're bandits, but you see people on a hill, and then they all turn and like gallop off, and you can tell a bunch of that is because, despite what we just said about the scholarship, you are still recognizable to many of them, and like this is a bad idea. Like you do not go after the guy that defeated Tiamat. Like from their point of view, they're like, we don't, So they head off. Not to mention the fact that it has not been a good time for the bandits of the Sword Coast, many of whom tried to avoid being
And
caught.
a lot of them were hired by the
and they wanted to get the hell out of Dodge.
So they all got.
Exactly. I'm reminded of a current situation where people don't want to admit that they were part of a certain event that happened. But they're just like nope. So yeah. So you've been off on your own. I should also mention, by the way, that although you have, I assume you didn't publicize, like, I'm going to find Fifely, right? But what was your excuse, or what was your story to people as to why you were leaving Candlekeep?
I would just tell them I have a task from the Order of the Gauntlet that I need to do, as I'm a member.
Okay. That's fine. So they set that, and they make sure they will lock your...
That gets recorded, yeah.
Office, yeah, exactly. And so, exactly, Triffid. So you make your way. After about 3 days, you find yourself entering the western edge of the Wood of Sharp Teeth. Now, you said you had a way of finding Fifely, and I'm wondering what that way is.
Well, if I remember correctly, based on the events that happened in the Wood of the Sharp Teeth, I have like some kind of the werewolves there, I think.
Yes.
I had a
yes, indeed.
Had like a positive outcome with them. And I'd figured I would have probably they would probably smell me and find me, actually, as soon as I start entering and heading in.
I think, yes.
Werewolves.
And I think what I'm going to say about that, so as you're entering that western end, so you're making yourself, you're going to be waiting for them to find you as you enter, right?
Yeah.
Like basically, okay.
Find somewhere that's pretty like clear and shows it's me without being harmful,
That's going to jump us then to, I want to cut over to Fifely, and I want to ask Fifely, again, I remind everyone, PG-13, please. Where exactly is Fifely? Fifely, where have you been spending much of your time, and where might you be found in the late afternoon, let us say dusk, on an evening? And by the way, I should also say that we're probably looking here at early spring. It's maybe like late March, early April is what we're talking about in terms of the season. So where would we find you of a almost dusk, let us say, Fifely?
You want me to cover what I've been doing for the last year and a half?
No, they're going to cover that with Grom as we get to that. So just what we're doing right now.
Yes, PG-13, Rob. I'll tell you later. When you grow up.
Well, that clears it up.
Grow up. Jeez.
When you're a real boy.
Oh, man.
So, at the moment, Fifely is probably sitting up in a tree somewhere. Just kind of a fairly large tree.
Okay.
And he is on one of the lower, largest branches, because he's basically leaning back against his husband, who's got his big, and Roker is much larger than he was when Fifely left, but they're just kind of snuggling in a tree right now.
Okay. So you were snuggling in a tree, kind of looking off, just not doing anything other than just like sort of just back to back looking at the sky. Okay.
We've already hunted for the week. We're fine.
So there is movement in the sort of edge of the clearing, and then a werewolf bounds in, and one sort of looks up and there's something here for you. It is one of the pack that you recognize, and says, "Someone is here. He smells like one familiar to you." Looking up at you, Fifely.
And he kind of tilts his head back to look up at Roker and is like, "Were you expecting a package?"
And Roker says, "No. Is this... It sounds like... Does he smell dangerous?" And he says down to him in the... "No. He smells like dwarf." And Roker kind of looks at you and is like, "Whoa." Roker looks at you and goes, "Why did my light panel just decide to turn on?" I was like, it's like,
Suddenly
what
it's
the
like
hell
this-
was that?
That scene in Terminator 2 where where
Roker-
she's dreaming about the
Yeah.
fucking explosion.
Roker was like, "Moon." No, sorry about that. That
A
was really
moonbeam,
weird.
yes.
That was
pretty
really
weird.
weird. So Roker, Roker is like, looks at you and kind of his eyes widen a bit as if like, oh.
Dwarf. Hmm.
He's just
Alright.
there. He's not doing anything. He's like he's waiting.
Well, one would hope if he starts wandering around the forest on his own, he's liable to run into wolf wares rather than us, which would be very bad for him. All right, if it's him. And he looks to Roger, like, "Follow along. Stay a bit back, bring two."
And Roker nods and gets down after you. And as is often the case, there are always around Roker, who is basically the head of this this pack. There are always like 3 essentially wolves, either in full wolf form or sometimes just in werewolf form, kind of in flanked out around you going through the forest. And you're sort of used to this as you walk through the forest. I'm already sensing probably.
No. It's what Triffity Mats said.
Oh,
I heard that in General Woundworth's voice. Dwarves aren't dangerous.
God.
And
such
it's
one of the
just-
great moments in that book. Dwarves aren't dangerous. Oh, I love Woundward as a character so much. Anyway, Richard Adams, who passed away finally a couple years ago at the age of like 94 or something like that. Just incredible. Anyway, okay. So you make your way through, and I would say probably because of course, you move in quick paths, and nothing is going to mess with your pack around you. Probably in about 10 minutes or so, Grom, I would say that you, sort of waiting patiently, hear a rustling and a growling, and then several wolves appear, full wolves apparently, and kind of pad over to one side of the clearing, and then one clearly werewolf kind of comes in and like looks at you, growls, and then moves aside. And then in steps 2 very familiar figures. One of them, Roker, who you know well, and the other, of course, one, assuming that you're still in your recognizable human form, I guess, Fifely, you see Fifely right next to him.
Hey.
Aw.
So,
I hate it when people just contact me and just say hey and don't actually tell me what they want to. Just get it all in one message, if at all. No, sorry, go ahead.
Can we? I know it's been a while. How you doing?
Well, we're doing all right. I suppose that depends on why you're here.
Onthar came to see me, and he gave me this, and I'll hand him the documents.
So you know, but just there's a moment where Fifley looks at the text and he kind of blinks several times like he has not seen writing in a while. You know, kind of thing. It's just
Adjusting
like,
the glasses, so to speak.
right, but it's like, wait, right, that's right. Sometimes people put marks on things that aren't scent based to remind you of stuff. Oh my god. And so it takes him a few minutes to spool up the, oh wait, that's right, I do know how to read, you know, part of his brain.
Do you need a light or anything? I know there's trees are
No,
giving
no.
How's the weather?
You're aware, by the way, now, Grom, that several other wolves have surrounded and are sitting down, and like you're sort of dimly aware that there are multiple eyes just sort of staring at you. You hear maybe just the quietest of growls, not necessarily threatening, but there's definitely a presence.
And Roker's there too. So
And Roker is there too. Oh yeah. And Roker,
So, yeah.
Roker is kind of, you know, at the moment has his arms, you know, he's in werewolf form and he has his arms folded and is kind of looking at Fifley and somewhat at you, although he does nod to you, Grom, as if in acknowledgement.
Yeah,
like, you know.
I'll give him a nod back. Just it's not over yet.
That was not an assemblage of words I wanted to hear.
Same here. They don't have enough. They aren't able to go south themselves. Members of the Sword Coast, and they need us to do it. We know the cultists better than anyone on the Sword Coast. It would be perfect for us to go in. They're right on that front.
There are two things right off the start that bother me with this. One, not only do we know the cultists better than anyone, the cultists know us. Is there some expectation of stealth to this? Because we are fairly recognizable to many of them, I suspect.
Well, that's why I was going to ask you. I'm sure do you have anything that can help with something like this?
Well, I can look like many different things, but not permanently.
I still have a lot of the old cultists' items that signified them.
Presuming none of that has been changed.
Yes. But I don't think they would change it in a year. Just they would probably cultists aren't going to change their cult behaviors just because they failed.
No, they change them because they are imminently recognizable and have been outed. This is a desert. You do realize that, right?
Yes.
I hate deserts. I hate them.
I've never been to a desert.
Oh, they're just horrible. Sand gets everywhere. And it just,
Oh god.
Am I going to need extra gear?
how much water can you carry?
I've got like a water skin, just like a basic water skin.
You probably need at least. And you brought a. No, did you say you were
A
carrying
horse.
everything?
I
had
had
a
a
horse
horse
with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're going to need at least a barrel for that.
The pony, by the way, is very nervous. Like, probably the presence of a bunch of wolves around it. Like, the pony's like, like, it's very kind of like moving around nervously. And
There's an occasional sound of licking chops from
Yeah.
the other wolves on
Yeah,
the side.
yeah.
And every time he does it, because he's notorious for this sort of thing, he's okay. That wouldn't make any sense. One of my other D&D characters in my roommate's thing is a guy named Basque, who he really loves birds. And so like our wizard has a crow, like a raven familiar, and every time he sees him, he's just like, and it's just like, you're not eating my bird. It's like, no. Anyway, so, but every time he does that, Fifley just kind of looks over and is like, you're
be
not
good.
eating my horse. Water is crucial. And if you don't have a tremendous amount of experience, which even I don't have a tremendous amount of experience, but I can guarantee you we are going to need at least... Wait, are you getting the entire group back together again?
Well, I'm gonna try. If they all want to join, great. It's been a while though, so everyone may have moved on. Wanted to get away from this.
I can certainly appreciate that. You'll have to pardon my somewhat shoddy memory, but I cannot recall. Do you have the ability to create food and water?
Oh, I think I do actually. And I like pull out my book, my priest.
Why?
And I'm like, oh yeah.
That will help a lot.
Yeah, it's not
Create
exactly
amethysts,
flavorful.
create
It's-
carvings, create, you know.
But it only
Everything but food and water. Damn.
yeah. It's not exactly flavorful water, but it could. It's enough for a day.
Do that once. Wait, enough for a day for how many people?
I mean, 30 gallons of water, but we need stuff to put the water in.
Barrels.
So we still have to bring a barrel
Yes, at least one.
per. You said one for just for the horse.
Well, a barrel for the horse, yes, and then the four of us, if we do manage to get everyone else back together again, a barrel would easily allow us to keep ourselves, our thirsts quenched, but always better to have a little bit more than you need when you go into the desert. All it takes is one stray from a mace or a morning star, and all of a sudden all of your water is all over them, sinking into the sand.
That's a good point.
Yes,
Well,
yes, I know.
Onthar has said that any supplies that we need, he will obtain for us.
When?
When? You mean when are we going?
Yes.
Well, as soon as we can get everyone together. That's if they want to come.
Given the fact that the other two are not with you, I presume you came here first.
Well, you are the closest.
You're fortunate that I was here. Roker and
I had a
only
feeling
rec-
you'd be here.
Roker and I only recently got back.
Oh, where'd you go?
The Misty Forest. I swore that I would return that scimitar, and I did.
Oh, yes. How's the forest?
It's well enough. The Archdruid, I assisted her in repairing the portion that, I can't say we burned. I can say I burned it, technically. But I didn't hear any of that, Rob, if you... But, yes, it's well enough. Now you tell me that the cult may still be a problem. Now I feel like I returned the soul somewhat prematurely.
Yeah. Well, all I've got is just some fancy scabbards and cloaks and a medallion. So it's not. We aren't exactly. We've never really been the best equipped group.
No, but we are tenacious
Very true.
and grumpy.
Very true. So you in?
How long do you expect that we'll be gone? Or is it open-ended?
Oh, travel time. Maybe. Hopefully, we're only there for. So this is the problem: is I don't really know much about Calimport other than what's in the books. and that whole region it's unknown to me. It would be travel time, assuming we can get access as quick as possible. With politicking, if we have to deal with that, it could take months. I don't know, but we have to do it.
I'm not denying that. I'm just trying to figure out.
I
how
should
long
say, if you want to, you shouldn't be forceful.
If anyone is forcing this, it's not you. It's them. Now, the packet of papers does mention Faye, correct?
No.
Okay.
It's all about Severin and his the information he had between the
problem.
cult, like his cult and Sword Coast and Calimport.
I just want to jump in quickly before Red Lear goes to get pizza. First of all, raid from Red Lear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Woo! Appreciate it very much. Thank you also for the resub at tier 2. Also, just wanted to publicly say, Red Lear, and this is not talking out of school because I know you talked about this on Twitter. I know that you recently lost your cat Trouble, and really sorry to hear that. I know how painful the loss of a pet, which is obviously a family member, can be. So I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. And I am incredibly grateful for your support over the years. And you were an officer and a gentleman and all that. So thank you, dude, so much. And Raiders, welcome. You are watching the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha, which is a high-level campaign, a mini-campaign, a return to the world of Tyranny of Dragons. And we are essentially getting the band back together. So if you like what you see, please follow the channel, subscribe, and support us on the Patreon if you can. And thank you so much for being here. And everyone who hasn't already should be following Red Lear because the dude is awesome and is good peoples. And as Shadowed would tell you, he's Canadian. And so obviously, you know, just for that
Incredibly
reason alone,
hot. Yes.
you should therefore do. I'm going to let Trent handle that part. I mean, listen.
I did.
All right. With that said, I'll hand things back over to
And if you
Sod and Trent.
haven't, people who are watching this right now live on Twitch, go and tweet out. Like, we even sent tweets saying that we're doing this right now. Go and retweet those tweets.
Yeah, retweeting those tweets would be helpful. We've had a decent turnout so far tonight, and this will help even further. But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. This is a great group. So thank you, Red Lear. Has been more than generous to us. So thank you. And I think he went and got pizza. So when he comes back, someone tell me so I can tell him what I just said again. Sorry, on you go, Sod and Trent. Sorry about that.
All I'm saying is that I would like to know how. There's no way to know how long I'll be gone. So, and he kind of looks over at Roker and is like, I don't know when I'll be back.
And Roker nods slowly and he says, "It's been a blessing to have you with me as long as you have been. And I always knew that you might be called away again for a time. But," and he sort of pauses and says, "You know we wouldn't be here. Us, the pack, anything in this wood even, if you hadn't saved us once." And he sort of looks around at the wolves who all kind of look at you and, panting. A couple of the wolves' tails curl slightly around the ground as they're looking at you. And he says, "If you need to save them again, do you want me to come with you?" And the pack kind of looks at him and you hear a couple of slight whimpers.
Do I want you to? Absolutely. Should you? No. Our family needs you here. They need me out there. Besides, we've seen too much aggression from the Wolfwares to the northeast. You know better than most of the rest of the pack how to deal with them.
And he sighs and he says, "I know, but it doesn't make it any easier." And you can, his voice catches a little bit, and he looks around and he says, "We will give you safe passage. We can travel with you for a day or two at least before returning. And at least to get past the wolf wares. You're going to have to go north to get the others. Also, Gromnir, you said Kalimport, did I hear that?
That is correct.
He says, I have not had many dealings with them, but I do know that those from Kalimshan were known to be cunning traders, those who had an eye for culture and society. I know that they also were deeply magical and old, Gromnir, ancient. Do not assume that your knowledge of old and ancient things here will be enough to give them what you need down there. They say that there are riddles within riddles that lie within that city of secrets. And he pauses and he says, we know something of shifting forms. In Kalimport, it is said, they are a city of shifting allegiances. And you hear a couple of wolves growling, and your pony is like it gets slightly closer to you, Grom, you know. Although it's already like practically up against you as it is.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you for letting him come and help me.
And he nods and he says, he has never been mine to cage, just mine to love for when he returns. And the wolves kind of come up to you, Fifely, and both a couple of the werewolves and just the full wolves come up to you, kind of nuzzle against you, and the one werewolf that originally came in kind of looks and you will return, or Roker will lose himself, and then I will be forced to become. And he kind of looks around, Alpha, and I do not want that. Come back, or I will. And he starts to say, kill what's left of, and then you realize how ridiculous it is. I will be angry. And then he turns away and kind of walks away, and Roker sort of half smiles. And then I would say probably embraces you, Fifely. I think that's probably fair to say. Fifely, this is a good moment, I think, to ask, again, keeping PG-13, what basically have you been doing over the last year and a half or so?
Basically hanging with the pack, helping secure the borders, patrol the Wood of Sharp Teeth, returning the sword, and everything else is redacted.
Okay. And when and
any out of interest, is there any visual changes to you? Any markings?
That's a good point. I was going to ask that. Yeah.
He's still wearing hide armor, but it's a slightly finer, more. It's not as crude as it was before. So either he had it improved, at least as far as its style, or he had it improved, or he got a new set, basically something. Okay. There were 2 other high-level druids who came through, whether they were on pilgrimages or whatever, but they came through, and so he, through them, learned a couple of new shapes that he would not normally have known.
Okay.
But not a whole lot. Mostly he's just been staying with his family, and except for the one trip up to the Misty Forest, which was a fairly long one, and since Roker stays in his werewolf form most of the time, they tended to avoid most towns and whatnot, so they were kind of off the main roads a lot of time, but that doesn't bother them. So.
Yep. Have you had any contact with members of the party in any sense? Or, I mean, obviously you're not going to have any contact with, say, the Harpers, but I'm curious if you had any contact with any of the members of the party.
Not really, no. Okay. In fact, he's had one piece of communication with his parents, but it was basically just, hi, everything's fine,
I'm alive.
I'm still alive, right? You know, I would say,
Don't wish you were here.
Right. Would say come to the wood of sharp teeth, but you're not going to. So hope everything's going well.
Hope you're alive too.
Good luck with those triplets, Dad. I know you always had trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
With triplets.
Look forward to the 20th reunion, and
yeah, right. Right, bye. And just like told the bird, would you take that and just drop it and shit on it and then come back? That'd be fine. Thanks.
okay.
He doesn't hate his parents. He just doesn't really like his parents. He loves them. He doesn't like them.
Right.
You don't choose your parents.
Right. Yeah. I didn't choose to be a druid. So the fact that you wanted me to be a bard, sorry, I couldn't live up to your expectation. Never mind. Go back and watch the first the first campaign.
Much more detail there.
What, 120 hours or something? Oh my
about
God,
that, yeah. Even a point where Fifely pretended to be addicted to a drug called the Greenwood Sweets.
It was a good moment.
It was really good. I really enjoyed that. Right. So one of the few cases where his performance ability actually blossomed. But whatever. So no, as far as communicating with the rest of the party, no. He's kind of fell off the face of Toril.
I'm also curious whether you had any contact with Kalismana, the dragon who you may remember was the male copper dragon who had a connection with you and actually sort of you were sort of connected with each other as well, even in that last fight where Kalismana did some stuff. So I was wondering if you ever connected with him. He would have been busy too. Dragons are off doing their own thing a lot of the time,
Right.
but
he sent 2 messages over the course of the last year.
okay.
One of them was probably a month or 2 after the thing, just to say, how are things going? Now that things have settled down, are things going? The other one would have been, we're heading for the Misty Forest. This is the route we're taking. I'm going to return the sword that I had and then come back. So if we run into you along the way, it would be great to see you.
Mm-hmm.
But he never got any responses.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So, when you set off, oops, sorry, I just moved you off the map for no reason. You're gone. When you set off to the north, I'm curious. Now we know what Grom is bringing with him. I'm curious what you're bringing, if anything. Like, what are you bringing with you? And you will have, again, kind of like almost like an honor guard of a few wolves. Roker will send these wolves with you because you mentioned the wolf weirs. So I assume you're going to head like west out of the forest and then north a little bit. To avoid going. It's up to you actually how you want to go, and it also depends on where you're going next. I should point out as to whether you're going to. You have 2 more members to pick up basically. So it depends on which way you're going, but. So let's settle that. North, but are you going, but you could go north and then northeast, or you could go like cut straight across, like if you were going to Ryuvi first. So I guess it's up to the both of you which way you want to go and what you recommend Fifely knowing this area better.
Well, that would be a conversation that I suspect that Sod and I would have right about now.
That is the case. So, well, let me ask this before you do that. Would that have any effect on what you brought with you? Because if not, you could just tell me what you brought with you, and then you can tell me the mechanical, advancements to Fifely, and then we can go back to where you're going to go.
Probably.
And you get to hit point roll.
Yep.
No, I already did mine.
Oh.
Because remember, we had to reintroduce Fifely to the thing because he was gone.
Yeah.
So I updated him weeks ago.
Yeah.
What fun is that?
I know.
Plenty for me.
Everyone's in trouble.
Being prepared, that's a new thing.
Yeah. Of course, I thought that we were level 16, so I upped him to level 16.
True, you went 1 higher.
You dial
And
it
then
back.
I was like,
Grabby.
gosh. So I had to figure out which feat I wanted to get rid of. I was like, no! But it's okay. No, pretty much. Okay. As far as what he's taking with him, probably take one quick trip back to where the tribe's camp is, or where the pack's camp is, tribe, pack, whatever, and picking up his pack and loading it with food and whatnot and everything that he can take with him. But it's just kind of standard adventure and gear sort of stuff, where he's just got rations and his water skins, and he's got a nice big quarterstaff that he's taking around. But he's really good at foraging and finding food and water when he needs to, so he doesn't really need to carry a whole lot with him. But as far as mechanical stuff, when we played last time, he didn't have a background. I had never set a background for him, so when I was bringing him up to date for this, I gave him the Outlander background. So one of his mechanical things is the Wanderer feature, which I will go ahead and put into the thingy. You have an excellent memory for maps and geography, and you can always recall the general layout of terrain, settlements, and other features around you. In addition, you can find food and fresh water for yourself and up to 5 other people each day, provided that the land offers berries, small game, water, and so forth.
Okay, very cool. I find that in a lot of role-playing, I always get something like that, and then promptly the game, like 75% of the time, is like, you are in, again, a barren plain, so there are no like, thanks.
And
thanks
here we go to a desert.
Yeah,
Thanks.
exactly. Okay, so you have that. What other mechanical benefits have you had? And also hit points. What did you end up with?
He is up to 143.
143, also known as almost 50 more than Gromnir.
In this form.
Yes.
Because he still has his beast forms, so each of those has their own.
Just imagine like 100 for each of them.
God, yeah. Well, let's keep in mind, and this is one of the things I chat for those of you who have never seen a high-level campaign. You may be like, Jesus, that's a lot. Level 15 is higher than the overwhelming majority of players will ever reach. There's not a lot of very high-level campaigns, and that's why it's such a pleasure to do this, because we get to see, the extended version, basically. So. What else mechanically happened to Fifely?
The other mechanical bit was the feat that he picked up at level 14, which is Sentinel, which made sense given the fact that the pack is always reinforcing each other's movements when they're hunting and whatnot. And so if I'll go ahead and put that into the thing as well. Basically, like if somebody is trying to attack a friend of mine, I can go, nope, back, and just make him not do that. Or if somebody is like, we have an enemy who's trying to move, like to disengage and move out of range, I can go, nope, you stay right where you are. And I can prevent them from moving away and whatnot.
Well, right. So they provoke opportunity attacks from you even if they disengage. So
Yes.
So basically they can move, but they're just going to automatically take an opportunity attack from you. So
when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0.
Oh, becomes 0. Oh,
turn.
yeah, you're
So
right.
they can't go anywhere.
You're right. Yep. Yeah,
just
that's
have to
pretty
have to hit
nasty.
them.
That's nasty. Yeah, that's all you got to do is hit them.
It's a really good feat.
And you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against the attacking creature. Yes, this is all good because you're going to need these things. So, so this is good. That's awesome. And is that any form like that affects you? I assume so, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that with regard to the background, I absolutely love the personality trait because it fits so perfectly. I place no stock in wealthy or well-mannered folk. Money and manners won't save you from a hungry owlbear. And given his reaction to the Lord's Council and everything, it's like, shut up.
Mm-hmm. Shut up.
Like, exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just love it. So yeah, aside from that, just been spending time with the family.
Good stuff. Very exciting. And
I would say, just for your reference, Fifely, Gromnir's gear, it's still got all the scratches, all the marks. It hasn't been like fixed up since the end of the World of Dragons, the final fight, and all that, because you never really got around to doing any of that. Though the cloak that he's wearing is fancy and new. It's much more fancy than we had before when you first met. And that's all I'm going to say.
When we first met, that was huge.
Yeah.
But Fifely has mending, so we can I can fix all that up along the way if you want.
Good. So we have those two, Grom and Fifely, who are moving forward, and Fifely has become even more powerful, as has Grom. So now we can talk a little bit about where you're going to go. Who are you going to pick up next? Who do you want to try to go to next? The two.
Well,
of you?
Fifely, I know where Ruby will be, but whether he'll see us and we can get there safely, that's a question. Have you spoken to Ruby at all?
No.
Well, I've got a book here that can send a message to him, but he hasn't ever responded to the book.
Not much good, then, is it?
The wizard you're trying to contact is outside the range of your sending device. Please check the address and try again.
I can send him
You
a
are
message
out of network.
personally, but he's in Zonthal's tower. I don't know if it'll reach him. The tower its magics are unknown. Do you want me to try and send him a message?
Yes, I think that would be advisable.
Okay.
Didn't
So I'll
you-
write a message first to you and in the book and say,
Basically says, check your DMs, damn it.
Hello?
You're there, but you're very faint.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
wait, no. I have Zoom turned down to 30%. Don't adjust it.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and talk again, Ryubi.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're fine.
Good to me.
Weird. Because
You-
I've tried to say stuff and I
you were
think I-
muted.
Yeah, you were
in
muted before. We
Zoom,
hear
I
you
think.
now.
No. I mean like a second ago. Like
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I can turn it up though if that'll make it easier. Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
Yeah. I've been having audio problems all night because I don't have this set up the way I used to. So it's been really annoying trying to get it to sound right. That's probably better. Okay. Is that good?
That's good. And by the way, before Fifely, so sorry, finish up your convo. I'm sorry, Fifely and Gromnir, and then I'll say one thing before we move on.
Yes.
So I'll send him a message. The problem is also getting there. I don't exactly have any kind of magical teleportation abilities. I was thinking perhaps I could probably see if Kalismana will give us a ride, but I haven't spoken to Kalismana either in a while. I knew he was contacting the council, but I don't know if he'd be willing to help us. What do you think?
I think we should start simple. Just try to contact Ruby. If he knows we're coming, then the rest of it becomes moot.
All right. So I will cast sending. See if it reaches him.
Okay. Sending, which is I love the fact
And
that
it's
it
basically
I love the components that it uses a short piece of fine copper wire.
yeah.
Alexander Graham Bell, you know.
hmm
Ruby, come here. I need you.
Exactly what I was
yeah.
about to say.
Yep.
So I'll send a message and just say, it's been a while, but Fifely and I need to speak to you. Coming to Zonthal, and then I think that's about it. Zonthal's tower. In the gist.
Okay. Right, because it's
And
it's
he
basically
can
like a
respond.
tweet, basically, right?
Yeah, it's
just
essentially a
like-
tweet. Yeah.
I would love. He has words left over. He doesn't finish sending. I don't know if he's gonna get this. I don't know if he's gonna reply. It cuts out. You just have to.
I don't even if
look
that click.
over.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I don't think it's the one that they can respond.
Can you hand me the saddlebag? Like type of thing.
Yep.
If-
5% chance. Oh, different plane.
And that really changes how
Oh, can answer in a like manner immediately. Yeah.
Oh, he can. Okay.
Yeah. Here's a message in mind. Recognize you as a sender. If it knows you can answer
Now,
in
it
a
doesn't
like manner.
I would know
Like
if
that.
it wouldn't reach him. If
Right.
it was being blocked, but I don't know with Zonthal's tower and what Ryuvi's done, so
No,
we'll have to wait and see. Doo-doo-doo.
that's-
You cut out there, Rob Sagan.
am I not coming through? Like I'm
Still hear you.
I hear you, but sometimes you're talking and it sounds like it just cuts
Let me-
out. And then
Is that okay?
A lot of what is happening is if two people are trying to talk at the same time, you get cut off.
Right.
It's great. I don't know why it's doing that.
We just got to stop talking over each other.
Let me.
Yeah. If anyone remembers ICQ, it's oh.
Oh, I haven't thought about that in ages.
Good, don't.
Okay. So I guess what I would say is before we talk about Ryuvi and about your travel there. So are you going to wait to see what Ryuvi says basically before you decide?
If it gets to
responds,
him,
or...
etc.,
Okay.
yeah,
and you'll know
so
instantly if it reached him. Yes, like basically.
all I would know is if it failed. That's it. Like if it doesn't reach him.
Got it.
That's what I would know.
All right, so we'll talk about that in just a second. This gives me a moment to reset and welcome everybody to the premiere of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Palace of the Red Pasha. This is a high-level continuation of the Tyranny of Dragons campaign. It's a mini campaign, really, and I am joined as always by the always one of times and on always. Eh? I'm joined as always by the exceptional Infinity and Beyond crew. 4 of us who are here for this, 4 of the players who are here for this, and that is Trendane Sparks, Sod, John Helfers, and GC Darkside Rob at the bottom of the column. And if you like what you see in here, please follow us here. Please support the Patreon, sub to the channel, and all that good stuff. There's a lot more of this where this came from. We run multiple campaigns on this channel, and in fact, there will be another session of this very game coming up later this month. But if you like it, please do all that and check out our YouTube, where you can find past broadcasts of this and other streams as well. So having said all of that, what I want to do in jumping forward, and I do this with a slight moment of hesitation because I know Rob's fighting with his audio, but what I want to ask about Ryuvi is, Rob, in the time that Ryuvi has been in the tower, I'm wondering if Ryuvi has put up lots of like magical defenses. Like, would Ryuvi be making any attempt to avoid communication, or would he have left that communication open? Like, where's Ryuvi at in terms of contact with the outside world? Because that will play into whether the message that Grom's just sent is going to reach you.
Well, that all depends on if you can hear me or not.
I can hear you, for sure.
Do I sound like, because every time I've been testing the audio through Zoom, I sound
You sound okay to me. Yeah, it's all right.
Weird. So he has basically been in charge of the tower. I forget, what was the name of the tower again?
Zonthal's Tower.
Zonthal's Tower. Now, remind me if I'm wrong. That tower was sort of the halfway, like that tower was sort of a defense, like bastion against. There were some forces on the other side of it.
Well, no, it's not. Well, sort of. Zonthal was a great wizard.
We took it back from somebody. Right?
Well, yeah. So Zonthal, exactly. Zonthal had been a great wizard who created this, but it had been taken over by this group of basically cult of dragon cultists, magical cultists, right. Higher level ones, who thought that they would be able to use it. And there was a big maze, you may remember, to try to get to it and all this stuff. And so when you took it back, you did take it back from the cultists, but Zonthal and like his influence predated it. So there's like all kinds of mysteries to this tower that you could have plumbed the depths of if you so wished. But as a person yourself of magical ability, you would have been able to understand how to use it at least as well as the cultists did. It is important to note, by the way, the cultists that you took it from, remember, were kind of a little bit of a fringe group in that they didn't just support Severin, the lead cultist. Right. They basically had their own ideas about like what should be used for magic, and like, because Severin was like, send me all your stuff, and they were like, yeah, no thanks. So like there were some things like some caches of treasure that you found there, and so they were clearly like not good people. They were allied against the Lord's Alliance and so forth, and they were technically part of the Cult of the Dragon, but they were basically like a rival splinter group almost that didn't like Severin either. So that's what I would say. It was never like a defense tower, but it was its own thing, and definitely the village that was nearby had always kind of looked fearfully up at this tower. I would say you have a much better relationship with your neighbors than certainly the cultists ever did.
So what I've been doing with that tower is trying to restore its image by essentially running the tower and running kind of a, I would say, quasi mage and mage touched fighters alliance out of the tower. So it's mostly magic or magic attuned fighters.
Okay.
With the goal of both protecting the tower from falling back into the hands of forces like the cultists, and also to be called upon either by the town or by other people in the vicinity, or basically anywhere that needs forces, you know, of a magical nature.
Okay.
Either, you know,
You're Professor Xavier.
Yeah. I pity anyone who tries to take anyone from that school.
Yes. And actually, I didn't even think about this, but in some way, because of my drow background, it behooves me to recruit people that may not have a place anywhere else, because of the fact that you know, I can't go back to my home, and I don't necessarily want to, but I also, you know, it's sort of interesting to dissect whether I'm still following in the footsteps of is it
Dristowarden, yeah.
Yeah. But more just trying to be, instead of being the best drow I can be, just be the best person I can be.
Okay, because I was going to ask about your relationship with your old job, and you know, whether you tried to make any. There have been no, like,
I've turned my back on my people.
I figured as much. Yeah, there have been no encounters really with the Underdark, with drow or other creatures in the Underdark. Although it helps that you've been in the middle of essentially a magical fortress.
If they approached me with like, you know, I still have a love for my homeland, but if they approached me, I mean, so, you know, they hunted me, they used me, they betrayed me. If they were to come back to me and ask for my help, or ask for the help of, and I still haven't figured out a name for what this group is. I'm going to work on that for the next session.
Okay.
But coming back to us saying, like, you know, we need you and your group to help us with this in the Underdark because we, you know, we kind of screwed up.
Yep.
It'd be like, okay, but there's going to be some ground rules here.
Here's how this goes down. So, in the process of doing that, would you have been open to magical communication? Like, would you have been like, would you put like big wards? Well, yeah, like, big. Would you put like big wards around so no one could contact you, or would you have been open to the possibility that someone might, presumably from good aligned forces,
put up magical defenses? Because they're not just mine; they're also there are dedicated people who, you know, who are, like, I'm watching them put up, like, I've delegated to some other mages in the tower to, you know, protect the tower, and also other people to go out and actually defending inside of the tower. So yeah, there are protection spells up and wards up, so it might be hard for a magical message to get through, but I would imagine that should someone from the party that, you know, I traveled with the fell Tiamat, if they tried to reach me, I would at least know that someone was trying to get in touch with me.
Okay. So then, given that, I would say we'll talk about what you sort of look like, let's say, when they actually arrive. But I would say that you are, let's say that you are perhaps training one of your younger recruits who seems promising. And let's say that you're doing that when all of a sudden, thank you for the follow, Shogun Props, welcome. I would say that you're doing that when you sort of are just going along, and then you hear in your mind, what's the message, Grom, that you sent?
Says really, it's Gromnir. Fifely and I are coming to Zonthal's to talk to you. I think that's right.
Okay. Yeah. And then hand me the Bitwater skin, and then it's cut off. No.
That's as much as I can do.
Yeah. That's the tweet. So that's what you hear in your mind, Ryuvi. Now you're aware of this as a magical communication, and whether it's authentic or not, I mean, certainly sounds like Gromnir. And you could respond to it by the nature of the spell if you wish to in your mind, or you could be like, again, new brain, who this, or whatever. Like that's.
So I'm currently teaching someone.
Yes, I would say in the courtyard of the tower.
As the message enters my mind, and I'm watching one of the recruits. It wouldn't really be a student, but it's someone who, at least I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, but these are this particular person I'm recruiting might be one of the newer members of the initiates, but not a novice,
Right.
but is trying a new spell on me, and I'm trying, making sure that I try to counter it in order to, show them how they can get around my counter and even try to strike me, even if I'm fighting against it. And I sort of lose my moment of concentration as the message comes in, because I'm hearing the name, Vifley, Gromnir, which wasn't expecting at that moment. And as I'm trying to counter the spell, I sort of miss and kind of redirect it behind.
Okay.
It sort of just strikes like a brick.
And then the trainee is like stops and like,
yeah, and I just sort of like look at it, and I kind of immediately look at the area of the tower, and I'm like sort of look at my head and look back to him, and I tell him that was a very good attempt. However, I apparently am going to have to work on my own focus. Keep up your practice. I need to.
He looks over at the wall and kind of back at you nervously.
I need to go and discuss some things with the tower security, as well as make arrangements for some guests who will be arriving unexpectedly. And he sort of backs up and kind of looks at the top of the tower where he spends a lot of the time of his day after he's been working with initiates and working with recruits and trainings. And he sort of tells the student, make sure you check in with the keeper of the daily roster and let me know who is currently away and who's currently keeping watch on the tower. I want the report as soon as possible. You'll find me on the roof. Good work tonight.
And they nod, and he nods and sort of yes, right away. The group that you have in front of you, I am sorry that always comes in so loud. I wish it wouldn't. Please roll 20, fix your audio systems.
Audio issues. It's fine.
It's so frustrating. Like it's just all roll 20 has to do is just make it so that the playlist stays consistent volume. This is not that hard. Anyway, so one of the things to note about this is that your crew of recruits and novices are actually pretty talented, Ryuvi. That there are not any of these like the school for the people that can't get in anywhere else. Like it's not like that, right? You have
It's not DeFry.
Despite wow, we apologize to any DeFry residents. No, yeah, like this group of people is exactly as you said. They're from all different sort of walks of life, all different cultures, and you welcome all of them there. I would say that you probably have a group of maybe 50 of these that work with you in various ways, and you think that they're pretty promising. Like this is a good magical force that you're assembling, and they look at you with something between awe and uncertainty, not because they're frightened of you, but because first of all you're kind of legendary. Like not only did you walk out of the Underdark and do everything you did there, but then you also defeated Tiamat, no big deal. Like they view you, and you're in charge of Zonthal's tower, so they view you. They're big fans of yours, and so they basically rush to do the stuff that you say. and as you're sort of climbing to the tower to your position, what do you respond? And if you said that, I'm sorry. Do you responded to Grom in your mind? Did you, or if not,
No,
what?
I did not.
Okay. Will you respond to
No.
him? Okay. All right.
You
So
have to do it immediately, otherwise it doesn't work.
Essentially, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go speak to the I couldn't think of the right word in the RP, but it's like talk to the Master at Arms and
Okay.
the like basically let people who keep tabs on what's going on in the tower know that if people come saying they're looking for me, they're actually looking for me and they're not coming to try to assassinate me. So, and also let the essentially the people in the what would you call it? It's not a kitchen, but essentially the
well, sure. The chefs, the cooks, etc.
yeah, the basically the
The cafeteria staff,
mess hall and stuff like that, let them know that they should put on something special for tonight, since we'll have guests coming that deserve, a warm welcome. And then while I'm saying this, in my head, I'm also going I'm thinking to myself, we have done so much, and yet there is still so much work to do. I cannot imagine what my two friends will want from me. But I imagine it will pull me away from this very thing I've been trying to build for so long. I will have to think on this. And after he deals with all of that, he's going to go basically up onto the roof and look in the direction that he headed out after they took back this tower initially to then go fight Tiamat and just sort of look. I believe it was east from there, but actually,
to where the Well of Dragons was.
yes.
Southeast,
Southeast,
but
yeah.
pretty much, southeast down here is where the Well of Dragons is.
And he's probably gonna either, meditate or, focus on, his what he's learned since then, how his, abilities have evolved, and this is all a precursor to whatever the hell I'm gonna add to his character. Because I haven't done that yet. Although I will say, and you guys couldn't hear me when this happened when you were talking about hit dice rolls. Well, hello, nurse. I gained how many hit points? I gained 24 points of health.
So you're
I
at
rolled
134 then, I think, because you're
That's
110.
correct.
You got a 9, 8, and 7.
Dang. Wow.
and those are all +3. Yeah. So.
Did you ever think, Sod, that maybe it's just that
Yeah.
it's like matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Like there's basically a set of dice rolls in the universe, and because you don't have any good ones, they get yours. Like it's just one set pool of
Yeah,
but it's just for Grom. This doesn't really apply to you in other campaigns. It's just Grom for some reason. Like
it created a set of dice just for me, and it's just all the bad ones from the main set just go there. We need to do these somehow.
That's exactly right.
So for the record, I have to add a sorceress origin, and that's it. And I get some extra spell slots. In fact, I get my first. What did I have to, because we stopped at level 12, right?
Level 13. You had just hit 13
We just
at
hit
the end.
13
Yeah.
at the end. Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
useful.
Sorry, I didn't give you access to your character sheet when you joined. My bad. This is
So
the
it was-
imported character sheet from the other campaign.
So I have a 7th level and an 8th level slot now, and I have some other decisions to make as far as if I've added any fighter proficiency at all. But I may just back off on that and just become like the epic sorcerer that I was meant to be.
Okay. The one thing that I wanted to mention is so we know now what you've been doing. But I did want to mention now this is partially because this is the message Grom sent, but you don't actually know when they're arriving. And in fact, unless they get some kind of assistance, they will definitively not be there tonight. Because they are several weeks travel from you just on foot, unless they get an assist from somewhere, and we can talk about that. But just so you're aware, that's fine. Like Grom didn't mention it in the message. What I will say to Gromnir.
Oh, that's true. He didn't change. So then I don't talk to the chef yet. Like I'll talk to them when they are closer to showing the parties.
Okay.
Like they're in the neighborhood. But I will basically like say keep watch for two people who look like this. If they approach the tower, they may be here tomorrow. They may be here in 2-3 weeks. I don't know how far away they are, but just know that these two people are coming and they are friends.
Mm-hmm. That's so that is duly noted. So what I would say, Grom, meanwhile, back down at the wood of sharp
But I have
teeth.
not responded to it because I have not responded to anything that he sent me because I was just kind of like filing it all away, being like, okay, that's very interesting, Gromnir. Thank you so much for your.
You're in archive email, is what we're talking about.
Trying to make sure we do not get destroyed in this tower, but thank you. You are a good friend. Please stop calling.
Yeah, you're in the blue, not important archive of email.
I've sort of gotten like completely. I've gotten tunnel vision in this. Like when we ended the campaign the other time, it was just sort of like this is where I'm going to. I'm going to take everything I learned from fighting Tiamat and make something that is ours. That that is basically something that I could never do in the Underdark, something that I could never accomplish, alone, and that lasts beyond, that at least uses whatever, came from, whatever name recognition came from, essentially saving the world. Although he knows that it wasn't just he who did it. It was him and his friends who did it. But just using that to say we'll never be in this situation again where we don't have a group that's ready to, fight the fight that needs to be fought.
Right. So I would say
He really was angry. He was really angry about like having to convince people to save the world. It's like, it's that idea of like, wait, this is gonna happen no matter what, like, like having to go to the council like 4 frickin' times being like, dudettes, y'all's gonna die if you don't do something. Like, we have to, no, did like end of the world. Like, come on.
yeah, this was exactly, yeah.
And your son is a douche.
Yeah, and your son is a douche.
Exactly. So what I will say about this is, first of all, thank you for the subscription, Specchio, and welcome back, man. It's good. I'm glad that you came back for this. It's like, I heard they were doing a follow-up to Tyranny of Dragons. I had to come back. So welcome back, Specchio.
Oh.
So one note that I want to make about this then for Grom's purposes is, Grom, you know that the message has not failed, but there's no response. But you know it's been received.
I know it's been received.
Yeah, it's definitely been received. So I like the idea that you're just standing there and like 5, 5, 10
I'm
minutes,
just in there, just
5
like
feet,
going.
like,
You should have responded by now. What was he doing? Oh, now the spell's failed. The spell's finished. He's not responding. He got it, but he didn't respond. So we're gonna have to go get to the tower. Should we ask Kalismana, see if he wants to join us?
Pleasant enough to see him again.
I'll just message him, see if he'll accept it. We have to make a meeting spot. I was just figuring just on the road here between Baragost and Bowlsgate, probably pretty easy. I don't... Because you brought the wolf pack with you, didn't you? The werewolf pack. Or are they still...
Some of them.
a couple of
Some
them.
of-
Yeah.
Will they be okay? I guess,
With the
I don't know,
dragon.
waiting. Yeah, I don't know if they want to join us.
No, they were just escorting us to the edge of the wood.
Okay. All right, so I'll cast another sending spell. Sending it to Kalismana.
Okay.
And I'll say, let's see. Kalismana need your help regarding remnants of the cult. Can you fly to us? We are on the road to Baldur's Gate from Baragos, Gromnir. That should be 25 think it's just 25.
Okay. And so there's a few seconds pause, and then in your mind you hear the message. This is the only time you come back to me, eh, Grom? All right, I'll be there. It is, even in your mind, it is definitively Kalismana's
And
voice for sure.
Very loud as usual.
Very loud as
very,
usual.
Very positive. Very.
Exactly right. It's definitely Kalismana. And so as you make your way over to the road to wait, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give us about
At least someone's responding.
I'm going to give us like a 5-10 minute break, at which point we will come back. Kalismana will be there. We'll RP that a little bit, have him pick up and go to Ryuvi and deal with that. And then, of course, the fourth member of our fine brigade has not been dealt with yet. But that will be the next person on this crew as we continue with our premiere episode of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, the continuation of the Tyranny of Dragons campaign, Palace of the Red Pasha. If you have enjoyed what you've seen so far, again, please make sure to follow the channel, subscribe to us here as Specchio just did, and thank you all for being here. I am very, very happy that we're back on the train of this campaign. But we will be back to you folks. It's 10:08, so we will be back at about 10:15, so about 7 minutes. And until then, everyone hold tight, talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be back in just a bit. See you in a bit. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the premiere of Palace of the Red Pasha as we head back over, as we are getting the band back together again, and we get a chance to sort of see what that looks like. So, thank you for sticking with us during the break, and let us continue as we left off here. So, the Fifley and Gromnir have just sent a message to Kalismana. For those of you who are not here for this, and those of you who are curious and like, I'd like to know more about this, please see our entire playlist on Horde of the Dragon Queen / Tyranny of Dragons for some of the details of some of these ones. But with that said, it is the case that Kalismana is a copper dragon. And I think I actually have... see if I can find what's there. Rob is there in stealth mode. No, he's coming along here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Just give me 1 second because...
And also, while you're on there, you can look at the Curse of Strahd campaign and Emberwind and Lord of the Rings and etc. 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 There's so much there.
Okay. As you get to the road, so this is probably with the wolves kind of, I don't know whether you're resting at all just in the evening after, because I said it was dusk when you, Fifley, and Grom met up. So it depends on whether you folks want to try to go through the night. With the wolves along with you, you can probably move pretty quickly. I would say there is some motivation to Gromnir's pony to move rather quickly, given the presence of the wolves. But you could get back easily enough to the road, but it will probably take you... Normally that trip from the road there was about maybe a 5 or 6 hour journey, Grom, but with them around, you could probably do it even a little bit faster. All of which is to say, you could be back to the road by, let's say right around midnight-ish, if you wanted of that evening, or you could rest and then do it the next morning. You didn't really specify, so Kalismana was like, I'm on my way, so whatever that means.
Yeah. So we'd have to give him some kind of marker or something so he knows where we are. We'd
Right.
probably have to start a fire.
Dragons are
something
pretty
that
good
can-
at tracking down creatures, in fairness.
Yeah,
as long
even
as you're
at
not trying to
night,
stay in the
so, yeah.
stay out of the open. So, so assuming you're doing that and you're not going to rest immediately, let's put you right around there-ish, and you hear first the sound of and wings, and you see Kalismana. Now, Kalismana, you may remember, although he is an adult dragon, is a relatively young adult dragon. And so, not more than a teenager, but definitely not an ancient dragon. And in fact, you had some discussions with him about listen, these elder dragons, you gotta let them blow off some steam sometimes. Sometimes they get a little bit stuck on themselves and that kind of thing. And so, Kalismana is not what you would call particularly reverent. But of course, his actions have also earned him renown. The dragons themselves, of course, had a interesting relationship. You had to do quite a bit of diplomacy with the dragons. In fact, you may remember there was for me anyway, I think for everybody, a memorable session with the Court of Dragons where you're basically having to talk to them about making up grudges from 100 years ago, plus with various members of the...
I wonder if anyone can still pronounce this word.
Yes, Otarlia Karnos, yeah. And I'm actually rather proud of myself. Anyway...
There was,
It should be noted, metallic dragons.
Metallic dragons, yes. Well, the chromatic dragons have not been very visible as of late. Most of them are in complete rout. A lot of them are killed and have been hunted down by the metal dragons, and so there have been very few chromatic dragon sightings. Too much to hope for that the chromatic dragons would be wiped out entirely, but they have been badly injured, hurt as a group, basically, by this. And although dragons' memories are as long as their lives, meaning that they can hold a grudge with the best of them. So maybe 150 years from now, some future version of INB is going to have to worry about them. But for right now, they have taken a pretty serious beating intriguing. And so you haven't seen many of them. And the metallic dragons have been able, therefore, to work out some of their own things that they had to kind of find. But Kalismana has been still kind of one of the major go-betweens despite this. And Kalismana has earned some renown among his dragon people, but a lot of renown among the people of the Sword Coast. I mean, they basically think of it as, you know, your crew are the honored heroes of the Sword Coast, and then like Kalismana, like there have been even paintings commissioned showing the the 7 of you dramatically posed in different ways. And then a lot of times it's very popular to have like a copper dragon in the background, like flying around and stuff like that. So so the people of Sword Coast are, you know, love Kalismana, and Kalismana himself, who has never had too much of a problem having people like him. He's not exactly narcissistic more than most dragons, but he's always kind of found humanoid races and so forth amusing. So he's always like, you know, this is fine. So he has occasionally done his shape-shifting thing and walked among them and then delighted on occasion at just sort of turning back into a copper dragon in the middle of a crowded square. That has sometimes created more of a reaction than he understands. He's kind of like, what's the problem? Like, I thought this would be fun. And there, you know, people are like, we're a little sensitive to dragons. He's like, but it's me, you know, that type of thing. But in any case, you have stayed in some contact with him. And Kalismana has also grown a little bit over the last year. Dragons are, you know, very long-lived, and so it takes them a long time to grow, but still, you can see that he looks even a little bigger than he did before, and so this decent-sized copper dragon is flying towards you at, you know, top speeds, and you can see both wolves and pony, for a change, forget about each other and kind of look up collectively at this dragon as it approaches. And Kalismana does basically one sort of dive down and then kind of buzzes you. And, you know, the horse, of course, like the pony is deeply freaked out, you know, and like you have to hold on Grom to keep him from running away. Even the wolves are like, you know, bothered by all of this.
Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is for... Fuck.
Exactly. So he like sweeps around, comes back, and then sort of comes to a stop in front of you and... It is about time. I wondered when you were going to be contacting me. Well, it looks like 2 of you have decided to attend there, and this time you've gotten your pack of wolves to join you. Oh, and a snack! And he looks at the pony, and the pony is kind of like nervously looking around, and he says, "That's very kind of you, Grom. I'm glad to hear that you haven't forgotten entirely about giving a gift to friends." And he kind of takes a sort of half step towards the pony, which is attempting to shrink within your armor, Grom, without success.
Yeah, it's been a while. Sorry for not keeping in contact. It's been a very eventful year for a lot of us.
And he kind of nods and he says, "Yes, I've noticed. At least not for you specifically, but for all of you. Dwarves, humans, shapeshifters, begging your pardon, Fifely. I have been watching some of you, and it's been an interesting experience. You have this thing that some of you do. It's mourning. I don't mean that strange, but there's this thing about trauma. A few of you lost someone that you cared about, and so the reaction has been very significant and extreme sometimes. Although," and his voice kind of drops a little bit, and he says, "Having seen that sacrifice myself now, I suppose I understand a little bit more of what it means. It's confusing to me. This loss thing is something which dragons do not spend much time considering. But it really does cause pain, doesn't it?"
We shouldn't probably dwell on it right now.
Well, why have you called me then?
Are you able to... might be easy if you shift into your human form to read this, unless you want to read documents as a dragon.
Documents as a dragon? I can read them either way. You sure you don't want to just tell me? I mean, I can switch back if you wish, but... I've been enjoying being myself for a bit, you know.
Do you want the long or the short version?
And he kind of looks down, he says, long for a dragon is impossible for you, my friend, but do the best you can. You know, the main highlights, as you would say.
All right. So we have documents that say that Severin had a stronghold for the cult in Calumport, and due to how the due to the strain of what's happened after at the Well of the Dragons and all the forces that we lost, they're not willing to expend more to try and deal with this. So they're asking us to look into it.
Do you mean that they're coming back to you again? Haven't you done enough for them? Can't they find someone else to run their errands? My goodness, you'd think there'd be more in the Sword Coast than 4 of you. And speaking of that, wait, 2? Where's everyone else? They're just sending you 2?
Well, that's why I asked you here. Do you think you'd give us a ride to see the others?
I suppose. It depends on where they are.
Well, one's in Zonthal's Tower. The other, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, like, I know his place is in Waterdeep, but I don't know where he lives in Waterdeep or anything like that. I know that's his stomping ground.
That's not a problem. It's not like Waterdeep is a large city. Oh, wait, it's enormous! And he sort of pauses and then, well...
But I can't send a message to him like I did to you and see if he'll respond.
I assume that's Cade in Waterdeep. It's the only one that makes sense.
Yep.
Well, and he kind of sighs. I imagine you can find him easily enough. Perhaps if you just wave around some business and money and a few other things, he might come running. But, well, and he kind of pauses and says, I suppose I could take you to whichever one. Zonthal's Tower, you say. You want to go up and see Ryuvi, do you? I've gone past there a couple of times, buzzed around it, not that anyone's ever noticed. He seems to have a bunch of other, I don't know, other humanoids down there. I saw them once. There was a group of them out in some courtyard, and they were all casting their little fireworks and, I suppose, spells down there. It seemed like they were all having a good time. Or maybe it was a class. I don't know how you teach people.
And there weren't any cultists there, were there? Or anything bad that you saw?
Well, don't take this the wrong way, Grom, but from a distance, cultists and non-cultists all look rather alike. Most of you wear cloaks and hoods.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Are you happy to take us there now while we...
I suppose. You know, I'm more than a glorified taxi, Gromnir, but if you wish, for you, the heroes of Sword Coast, I'd be happy to do that, yes. Of course, you'll have to hold on, and I certainly can't take wolves and a snack. Of course, if I had the snack first, and the pony is like, you know, like now...
Yeah.
Has already tried to sink into your armor and is now like, you know...
Sadly, this is not a available snack at them. Perhaps maybe there's something in Zonthal's Tower you could eat.
I suppose. I do like a delicious pony on occasion. Don't tell me that I can eat dwarf-ridden pony and not know it. A relative of mine said that once. Anyway, and he looks at the rest of them, he says, all right then, you can hop on my back if you wish. The rest of you, get going. And so he he sort of turns around without paying a lot of attention to the pony. And the pony is like kind of pulling at the reins, and the wolves are kind of growling as well. They look to be waiting for instructions.
Yeah, Fifely just kneels down. He's like, "Come here."
The wolves come over.
And then he just says his goodbyes to each of them and sends them on their way.
Okay. As they leave, they growl and they kind of look in the direction of the pony, and they kind of look up at you, hopefully, Fifely. And the wolves are like, and then they
to eat in the wood.
They whine, and then they, but you notice that one of the wolves that's a little bit more, has a little more sass, takes several laps around the pony before heading off and then towards the woods. And that leaves just the pony, Grom, who nuzzles
I'm
up
like
to you.
taking off all my gear that I put in there, everything I thought I may need because it may be a long travel, but don't need it now. And then I'll kind of like kick the horse and tell it to go home. See if it all. Hopefully, it's trained to do that. Cross fingers.
I think the term like a bat out of hell would probably be the sort of way it's described. Is it gallops as fast as its pony legs can take it down the road, and there are no sign of the wolves, which it's unlikely they would.
Don't eat it on the way.
Well, at least not these wolves. I mean, they certainly would not disobey a direct order from Fifley, or Roker would rip them in half. So that they wouldn't do that. But there are other wolves and wolf weirs. But hopefully, the unerring sense of direction will bring your pony back. And then Talismana watches them go and sort of goes, "What I wouldn't give for a moving snack." All right, on you go. On the back then. Time's wasting.
It's been a while. Just trying to get my grip again on the dragon.
And so he gets up he lets you get up onto his back. And then he says, "Very well. It's been pleasant flying over the last year or so. Not many other dragons in the sky, and the ones that I see tend to be of the good variety. But nonetheless, there can be other dangerous things in the air. Make sure you hold on tight. I'll try not to bank too steeply." And he says, "Just make sure you don't change into anything strange. No changing into 500-pound stone golems or anything like that, if you please, Fifley."
No promises.
And he sort of looks back, and his mouth kind of curves into this. "That's what I like to hear. Hup!" And then he jumps up in the air, and there's this big whoosh. And since it has been a year, you may not entirely remember what the experience is of being on the back of a dragon, but it is either not to be missed or not to ever be done, depending on your opinions about overall danger. The speed of a back of a dragon is unparalleled, and the dragon moves at a great clip. What would have taken you literally a week passes in the matter of several hours, basically. And as you fly over the Tradeway and then fly over the Forest of Worms, the Serpent Hills, to the west you can see things like the High Moor. Farther up to the north, we would find the Long Road, the Desserin River, some of the other places that the Mare of Dead Men way to the northwest, where you once met your lizard man friends and so forth. And eventually you see in the distance, probably about maybe 4 or 5 in the morning, you might have had a chance, you might have tried, I don't know if you want to try dozing or not, but you might have been able to. And finally you are woken up by the sound of Talismana's voice saying, "Well, there it is. I hope that Ryuvi has decided to lower his defenses. It would be very annoying to have to break through it. I don't want to have to destroy things." And so he flies unerringly towards it, which allows us to jump back over to you, Ryuvi, because unless you've been standing on the parapet for 5 hours, which is
sitting on the roof, yeah.
Okay, so you've been sitting on the roof in contemplation, and silhouetted against the now sinking moon, you can see this large winged shape flying towards you. And as it gets closer, you begin to see it sort of pop into view, and you can see glinting off of the moonlight, glinting off of its, clearly it's either silvery or coppery, but definitely not red, blue, black, white, any of the dangerous ones.
But I know who it is, basically.
You'd probably get a good guess, yeah. It looks like Talismana, and as they get closer, you can see several figures clinging to its top. And Talismana sort of banks in. Where do you have like a dragon heliport? Like where do you send people that are going to be landing on airships or,
Oh, they can. There's enough at the top for the dragon to come in and drop them off, I think.
Okay. Is there enough room maybe for the dragon to land, or is he just sort of like, all right, good luck, push him off? And
he could certainly try.
Okay. So he heads in, and as was the case elsewhere, like kind of buzzes you over your head slightly and then swoops around looking majestic in the moonlight.
Fire off some, I use my quarterstaff and I just sort of point it up and fire off Magic equivalent, sorcerer equivalent of flares.
I was gonna say, do you do the thing where you're like this?
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, like the back, like this.
I don't have two. I only have one.
You just have the one. You just have the one.
Yeah, it's just sort of like, yeah, you can land here.
And he comes back and then whoosh, settles down these wings. Of course, your cloak is blown back. You know,
Yeah,
the wings.
Millennium Falcon landing on Cloud City is
Yep,
just
pretty much. And he lands, and you see, of course, two very familiar figures. And I've brought you two friends, Ryuvi. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And I come bearing gifts, if you call them that. A certain, I found one here in the forest, I think is where he's from, and the other one seems to spend his time with a nose in books. But for some reason they said they needed to see you. And you see Gromnir and Fifley sliding off the back of Kalismana.
I walk up to Kalismana and I sort of look him right in his face, and as I would, I sort of give him a pat on one of the scaly sides, and I just sort of say, "It's good to see you again, Cal. It has been too long. I hope you have been well, friend. I'm sorry for not keeping in touch, but I had a tower to run."
Do you have a school here now, Ryuvi? I've taken a couple of passes and I've seen you with people. Are you training them?
I would not call it a school. I would call it a team. We are more than a militia and less than an army. But, I would consider us both. I guess you could call us warriors and mages both. I have not yet thought of a good name for us, though. That's actually, I don't say that last part because I know the name, I haven't personally come up with it yet. But yes, we are learning how to bring this tower back in line with the natural world, and also give those with the ability and the will a chance to do something good with this place.
I am glad. It could not be in the hands of anyone better, I think. And frankly, since I seem to enjoy spending more time with humans and other humanoid races these days than my own people, I imagine I might spend some time. Maybe I'll see if I can sneak in one day, find out what it's like to, what do you all call it? Auditing, perhaps? Learn from the best? I think it would be interesting to see what a former wild mage, now warrior mage would be like. I'm fascinated to hear more, but I don't really have time at the moment. Despite what Grom thinks, I'm not really a taxi service, but I'll make my way back when I can. In the meantime, I don't have all of them, just these two. But anyway, even a smaller group of you, I think, could do quite a bit. I've heard that there are problems, so I won't keep any of you. If you need me again, well, you know where to find me. But I may be out of touch for some time. I've got to head north for a while. There's some things I need to attend to up there. See if you can keep the Sword Coast from getting blown up for a couple of weeks without me, the three of you.
You will always be welcome here, Cal. Just remember, we elves, even us drow, do live quite a long time, but...
Oh, yes.
Not quite as long as you dragons, so... If you do plan on coming back, don't take too long. At least not in dragon years. For none of us will be here, perhaps not even this tower.
Oh, yes. It would be important to me to make sure that we have some contact before your inevitable end. And then he pauses and says, which will probably be a very long time from now, at least from your counting, I have no doubt. All right, take care of these people. Don't let them fall off the tower. And he says, Fifley, Gromnir, always a pleasure. Make sure that you take care of each other. And I will be on the watch, of course.
And Fifley just kind of holds up his hand, and the tips of his fingers just extend into claws, and he just reaches up and scratches along the underside of Kalismana's like, thank you very much for the trip.
That was worth it. I've been trying to get that spot for at least 5 years. Thank you. That was worth it, Fifley. I wonder, and then he pauses and says, no, I imagine a long-time career of scratching dragons' backs would probably not appeal to you. Nonetheless, thank you anyway, and Gromnir, I hope you find the knowledge that you seek as always, my friend.
You too.
and he sort of turns and then leaps off the tower, and he like swoops down out of sight, and you all sort of like look over, and then he like flies straight up, you know, and I love it, that one. That's one of my favorites. And then he flies away, irrepressible as always. By the way, Ryuvi, as you're about to talk to them, two sort of out of breath of your acolyte / team members, whatever, arrive, and is like, Ryuvi, there was a dragon, and
Did you?
and then they see that flying away, and they're like, they stop and just stare at you.
Thank you for the information. You got it here right in time to see it fly away. Is there anything useful that you have to tell me?
Are you all right, sir?
Do I look like I am not all right?
And they sort of look at each other. Yes, right, no.
Inform the tower guards that they can stand down from their alert. And please inform the kitchen that I have guests who will probably require some kind of sustenance that, well, let's just say, let them go all out tonight.
We will do so. Yes, at once. And they turn, and you hear one of them yelling down, "Stand down from the magical catapult!" And you hear this kind of brrrr, like whatever they were like winding up, they're winding back down as they stand down, and you were left alone with Grom and Fifley.
I had the feeling you would come in that way, but even that I cannot prepare everybody for. Most people do not expect someone to come riding in on a gigantic dragon. Even the stories don't say such things. But regardless, that is not why you are here. And he sort of turns to Fifley, knowing full well that this is going to be Gromnir's story to tell, but wants to see what Fifley has to say about all of this. My friend, I did not think I would see you again anytime soon. What did this one tell you to bring you here like this?
Short, it's not over.
It? Which it are we referring to?
I don't know what single thing could each of us have in common.
Gromnir? And he just kind of looks at him.
Yeah, I'm just looking back and going, why didn't you reply to my messages?
Gromnir. Look around. I have duties to attend to.
Take you 5 seconds to, reply to a message. It's not that hard. It's a magical book as well. You can easily write in it.
To be completely honest with you, Gromnir, I did have some idea of all of this going on. I do have ears in many places now because of the people I keep, the company I keep in this tower. But I will allow you to fully expound on the it that we all share.
All right, and I'll open up the scroll case, and hand it over to him. Let him read it. Give him some time to read it.
What does the scroll say? Essentially.
Oh,
so
cool. Yeah, you tell me.
Do you want to do description, or do you want me to do the description?
It's up to you. I mean, what I will say is, so basically it's up to you. But I won't.
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
So, what basically the scrolls demonstrate, Ryuvi, this is a list of, first of all, documents that are clearly orders and various instructions that appear to have been sent by Severin from several years ago. These aren't new orders, but they are orders that he had sent to various people in terms of send these things here and go from this place to this place and move this supply from here to here, that kind of thing. But the documents that are particularly notable is that he had a base, Severin did, in his home city of Kalimport, which is to the south here. And one of the things that's really important about that is that apparently, according to these documents, he intended to be, after Tiamat's return, the Dragon Queen's human agent from there. Because the assumption was that Tiamat was going to ravage the north, Sword Coast, so Waterdeep, Neverwinter, those places, Baldur's Gate, and was going to kind of leave, Kalimsport alone. Whether that's true, because, the classic don't bring back the evil god and be surprised when they are also evil to you, but whatever, cultists don't think rationally always. And so that was his plan. And so what that reveals that it also shows that he had a stronghold, which was a dungeon beneath the palace of the Red Pasha, which is a powerful leader in the city. According to the notes, the Red Pasha doesn't himself seem to be an ally of the cult, although, information can be misguided. But at the very least is kind of a devil may care, I'm larger than life figure and everything will be fine. And while he's dealing with that, apparently many of the famously intrigue-filled court of Kalimsport and elsewhere have been doing things like, for example, setting up a cell that would eventually serve as an academy for cult teachings. And so a lot of the cultists serving at the Well of Dragons, according to these documents, got their start in Kalimsport. And it suggests that even now, that cell still exists and may or may not be plotting to do something in the future. And the sort of access to this place is found below the Pasha's palace itself. So below the Pasha's palace is this dungeon/stronghold that is accessed by some grand staircase within the palace. And that is obviously, according to these documents, a grave threat, because if they're occupied doing other things, they might have a hard time if the Cult of the Dragon does something like, say, get revenge for the loss of their epic plan that all of you had something to do with. The last thing I'll say is that you certainly know of Kalimsport and something of its reputation as being a dangerous, exotic city. It is an enormous city, larger than any of the cities in the Northern Sword Coast, and it is also considerably older than them. There are alliances built upon alliances built upon alliances that go back several hundred years. And it is often known as the City of Intrigues. So it's one of those, watch your back if you go there. And it also, of course, has a very large magical reputation as well. You know about that too.
So according to these documents, though we severed the head, the body of the serpent still writhes.
Well, probably best to say that we don't want any of the heads to reappear at all. If there's a chance of one regenerating, we can't let that happen.
And so you want us to go to the city and find Severin?
Severin.
Find Severin and whoever he's partnered with, and bring the rest of this cell down before they cause any more trouble.
Yes.
These documents seem years old. Why is this only coming to light now?
I don't know. There was a lot of information to sift through, and getting it from both the Well of Dragons, Parnast, various other locations, having to collect it all together safely without the cultists stopping any couriers.
Hey, Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah?
Has anyone of my tower or anyone of my order that I've been running here been able to, so we knew that Severin survived.
No, Severin didn't survive.
Oh, he didn't. Oh,
No.
right, no, he didn't survive.
No.
No, we killed, I remember we killed him.
At least you hope he didn't.
Yeah.
Makes
But,
note, Severin returns. No, yeah.
Look, hey, after Strahd, anything's possible. No.
Yeah.
Did I would have imagined that by doing this, I would have had some people of my order track any remaining cultists, at least if any of them came up for air.
But yeah, definitely I would imagine a few of your recruits / students, whatever you want to call them, probably were involved.
I would not refer to any of them as students.
Okay.
I would refer to them as acolytes or as members or initiates or members of the order, but they're not, it's not teaching in that respect.
I got you.
they're all warriors in some respect, or sorcerers of note, but they're just aligning themselves to this particular
Gotcha.
group.
So acolytes, then, let us say, there would be several of those who would have gone with a lot of the members of the Harpers, the Lord's Alliance, the Emerald Enclave. Like there were a lot of these groups that basically did a lot of whack-a-mole over the last year.
Yeah.
Trying to put out basically different little cult appearances of what was left. So yes, I want to make a real world example of this, and I'm doing it advisedly. Anyone who has seen the film Munich and knows to which that refers. The Lord's Alliance was deadly serious about, we're not just gonna be like, okay, so we took care of that. Like, they have been hardcore trying to go after these other groups that are left, which is why, and you probably know this even more than Grom did initially, Ryuvi, you already know that a lot of these groups, especially the Harpers that you had some contact with, were stretched very thin, because they've been trying to no one knew how widespread it was, and how far into councils they could have gone and whatever. So yeah, there's been a lot of that. You don't, however, think you know anyone about going as far south as Kalimport. You certainly don't have any.
I'm hearing Kalimport, right?
Yeah, Kalimport. I mean, as I say, you've heard of it before, but you've never been yourself, and it's pretty far south for
the Red Pasha being. I mean, the Red Pasha being there, and the ex followers of Severin and Tiamat going there to sort of try and not become insignificant, or
nervous version, reconstitute.
Yeah, reconstitute. But I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, if I were really tracking members of what was left of the cult, I would have at least had some idea of them going to Kalimdor, but not why. I didn't know.
Yes, that's fair to say. And you would have lost connection with them in Kalimport, because Kalimport is.
There was also a lot of talk about how they're getting so much funding to be able to support all this, because I remember they had hundreds and hundreds of mercenaries and stuff, and no one knew where that money came from.
And Kalimport is enormously rich.
Supply lines. We cut off their supply line, and we also basically took their gold, because that was what Tiamat was sitting on.
Yep. You did that. Now, one thing I do want to mention very quickly. Now, again, this is what their intelligence, the Lord's Alliance, that you're reading in this document, says, that they don't think that the Red Pasha is directly involved, but they can't know for sure. The one thing that is known is that the Red Pasha certainly has magical power, and Kalimport in general is just chock full of it. So, and it's ancient, way older, even than, by Elvish terms, it may not be older, but it's older than you, Ryuvi, for sure. So
where is this where's
let me show you. Kalimport is,
sorry, I keep getting names and places and things wrong. It's very hard for me to keep track of
no
it
problem. Kalimport is the capital of Kalimshan, and it is south here. So if you take a look, you can see, so up here is Candlekeep. You're actually, basically,
so you're off the map.
You're off the map. You're basically up here somewhere, basically, right? And
We're up here.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're showing on the Southern Sword Coast map, though. But yes, up there, and they're all the way down here. Thank you. That's actually a very good physical shot. Thank you. It's a goddamn long way.
It's really far.
Yeah.
Consider that greenest, where we kind of started all this stuff, is right here.
Is there?
Kalimport is 500 miles south of that.
It's further away from Netherwinter than greenest. It's really far away.
Also, if you want a modern day, let me say 19th century equivalent, Istanbul.
Not Constantinople?
Or Constantinople, which was once Constantinople, yes. I don't know. I think 19th century, it was still... Does it become Istanbul in the 20th century? I guess it does. Because the Constantinople...
I think it did.
Business, but the Turks are.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I was thinking about that. But that city. And it is an extraordinary city. If any of you want to know more and you haven't played Assassin's Creed Revelations, no, just kidding. It's an extraordinary city. I'm joking. Please don't get your history from AC. But no, it is an incredible city filled with, and this is very much what Kalimport is modeled after.
And we just had a 4.5 earthquake across the bay from me.
Oh my God, you felt it there?
No.
Okay.
No, just a friend of mine who's over there was like, "We 4.5." I'm like, I don't feel anything.
I wait if you like across the bay. You're like, so a tsunami. You know, like a second like the bay.
Every time I've been in California, and granted I haven't been there that many times, there's been an earthquake, and I have never actually felt an earthquake when I have been there. And the people are like, my God, there was an earthquake. It's like half the time I sleep through them. Anyway, so all right. So after reading this information,
1930. Thanks, Shadow. It was changed. Sorry, go on, Ron.
It's okay. I hand it back to Gromnir, and I look at him, and I say, this information is very intriguing, particularly because members of my order here, who I have been keeping on a very close leash with regards to members of the cult, almost in all cases, for some reason or another, they have lost track of them at Calimport. But that particular city has played a big role in whatever is going on next, especially with what's left of them. I did not presume the Red Pasha to be involved in any way, and also we cannot get close enough to them to find out, and they would not like us asking anyway. However, this does bring up a very interesting problem. We must find a way to find out what the cult members are doing there in Calimport without raising too much suspicion or ruffling too many feathers.
That's exactly what Fifely said. Except adding we need to look different because we're quite well recognized now on the Sword Coast.
Well, I might be able to assist with that. Remember, we are not a fully frontal attacking force, nor are we stealthy and in the shadows. We're somewhere in between. We operate both in the light and the dark. However, we do have some magic spells that might be able to assist with that. We could also probably use the stealthy techniques of one member of this party that's currently missing. And considering you came to me first, it is most likely that you do not know where that particular member of this party is yet, do you?
Honestly, my only guess is Neverwinter, but... Oh, sorry, not Neverwinter, Waterdeep, but I haven't messaged him yet to see if he's going to respond.
You make a
and after I messaged you, he didn't respond, so I don't know. Have you spoken to him at all?
For the record, once again, I did receive all of your messages. I just did not have time to respond, and I do apologize for that. But again, you have to understand, we're looking through a glass that reflects the light 1,000 different ways. Like the eyes of a fly, 1,000,000 different images from all over the Sword Coast, and we only have so many members. I'm trying to grow our ranks, but even with that, the 50, 60 some odd members that I have, we can only be so many places at one time. And the acolytes, initiates, and even veteran mages and soldiers here in the tower, they at least look to me to understand why they are doing the things they are doing, even if they are not always ready to ask why.
I was always available to help. You could have just asked anytime. I would have come here to help you with anything.
It is not so simple, Gromnir. I do appreciate what you're trying to say. But there is something to an allegiance to an order, to a group of people working in one particular time and place. And this is that time and place. And it is my responsibility, especially to these people here. They look to me to try to guide them to do the right thing, and do the just thing, and do the necessary thing. And it was a great responsibility when I took it on. But after fighting Tiamat, I made a promise to myself, and to the people around this tower, that I would not let the differences between us push us away from the thing that we must do, which is keep our homes safe. It was a terrible and painful situation that we put ourselves through time and time again, begging people to help us, crying out that they had to do something. These people here want to do something. They want to do something together to try to make a difference. And it is worth the time and effort to do so, even if it may put those that I care about out of arm's reach. But do not think for a second that our friendship has ever been in question. It is just, how many times do you get to save the world before things don't work out in your favor? Somebody has to try to hold back the inevitable. I am doing my part as much as I can. With that said, you are correct. Cade is in Waterdeep, but they are for his own reasons. And while I know he is there still, I did not think it was my place to try to find out why, or for what reason. And I cannot give you a recommendation one way or the other whether it is good or bad to see him right now. His help would be appreciated, and you will have mine as much as I can, and those of the people in this tower. Though some have responsibilities that I cannot pull them off of. As for Cade, I would recommend trying to contact him first, but as I said, I have tried to leave him be. He is a complicated individual, and he has his own reasons for whatever it is he does. I can only suggest that if you do need him, you should go and then bring him back here, so that in the meantime, I can continue to track the members of the cult that are still going to and from Kalimport, and perhaps learn more while you try to find out if Cade is available or not.
Are you sure you don't want to join us?
Oh, I will join you. But I will join you when Cade is with you.
Alright, well now the next part of the thing is how the hell we're going to get there from here. Trying to get the quickest...
I do have a tower filled with mages. Somebody must have a teleport spell in here.
I'd say that's a reasonable assumption.
So, there's probably, I mean, I'm sort of skirting the edges of the rules here because I personally don't have a spell to do it, but
No, I don't have a problem with that. You are in the area of leveling where you have essentially fortresses, and that's what we're talking about right here. And so I don't have a problem with you having a teleport to be able to get to a place like Waterdeep.
okay. So with that knowledge in mind, I sort of look at Gromnir with this sort of coy smirk that maybe before our encounter with Tiamat he wouldn't have shown, but since becoming, I guess, more of a figure who needs to deal with other people on a regular basis, his charisma, well, actually he has high charisma, doesn't he? So I guess he kind of, he's sort of come out of his shell a little bit. Not, I wouldn't say drastically, but
Okay.
he sort of smirks and looks at Gromnir and says, Gromnir, we have a tower filled with magic users. We will get you to Waterdeep. And if we're lucky, possibly intact too. And he sort of summons him to come down to the lower parts of the tower and takes him. He basically pulls aside some of the members of the order that are best with teleportation spells and kind of says, and actually before that he says, however, you guys, both of you have traveled quite a long way. Would you possibly like to rest or eat first? I know there are dangers, but even seasoned warriors such as you two could probably benefit from a rest and a bite to eat.
You're beginning to see, by the way, a bit of the lightning on the horizon since it's like 4:15 or almost 4:30 in the morning. It's the classic. Let's go to a diner and hang out. That type of thing.
What do you think, Father? It's probably a good idea, I think. Unless you were think we should find Cade right now.
Don't worry. Once we are done eating and catching up for old time's sake, my mages with the ability to teleport you will teleport you to Waterdeep straight away. After that, well, Cade will be found when he wants you to find him. And I imagine he will know you are there pretty soon. What say you, Fifely?
You mentioned food some time ago, so I'm still waiting.
Follow me, friends. And I take them down and get some food.
All right.
Quick question for Ryuvi. Is there any sort of changes visually for your attire and all that?
Yeah.
Or would it be the same as before?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
How much of a time difference has it been?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. I don't think that in a year and a half, even running this organization, he would have gotten nearly as badly beat up as he did when he was in the fight with Tiamat. However, he is showing. I'm trying to remember how badly. I mean, I lost like more than half my health when I was
fully down at the end of the fight.
No, I know. So I'm a little more weathered. So at this point I'm 207 years old, which I don't actually really. Is that about middle age for a drow?
No, I think drow probably live longer.
That'd probably be like the 30s, maybe.
That's
like
what I'm thinking. Early
right.
30s.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's definitely a little bit more. I would say.
I take that back, actually. Sorry, I take that back. It actually says rare for any individual to live longer than 400 years, although that's because it's in their violent society. It is rare for any individual to live longer than 400 years. So outside of that, I don't know, you could probably go to 450 or something like that. So
yeah. So I guess in like a year and a half, I think the changes are more mental for him than, I think the Tiamat fight, the Tiamat experience and fighting the cult sort of brought out the leadership role in him in a way that he didn't expect, that maybe it shows a little bit more. Like I said, he's a little bit more confident, a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more controlled than he used to be. He's not as chaotic or as wild as he once was. And I think a lot of that is because he has something grounding him now. But he definitely looks like he's, been through hell from that fight that we went through, but healing,
Did you make any other, just quickly, we won't dwell on this, but did you make any changes in the inside of Zonthal's tower in terms of like repurposing of different things? You may remember that like there are places like the passageway that leads to space that people fall off of, and like stuff like that. And there was like there was a genie down there, and like they're just things like that. So I was curious if you made any adjustments. And by the way, in a year and a half, despite your power, Zonthal was an incredibly powerful mage, so you wouldn't have been able to just flip a switch, but you could probably make some adjustments to it.
No, I think we've tried to remove as much of his like, I'm assuming I might get some of the terminology wrong here, but like sort of whatever dark hexes, magic, or whatever really nasty wards might have been around the tower, and try to replace them with things that are more of a protective nature and a more positive magical bent. Protection.
I assume because Zonthal was by himself in that tower, so it's more like something that more people can live in.
And also, I mean, we've tried to reconnect with the town, knowing that they can come to us if they have issues or if they have problems, or we're not ruling them or anything, but we are as much a part of the neighboring area as we are a part of the Sword Coast. So it's both of those things. And also, like I said, this is something I got to think up for next time, and I'll have this stuff figured out, but like an order name and a sort of a what's the word I'm looking for? not a chevron, but like a coat of arms or something, and having stuff in the tower that sort of reflects our sort of mage slash warrior kind of crossover, and whatever the new name of this organization is that I'm running inside the tower.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of it's still a tower, but like changing what we can. Think Dragon Age Inquisition. Like we're updating the keep. We're rebuilding the keep. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay. So I would say that you can enjoy a hearty meal. After which point,
Reconstituted hardtack.
reconstituted hardtack. After which point,
Yeah.
after which point, you can then, when you're ready, you can then set off to the west. And what I'm curious about is, say again. Oh yeah, teleporting. That's right. Just very quickly, Ryuvi. So do I understand this correctly? You're staying and they're going. So
I'm staying, yes.
Okay. All right. Then they're going to come back to you, presumably.
Correct.
Okay. So you're going to teleport.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get some more information
Okay.
from the people who are tracking the cult.
Okay.
I have people who are constantly on that from the tower.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
And also we probably have information there's probably some books or information left in the tower from when is it
Severin?
Zonthal.
Oh, Zonthal. Yeah.
Zonthal was
Sure.
Some cult information that we might be able to pull from.
Yeah. Although Zonthal really predates the cult, though. Zonthal was not really like, although he certainly could talk about cults in general, but
Right.
Zonthal wasn't necessarily contemporary. I mean, although obviously would be contemporary to Tiamat and would have known about the existence of Tiamat, but
Might give us a clue into what they're planning.
Yep. So, okay, assuming that is the case, then when you are ready, the two of you, I guess, Fifley and Gromnir, can set off to be teleported to Waterdeep. And what I'm going to do is, as you are preparing to teleport, I want to jump us over to Waterdeep. And Cade, I would like it if you could let us know what has been going on. Where would the camera zoom in, let's say, on Cade as we come to the mysterious halfling rogue, arcane trickster?
The scene would fade in where, and we'll just leave it a bit of mystery, where Kate is apparently giving some sort of orders or assignments to a group of very roguish looking men and women of various races, all kinds. They receive their orders, and he's dressed fairly normally, a lot like he was maybe 18 months ago. And each one receives their assignment. They head out. It's an average room, nothing really special about it. Around an average wooden table and chairs. He takes care of business, and then a little kid street runner comes in and whispers something to him, and he says, "Really, the gang is getting back together. Well, I imagine they'll be knocking on my door any day now. All right, you know the drill." And that's it.
Okay. Then what I would say is when Fifley and Gromnir appear, and the teleportation, I assume, do you send them?
A mage would come with us.
Right in the middle of the
So
city.
tell-
Okay.
He'd cast teleport
Right in the
to-
Lord's Council. Hey.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, yo, guys.
We teleport them to an area outside of the town so that they don't like pop up.
You're no fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Not-
you appear, and I would say that actually, although I will point out that at some point you'll all need to rest, but you appear more or less than in the early morning before we have stuff happening. What's up, Koala? You appear just before the real sort of bustle of the day in the City of Splendors happens. Somewhere in the, roughly speaking, in the middle of the city, or between the Merchant's Quarter and elsewhere. And the question is, how do you want to track down? How do you want to track down your erstwhile companion, Cade?
message spell. I mean, like, there's no other way to really. None of us really know much about Cade, surprisingly. The only thing I can do is just cast sending and see if he responds.
Okay, what's the message?
So I'll message and. Oh, I've already got it there.
Lol, here, water deep. Hit up OG. Breadsticks. 10 o'clock.
So I'll say, Cade, it's Grom and Firefly. We need to talk in water deep. Where to meet?
Okay, and Cade, you definitely received
all
it.
you can eat Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Here in-
Answer comes back immediately. Hello, Gromnir. You will be contacted. That's it.
Okay.
So Firefly sees Gromnir smile and says, "Someone replied."
You hear da 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 da.
Using the iPhone, it's like it works.
I think that's the first party member that's actually replied to my sending spell.
Okay.
He said to wait until someone will contact us. So I guess we just wait right here.
So where exactly are you? You said
We're just in the middle of Waterdeep, like it's some junction in like a main area.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say near kind of the merchants.
I'm trying to remember the name of
where-
that tavern that we went to in Waterdeep, but I can't
Waterdeep,
remember.
yeah.
Yawning portal.
Was it the yawning portal?
Might have been
Everything
that.
happens to the yawning
Yeah, it might have been.
Everything.
Yeah.
It probably was the yawning portal. So you could definitely meet there. I mean, that's a landmark that everybody knows.
So we'd probably head that way, I guess, just to somewhere until someone contacts us.
Okay. And Cade, what about your people? When do they, or
Oh,
method of communication?
They're tracking these two since they look fairly normal and haven't tried to disguise themselves pretty much since they arrived, since I have people all over the city. Let's see, I'll assign my best one to it. So you're heading to the Yawning Portal, huh? It's actually a little public for what I prefer to do because it's more of a tourist trap than anything, to be quite honest. But it'll do, I suppose. So yeah, they're being watched, and they have been since they arrived. And I'll wait for them to get over there. And I assume they'll find a table and get a drink and blah, 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 blah. The usual. And then once these two are settled, after like 5 or 10 minutes, a little girl, obviously a street kid, street runner, red hair, short cut, smudged face, thin, kind of meanders by as if she's looking either for something to steal or maybe gonna beg or busk or something, and then pops by her, pauses at your table and says, "You two seek the Master of Shadows?"
Yes.
She takes a small cloth wrapped bundle, like, well, it's not actually all that small, and pushes it across the table to you, Gromnir. Be at the Thirsty Mermaid in 1 hour. Just yourselves. And she skips off.
Do you know where Thirsty Mermaid is?
You can find directions.
Yeah,
to it
yeah,
fairly
I know,
simply.
I
It's
know.
not
Yeah,
that
that's
hard.
not what I thought I would hear today, but I am so glad that I heard it.
No, not the drunk merman. It was the thirsty mermaid. God.
Yeah, it's down the road
Just
to the right.
get it right. It's
That's
the-
the
Yes.
thing.
Far away from the water as it could possibly be. How could you not figure that out?
We know this. to
practically
be
in water shallow, for the love of God. Come on.
Mermaids are always thirsty. Moving on.
Dang. I see what you did there.
So we head towards the Thirsty Mermaid.
Okay. I would say
You're
after
opening the bundle?
Oh, sure. Open the bundle too.
Good.
Inside is a familiar object. It is the black dragon claw that Cade took off of the trophy black dragon that you all killed. It's very familiar. It's been buffed to a high sheen. Looks really good. Looks really good.
I'll just pocket that for now.
Okay. So the Thirsty Mermaid is actually a tavern, but much rougher tavern than the Yawning Portal, on kind of the edge of one of the seedier, water-deep areas of town. Nothing you two can't handle, obviously, but not somewhere you'd really go to seek out if you had a choice. Let's put it that way. So
yeah, we'll head in, go up to the barkeep and just kind of sit down and wait, see what happens.
okay.
If the barkeep,
I don't know. Applebee's is too good for that hour.
I was trying to think of, I was like, California Pizza Kitchen? No, like it's got to be something. Which ones are even? Pizzeria Uno's bankrupt. It can't be that. Like
it's McDonald's to Yawning Portal's Chili's.
McDonald's. It's
Sizzler.
like a rough
Sizzler.
McDonald's. It's like a
Sizzler.
It's like White Castle to Sizzler.
There you go.
It's
Yes.
like not even Outback, right? It's. Hey, welcome, former person known as Coven Guy, now Coven of Lunara. Welcome back, Coven. Thank God you kept Coven, or I would have had a welcome back, Coven. Good to see you, man.
I may have went forward with my rebrand. This time it actually takes a lot longer. You're sitting there for like an hour. Okay. After a while, another dwarf comes and sits on a chair, like a seat down. Vifely doesn't seem to pay any attention to you at first. And after a while, he glances over. Drinks the execrable brew of the house. And it truly is. If you actually got it, it truly is terrible. And grunts, you got something for me?
Fifely, who's just kind of sitting there, not really drinking anything, glances finally over to the dwarf. Is like, no.
Maybe ask your friend if you want to see the Master of Shadows. He better have something for me.
And he tilts his head over towards Rum. Like, would you like to trade seats?
just give him this and I'll hand him the Black Dragon Claw. What is Cade been doing? What is all this? Can't he just meet us here? Or...
Yes.
It makes it disappear. It gets up from his stool and starts walking out the back.
Let me guess, we have to follow him.
I have no idea.
Let's just follow him.
Turns back at the door and keeps moving. Goes down a dark, refuse-choked alley.
John, why you gotta always one-up me? What is the...
Dude, you haven't seen anything yet. Just hang on. Mr. Wizard's Tower? I don't have a Wizard's Tower. I had to scrap for everything I got. I got handed a Wizard's Tower. Ooh, la-di-da.
Tower.
Yes, we were handed the Wizard's Tower, yes. Yes, John.
After we killed everybody in it, yeah.
Handed.
Oh, okay. Slaughtered everyone and seized the Wizard's
Except
Tower.
for
How
the
about
genie.
that?
We didn't
Exactly.
kill the genie.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And there were at least 2 other elementals still alive in there when we left.
Oh, I'm sure there were no problem for Ruby. Anyway, so heads down the alley into a nondescript, looks like the back of a shop. Down underneath, so you're now heading underneath into what you think are the sewers. Takes you on a really roundabout, good half-hour journey past switchbacks and intersections all over the place. You can try to keep track of it, but good luck. And finally, you come up another set of stairs into another room. And this room is lushly appointed. You know, plush rugs on the floor, silks on the walls, and in the middle of it, on a dais that is gorgeous, dark redwood, in a throne that looks like it's absolutely freaking solid gold, is Cade. He's sitting there slouched with one leg over the chair arm. Ah, Gromnir Grumblehammer. And Fifely. Wow, I didn't think you'd ever come back to the city. Where's Ryobi? Why isn't he here?
He's back at the tower. We've got someone who's gonna take us there once we grab you, if you're interested, of course.
You also
Take
don't
us-
see Fifely there, by the way.
Don't see Fifely there? Oh,
Oh, I'm like,
okay.
I looked around. I'm like, oh,
All right, then I did not say that. Although,
Make a perception check, both of you, please.
Yes, I still have my lovely -1 to my perception. Permanent -1.
Well, according to the map, you're still way over there at the tower. So
exactly.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
perceive. Okay. All right.
I got 15, no?
what the hell? The hell was that? Hold on a second. What the shit? Oh, there we go.
Oh, God. Oh, we're back. We're back, guys. We're back.
32.
Can
Not just
you
that,
just go to black dice
natural
again?
20.
So we,
Wow.
It was just a natural 20. And
Natural 20 plus. Okay.
No more black dice.
So,
by the way,
yeah.
hold on, Greg. Actually, just a second.
No.
Let me add some things. 45.
111.
You hear the moving of an elder god 500 feet below you.
Okay, just
I can
Just letting you
inspire
know.
if needed. Not needed, Echo. Definitively not needed.
yeah.
Oh, which
No,
reminds
he's
me
not.
of it.
No, he's not.
he'll roll
Um,
another 20 if you give him
He's not.
inspiration. Just don't,
You
please.
see
don't.
on. Go ahead, Go ahead, Trim. What?
I was going to say, does my inspiration from the last campaign still? No.
No. You see on the right shoulder. You don't see this, Grom, but you definitely do, Cade. You see on the right shoulder a teeny spider on Gromnir's shoulder.
Okay.
So I just go like, oh,
Waves an arm, waves a leg at you.
maybe he got distracted and left him in the sewer. Can you ask your dwarf friend to go pick him up?
Fifely has been inspired by a Rudinel, by the way. Just so you know.
And Cade shakes his head. You're perceptive as always, Gromnir. It's what I love about you. He's here. Don't worry. He's around. You're fine. Hi, Fifely. You picked up a few new. Wait, you did a spider before, right, Trent? Yeah. Okay. I look forward to seeing what else you can do, Fifely. It's been a while. So obviously you have business, although I can't see what would possibly make you think I would leave the lap of luxury I find myself in here, but
Was this
you
always
know-
your home here?
Waterdeep? No. No. Well, okay. That's not entirely true. The streets were my home. Gromnir, you know that. I'm a child of the.
I
the
assumed
city.
you may at least have had some kind of abode somewhere, but
I've come up in the world as you see. Yes. By the way, something to drink, something to eat. I mean, I don't know if you flew in or teleported or ran or I don't know how you get around now.
I'm good.
All right.
That drink from
Fifely,
that
a-
tavern was terrible.
Well, yeah, but networks exist for a reason. Fifely, you want to fly or something? You know. Anyway, Gromnir, so, well, I don't have anywhere for you to sit. I usually don't keep like long conversations here. So why don't you give me the pitch, and I'll see if I can be torn away from my cushy life here.
Are you a thief or a Hollywood producer?
He's Bilbo Conan.
Why
Like he's
not
got the thing up
both?
on this stuff. He's just like, by Crom, I am bored with this. Like,
I'm a very busy man. I've got like four films. And
Look, I got schedules here.
little prophets that an idle king, you know.
let's see if
Strokes the golden arm of his throne. You
Yeah.
know, so.
And I'll unpack the documents and hand them over to Ching.
The thing I forgot to tell you, I'm sorry. There is there's a fan hovering in the air, like waving, as in fanning him, by the way. That's the other thing. So the dwarf takes the message from you, if you don't mind, and brings it over to Kate, who takes them and starts reading. He's like, oh, wow. He's reading very quickly. Like, well, this doesn't sound pleasant. If it is what I think it is.
One quick note, Cade. Because you still have contacts with the Harpers, you would have gotten a little bit of this information, but not all the details, and especially not the detail about there being a dungeon or like whatever this like facility is below the palace of the Red Pasha. You've heard a little bit about the Red Pasha, but it's as much legend as reality. But what you understand is that it's like twice the size of Waterdeep, Kalimport. It is it is enormous, and
In the past 6 months, I've
Yeah.
tried to get contacts down there, but it's been difficult. Let's put it that way. So I have sent scouts down to check it out. Some have returned, some have not. At some point, I was probably going to have to head down there and have a discussion with certain people, but since this fell into my lap, it might be a good cover for me to execute other things while I'm there. Okay. So we're getting the gang back together. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Well, as many as we can. I don't know where the bard went. He went on a ship somewhere, and he did say he was leaving the Sword Coast on his airship. And
Oh,
don't-
yes, him. Right. Well,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, other than his ship, which was useful, to say the least.
Yeah, that would have been very useful, but we don't have that.
So we're going to have to hoof it? What? Oh, my God. Let me see if I can work something out. Yeah, I'm in. Absolutely. And he claps his hands, and everything in the middle of the room disappears. The throne, him, the dais, everything. Everything else stays, the rugs and all that. It's all good. And next to you, the dwarf who was leading you through this back alley thing is actually Kate. Oh, thank God you've come. It has been so boring here. Oh, Jesus. Are we leaving now? When are we going? Can we go? Can we go now? Can we leave now?
Well, we're gonna go back to the tower first and speak.
Well, actually, that's kind of cool. All right, good. I'm ready. Let's go. He is dressed in like actually very fine clothing, no armor. He still has the ring of protection that he got in the Dragon campaign. But otherwise, looks pretty much the same. Not too much different about
Well,
it.
you have the Vorpal sword, the Drow sword. You've got
Yep.
you've
Oh,
got
yeah.
like a list of magical items, if I remember correctly.
A couple swords, a couple these, a couple that's. Yep. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Claps you on the shoulder. Careful not to hit Fifely, who's actually like the only 100 hit point spider I could ever think of.
Oh, no,
So,
he's
yeah.
not a 100 hit point spider.
Oh no, that mini spider is very, very low.
Maybe 2 hit points at best.
Well, he still avoids you, so it's all good. Well, let's get the flock out of here, man. I could use a break from the city, I tell you. I was thinking about heading south myself anyway, so this is kind of good timing. You know?
That was.
What, you think you have to twist my arm? Of course I'll come back and get the gang back together. It'd be good to see what you guys have been up to.
No, nothing. Let's go. Very confused right now.
So when you are brought out of, and I don't know how you want to lead them, Cade, but when you're brought out of the sewers, and Fively, are you staying in spider form as this is going on or not? Okay. So when you are brought out of the sewers, where are you bringing them to specifically, Cade, outside of this? Like, where in the
now
city?
I'll bring them in this other building, which is actually in a very, very posh part of town.
Okay.
Very nice, like on the edge of nobility.
Okay.
And you walk through a very nice home and yada, 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 and he's kind of yammering on about what's going on in the
So
city.
this
that,
is
and the
your
other.
home.
Oh, God, no. I have, I don't know, a dozen places in Waterdeep. I never stay in one more than one night at a time. This is nice, though, right? This is pretty posh. It's not bad. Not bad. But no, this is not where I stay every so often. You know, I have to move around. You know, look, as head of the Thieves Guild in Waterdeep, you tend to amass a few enemies here and there. You know, so it's good to keep moving, which is what we should probably do. But come on. If you want to stay here overnight before we head back,
Well, it's just, I've never been in a house where every room is bigger than my room.
Yeah,
Even
it is nice. Oh, have you checked out the washroom?
Even the bathroom. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
exactly.
bigger
That is
than
also
my
bigger.
room
Yes,
at
marble
my place.
tub, marble everything. Yeah, it's really nice. Is Fifely taking a nap or something? Is that why he's on your shoulder and kind of points to you, like over there?
Ah, no, like,
Fively.
Fively turns back into himself.
And Cade fucking loses it at that. He's dying. Oh my
Fively
God!
takes 700 points of.
Not to mention the falling damage to the spider.
but he was
Oh my God!
I thought he was invisible or
I
something.
should have done that 10 minutes ago.
No one
Oh
told
my
me.
God, that's funny. Ah.
I'm sorry, finally.
I'm not. That was great.
Do you scuttle anywhere, Fifely, or just like, where do you?
No, I
where
thought
do you-
he turned back.
As he
Yeah.
leaped off, he shifted back to
Yep.
himself.
Oh, okay. So landed with the Avengers fist down, maybe.
No, that is incredibly damaging. Don't ever do that.
Don't ever do that to your fist. Okay. So yes.
It has been way too long. I should have come and visit you guys like before this, but I was busy. I had things to do, people to kill, thieves guilds to take over. You know, the usual. So you nose in a book, and you, I don't know, running around the woods probably, in spider form or wolf form or hawk form or something, whatever form. So look, yeah, if you're not going to stay overnight, which you're welcome to, we can hang here for a bit, show you the finer side of Waterdeep, you know, gambling, women. You know, I've got my finger in a lot of pies around here, so whatever you're looking for, you want to drop in on, well, not Leos, and I know you didn't really leave on good terms with him, but, you know, you can go pop into the Lord's Council. I'm not persona non grata there.
I think they already know. Probably they already know that we're going to be doing this.
They know what I tell them, but if this is official, this is not just some vigilante. This is like this.
Well,
is
yeah,
like from high up.
Thra came over to my.
Oh my God, he's still around, really? Holy shit!
Yeah, he came to Candlekeep to grab me.
Oh God!
Asked me to do this.
Cranky old dwarf. It's hilarious. Cool. So we got official from the crown. Ooh, even better. I mean, that's great. That's great. Okay.
They didn't exactly say we're going to get paid for this.
Oh, we'll get paid. Don't you worry about that.
But they are going to give us resources if needed.
It's called looting. Grom, keep up. Our enemies are going to pay us. That's how this works.
Do you still
It'll be great. You'll love it. Come on.
Hold on. Do you still have all the gear from
course.
when we went?
Oh,
so he's got the scabbards and all that.
The scabbards, Well, yeah, I kept it. The one thing now that you do notice that was in the room was in a
So
a
now
shadow
you got the
box.
claw. The claw will help. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he also had the blue dragon mask that he kept, and the two claws, and the fang from the blue dragon, and the claw from the blue dragon, all mounted on the wall. That was there too.
We may need some of this. Probably. What do you think, Firefly? You think we'll need any of the blue dragon fangs or anything like that?
Quick note, by the way, the blue dragon mask does not, after the defeat of Severin and Tiamat, have magical power anymore. They were tied to him and to Tiamat. Just so you know. It's not destroyed, but it does not have the power it once possessed.
Mask will help, though.
I'd rather keep my souvenirs. Let's take the green one. It's for them, one mask is as good as any other. And besides, since it doesn't have any ability anymore, they're not gonna know it doesn't work per se. Hell, maybe we could go in and infiltrate, saying that we're actually getting the cult back together. Oh my God, this is gonna be so much fun. You have no idea how much I'm looking. I didn't know I needed this until you peered at my doorstep. Fantastic. All right, let me go get my crap, and we'll get moving.
Kate, is there anything else that you haven't told us yet that you want to talk about what Cade's been doing while they've been gone?
Many things that have happened. That he'll keep for himself. That he'll keep for So he did the thing at the Well of Dragons, I think, for like 3-4 months, hanging out with your cousin, your brother?
Yeah, I was there as well, though.
Yeah. Okay, that's the last time you saw him, and then he just up and literally disappeared.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected, something like that.
So off the record, but he's not telling you guys this. The first thing he did was track down to ensure that Hotch was actually truly dead. Dead, really dead, truly dead. And that took him as long as it took him. And then he came back to Waterdeep and posed as a waifish little street runner for a while and worked his way up to become the actual true head of the Thieves Guild in Waterdeep. That is his current job today. Took about a year-ish, give or take. And that's what he's doing now. So, yeah. Yep. So, I've forgotten that, we did the backgrounds thing, and I had done the urchin one. So I had the city secrets, which allows me to transverse from point A to point B in a city twice as fast as normal.
Okay.
Which is pretty handy for him. I did get a couple tricks. Nothing huge. I was going to show off more, but it was too much fun with Grom giving me the pitch.
The question is, have you rolled hit points?
No, yeah. I haven't yet. I waited. So I picked up the since I had doubled up on wisdom saving throws. I worked it out with R, but I actually picked up the alert feat, which Grom, you're going to love because now my initiative bonus is plus 10. So even on a 1, it's still an 11, and anything higher than that gets crazy. So
That's
just
the one
get
I
used
lost when I backtracked from 16.
just get used to those high initiative rolls, buddy.
Get ready for my 0 initiative rolls.
Exactly. I picked up blind sense, which allows me to, if I'm able to hear, I am aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creature within 10 feet of me.
Okay.
I picked up way back. I don't think I ever got to use it. I picked up sharpshooter at the very tail end before we went into the final battle, which is crazy abilities. Allows me to. Oh God, it allows me to. Is a description out there? That's funny. Basically, I have like long range doesn't inspire disadvantage. I can ignore cover when making shots with my bow and arrow, and if I want to, I can take -5 on my attack roll to do plus 10 damage. It's
Nice.
nuts.
Nice.
And I got a really cool spell, which I will reveal to everyone later. Which I swapped out one spell, pretty much was it.
Okay. And hit points. Let's do your hit point roll.
Let's do the hit points. Absolutely. All right. And
Everyone hold their breath.
Yep. You were beginning at 105 was what you were leading into this.
was it 105? I had 103 for some reason.
105 was your max. No, I had you at 105.
Okay. Oh well. Hang on a second.
I had you at 70 out of 105 to be
Yes.
exact. But
All right. So it's a D8 plus 3 because I'm a hardy little twerp. Oh man, I tell you, I can't do shadow dice. We're not in Ravenloft anymore. It doesn't work that way.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
So yeah.
At least now we'll just see all the good
All right.
and high.
So this would be 12 to 13, right?
Lone Wolf has inspired Cade. Now, I'm not going to allow inspirations on hit point rolls, though, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that thought.
It was just that one time.
I will,
Ross.
exactly. That was a special one-time only for
Just
Grom
'cause
here,
of me.
based on
Lone-
long history. So I'll refund
Lone, do you
that.
want to take that one back, or do I?
And
do you
it
want me to keep
actually saved me in that campaign.
It did. It did.
Yep.
Never
I'll
mind.
let it
okay.
back to you, Lone Wolf. Give me a second.
I look. I appreciate it, but I usually do all right. I usually do. I don't do too bad. So all right. So
There you go.
The 12 to 13.
This would be the perfect time to do
I
a
got it,
poll
Chad,
and see
it's
what
okay.
he gets.
Oh, we got a 1. Wow.
Wait, does
Wow.
Lucky count for this? Does he get to reroll once again?
It's not on. It's not on hit. It's not on this one. All right. That's fine. That's fine. It's still 4 because of my constitution. All right. Number 2. There we go. 7. So 11. All right. And number 3. There we go. Okay. So a total of 21. Yeah. So
21.
126.
126. Meaning, for the record, that we have Fifely with 143. We have Ryuvi with 134. Cade with 126.
No, I actually have 140 because of my tough.
At the
okay,
toughest feat as well.
So 140 out of 140. You have Cade with 126 out of 126. And Gromnir with 98 out of 98.
Wait, he's oh god.
Hasn't even broken 3 figures.
He's
yet. At
almost
level
reached
15.
triple figures.
Yeah.
He's almost legal age, everyone. It's great. So as you're all sort of as you're sort of talking to everyone at one of the windows, which of course are always shuttered, Cade. At one of the windows, you hear a scraping, is what it sounds like.
Who is that? The other thing, unless I say otherwise, Mage Hand is always on.
It's just around, like just.
Yes, pretty much, just like bing, bing, bing. It's gotten automatic with him. So unless I tell you I'm turning it off, it's always. So when I reach over from across the room and open the shutter, you'll know why.
Gotcha. Cade
Or
of
I think
the third hand,
on the
so to speak.
outside, so the window flies open and the shutter opens.
Okay, so at first you are looking out at a and it is when you arrive there early morning, of course. So it's like maybe 6:30 in the morning, 7 in the morning, I would say, and so there is some light there. And at first you don't know what you're looking at. It looks as if there's like a tapestry maybe that is sort of fluttering around, and then you notice that if it is a tapestry, it is hovering in place. And you see what looks like a red, decent-sized piece of essentially cloth that is floating in front of the window. And there appears to be a bundle on it, like a sack, basically.
Expecting a package?
No, I believe I said that earlier.
Am I familiar with this particular mode of transportation or delivery?
It sounds like a flying carpet.
It
Yeah.
sure looks like one. Yep. It is probably about 6 by 9 feet, if you had to guess.
I will. The mage hand will poke at it.
Okay, and it just sort of like,
Yeah. And the bundle is still there.
Look,
Yep.
do you want me to just grab it for you? I can grab it for you.
Yeah. I mean, I can't
All
really
right,
reach
I'll
out the
Go
window.
over and grab it for me.
Okay, so you grab the bundle, and when you do that, the carpet flies into the room and just settles on the ground.
Sweet. So
Yes,
what's in there?
and then it rises up, and one of its threads throws a needle directly into your eye. Yes, Gromnir. That's what happens.
I was expecting a needle eye package. Just needle
Here
eye.
are your needles for your coming
Message for you,
adventure.
sir.
Use them wisely.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll open it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Inside, what you find is, sorry, as the music on Roll20 continues to begin at a million volume. I apologize. Please,
Like a
God.
Zoom call.
Have you got the
Just
global?
stay there. Yes.
set?
And it eventually starts doing it. I think it just needs to set every song individually, and then it remembers that. But why it doesn't just anyway. So you open up the bundle, and what you find in there is what looks like essentially like a thin, almost like a journal, but there are not any pages in it. There look to be some loose documents in this. So you got like a little, like leather folder basically, and inside that you have what look to be 4 documents within it.
I'm gonna give him to Kay because I didn't. None of us asked for this. So there you go. I assume it's for you.
Yeah, actually, I'll flip it open. I will sit down on the carpet.
So as you do that, you feel the carpet rises slightly, and it's now floating above the
Nice.
ground.
Listen, I could get used to this. So
And
documents?
as you feels very much like being on a boat. And as you look at
That's
them,
like?
there are 4 what look like sheets of essentially credentials that present the bearers of this document, Fifely Harper, Gromnir Grumblehammer, Cade Marmadas, and Ryuvi Darkcrasher, as emissaries from the Lord's Alliance to all who would give them credit and allowance, in particular greetings to the Red Pasha. And it is signed by several major luminaries. Uther Ravengard, who's the head of the guard in Baldur's Gate, Lord Neverember, who is the king, of course, of Neverwinter and the current head of the Lord's Alliance, and Anthar Froom, who is, of course, the head of the Order of the Gauntlet.
Wow. Cool. We got papers, folks.
Papers
And
for what?
apparently, it looks to. I show him your document. Actually, here, I give you your document. Don't lose that. Give Fifely his. Don't lose that. And it looks like we have a conveyance to get there, or at least back to the tower, which I cannot wait to take this out for a spin. So get on. Let's get going.
We're getting on that.
Yeah, it's a flying carpet, dude. Come on.
Hard
All
to
right,
find
all
out.
right. I mean, like we've been on a dragon, so what's a carpet gonna be like?
Aw,
Can't be that
you're a
bad.
dragon.
A little bit of a quieter ride, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, we Kalsmana picked us up.
Oh,
from,
you saw Cal? I haven't seen Cal in forever. Damn, why didn't you come over here first? Jeez, I would have
How
loved to
large
ride on a
is the
dragon
window?
again.
How
What?
large is the
The-
window? It's a, I mean, Cade would have to tell me, it's a decent sized window.
It's a good size, yeah. I mean, it's well, it's not 6 by 9. That is true. That'd be a little too large for it to get out. So
But it could kind of fold itself and
It can
hover
fold
outside
up,
if you
yeah.
want.
See, yeah, there you go. If it folds itself into thirds, it could probably get out. It's a good, probably 3 by 4. Yeah. So it'll be a little tight for it, but it'll manage.
I'll meet you outside. And he'll just make his own way outside and just
Okay.
wait out there.
Okay.
All right, Grom, have you gotten on yet?
Yeah, very cautiously. 'cause,
So-
Rolls a little bit from side to side, but
All right, so I will. I'm assuming. I will
at least I don't have to
pilot-
grip on for my life.
Well, I mean, I'd watch the edge. If this thing tilts too hard, you could roll off. That would not be good. So I will try to guide it out the window if I can.
you can do that.
Nice.
You can do that. It's
Sweet.
slow and a little bit like, but it's not very far.
Well,
to
yeah,
go.
I'm not going to go driving to the wall. I haven't ever driven a flying carpet as far as I remember. So
It's
I gotta
very
take it
much
easy.
like the modern example of this would be, to jump out of game for a minute, a Segway. If you kind of lean in a certain direction or push in a certain direction, like lean forward, lean back, the carpet sort of follows along with your movements. You are supposed to, the front edge curves up like a bobsled, basically. So you hold on to that, and then you're able to sort of, direct left and right. And you're supposed to hold on to it. This is one of the reasons why it is highly advised not to have multiple people gripping the front at the same time, because the carpet gets confused.
That's a good point. All right. Carpet flying 101. All right.
Yes.
So get outside. Mage Hand will shut the window and put the bars up and everything again. And all right, Five Fleas, are you meeting us outside? Okay. Now will you get on? I would actually sit, Gromir, I'd actually sit kind of holding on to me, Five Flea, or whichever way you guys want to do it, and then Five Flea in the back. And then I think we could probably do it that way easier. That way you'll be kind of with me as I'm piloting this thing.
So assuming everyone does that, you lift off, and there is a moment where Waterdeep, which is a city used to seeing strange sights, does look up for a moment, as much out of recognition as anything else, as a couple of people, and they're not that many, even starting to get busy a little bit as you're leaving, but still not that many, see soaring overhead a flying carpet, which is, and then think they see, oi, is that Heroes of what? This Tiamat, and then you're gone. As it passes. Ryuvi, as the carpet wings its way towards you, where are you waiting for them? Like as it wings its way towards the tower.
No, I'm not on the roof anymore.
Okay. Where are you?
I mean, I assume that I have a some kind of I wouldn't call it necessarily an office per se, but some place where I'm
study, maybe.
Yeah, study or where where I have books of magic, and I'm looking through any information on the like what's left of the remnants of the cult, or even any information that I found with regards to what people from the Order have found on Kalimport and the Red Pasha, and just I've been doing research while I've been waiting for them to get back, and also looping myself into whatever the ones that I have on Kalimport have told me about what's going on.
Okay.
The purple velvet fainting couch, isn't it?
What?
You're laying back on a purple velvet fainting couch.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the whole thing is set in black and white. I only want to see you.
It's part of my couch. Yeah.
So as you're looking through things, you do find a bit of information, including you find this picture of the Red Pasha, and the information that you find, again, the cult, it's very difficult to track down anything specific about the cult's actions in Kalimport, because there is sort of, the city of Amn is to the south, and once you get past Amn, it's very hard to get a sense of what's going on that far away, because it's not just distance, it's also that there is very clearly some kind of block or shield or protection around that city. That makes it difficult to gather more information from them, except that it's known that Pasha is supposed to be, in some way, as I mentioned, kind of popular, sort of a plump and plucky human who has, despite, seeming to be just this sort of kind of like larger than life, oh, well, nonsense type of thing, obviously needed to have something, or someone needed to have something to get him to the position that he is, because you don't make it to the sort of undisputed leader of Kalimport and thus Kalimshan if you don't know how to navigate, alliances. But is very enigmatic in terms of whom he actually serves, or what he actually serves. As far as the cult is concerned, there is definitely information about the idea that Severin came from that place, And it occupied a great deal of space in his mind about what he would do when he returned to Calimport. Definitely there was always this sort of feel, even in some of the papers, about getting back to Calimport one way or the other. But how that actually operates or how that looks is unclear. But it is a deeply magical city, a difficult city to navigate, and exceedingly dangerous only because it's very difficult to not know what alliances, who has what alliances with whom.
I was going to ask,
and that
did
sort of thing.
like in any of the information that I found that there were any connections between, I keep getting this, is it Severin?
Severin. Sorry, Severin.
Severin. Severin.
Yep, Severin.
Is there any connection between Severin and I'm sorry, what was the name of the person in charge of Calimport?
The Red Pasha? Not that you know of, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. But the information that you were given by the Lord's Alliance.
I thought there was another person you mentioned, the person that was in charge of the Kalam Shah.
No, that's him. That's the Red Pasha.
Oh, that is the Red Pasha.
Is Calimport.
Okay.
Yeah, is the
whatever there was another word you used, like another title.
Oh, I don't know. The lead, I don't know, the Red Pasha as the leader of Calimport. I don't know.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So I couldn't find any extra threads.
No, not connections between the two of them.
Or even with the members of the cult that that the order's been following.
No, it's almost as if when it gets to the border of Calimport, everything dies off almost immediately.
The threads are immediately cut.
Yeah,
and we can't track them. Okay, that's worth knowing. That's good information.
Yep.
Either way.
So you're sort of thinking about that. And as the carpet makes its speedy way and Ryuvi is doing his work in the study, kind of learning about the Red Pasha, I would say that the camera cuts very, very far to the south. And somewhere on the, let us say, a porch of this spectacular minaret, we see examples. Somewhere on this porch of this minaret, we see someone standing outside, a figure who looks very much like this, standing outside on this gold inlaid porch of blue and gold and silver. And he stands watching. He has a scimitar at his belt, but otherwise looks very much as you see him here, kind of looking out, gazing at the sun. And no one is behind him. And after a moment, there is a white bird that flutters up and then alights on the railing next to him. And at first he takes no notice of this creature at all. And then he looks down and he sees something on its leg, and he unties a string, works it out, and there is a little piece of paper that unwraps from its leg. And he strokes the feathers of the bird and then encourages it, and it flies away. And he opens the paper and reads it, scans it with his eyes, and then rolls it together, and he says, "Interesting. Well, this looks to be an interesting time to come. I wonder what the sun will bring. May it be. May it be." And as he looks back down, we will bring our opening session of Palace of the Red Pasha to a close. It's going to be good times, people. I am very, very excited. And I have to give credit, by the way, to the crew, because someone made this mention of, like, how long are we going to, I'm just curious how long it might take. And good work, folks, for moving, relatively speaking, at warp speed to reassemble the team. Like, that's not bad. All we got to do is, like, get Ryuvi and Cade back together. We'll actually get to Kalimsport next session, which is great. And then we will see what happens from there. It was a lot of fun to kind of get back.
This was like the prelude to,
yeah, exactly.
Let's catch,
It's us warming up into our characters again.
Yeah, like 0.75 or whatever. But it was exactly what I hoped for. And I am very excited to see what happens next. I will start with the gentleman on the bottom who was working with his team, with his crew, with his group of acolytes, and with his tower. I love the fact, by the way, that everybody, except for Fifely, who was spending his time with wolves and his boyfriend and just, hanging out, that everyone else, Grom is... And husband, I beg your pardon, not boyfriend, husband. Grom, of course, is hanging out studying, trying to gather information. And then Cade and Ryuvi have their own versions of fortresses, basically, or like the equivalent. That was really fun for me to be able to see that. So it was good times. It was a lot of fun watching how Ryuvi had changed over time to do that. I was excited to see what you would do with the tower, Rob. It was fun to see like some of what has happened next. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
Aside from the fact that my audio was absolutely fucking garbage, the whole cast, and I basically spent like the first half of it going, test, what, do I sound like shit? Do I sound not like shit?
Sounds a lot better now, by the way. I'm sure you're glad to hear.
With it for 2 hours, the beginning of the cast, like when you see, like you'll if you go back and watch the cast, you'll see me going a lot like this, going like,
yeah.
I'd be testing to make sure the audio didn't sound like shit the whole time. But other than that, it's very fun to come back into this character. There's definitely a lot that I want to do with him. I don't want him to seem like exactly the same Ryubi that we had from the first session that we did, or actually the second session that we did technically.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I can say is that I will try to be a little bit more prepared for the next stream with regards to what the hell the name of the order that I'm running is, because I didn't actually think that through. That's probably something I should have come up with, but also I've been moving and I was having a mental nervous depression ridden breakdown like a month and a half ago. So yeah, there you go. Deal with it. I'll fix it. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to really diving deep back into Ryuvi's character and actually doing playing somebody very different from Xavier.
I was thinking about that, by the way, with all of you, about how nice it was to see, the big contrasts between the characters you'd been playing and shifting back into. And that was kind of fun to see, just a different, an old coat that you were all putting back on, which I thought was kind of cool. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Cade and Ryuvi to meet back up again.
Me too. Yeah.
We're, that, and in fact, not to sort of spoil it, but in a lot of ways, the way I played this hour is like, well, I will definitely come with you, but first, you must bring Cade here. There's a reason I did that. Because basically, Ryubi just doesn't want to work that hard to find Cade. Especially when he knows when they'll talk to Cade is like, he will come, don't worry. He will come. Yeah, this was fun. I'm excited to get really into it next time, and I'm hoping my setup will be fully up and running by Wednesday so I can get back to casts on my own channel at twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob. Also, I have some videos coming up on YouTube in the next couple of days. And when I'm not doing that, I'm doing video editing, music production, and voiceover work. So you can find out what I'm doing and when on my Twitter and on my Instagram, and those links are on my Twitch page. I'm posting stuff on Instagram almost every day. New music, new updates, new posts, new videos, new photos. Instagram is kind of like my go-to now. I don't spend nearly as much time on Facebook or on Twitter anymore. So if you want to see cool stuff from me, check me out on Instagram, instagram.com/DarksideRob. But yeah, hopefully by Wednesday I'll be back up and running with more of what I'm playing there and more music productions. That's where you can find me till then. Thanks for watching, guys. Happy to be back.
Good stuff, Rob. Good to have you here, and I'm glad that you got the new place. I'm looking forward to seeing it in all of its glory. And I will say, and I will say mysteriously, it's possible, chat, that you may see Rob in other places in the future. I can't say more about that, but maybe. You will also see Rob next Thursday with your vocalist, by the way. Next Thursday evening for some Paper Mario. Hell yeah. So anyway, that'll be nice, fun, chill, and laid back. And also the day after little Larv's birthday when she turns 13. God help me. But anyway. So, but thank you, Rob, so much. It was great fun to see this. God will not help you. God turns his back. Yeah. Turns their back on me. Anyway, Rob, always a pleasure. John, I have to say that, again, the switch from Django to Cade was maybe the most stark. And it was fun to see you get back into it. And I was reminded that kind of edginess of Cade, that sort of, and I don't mean edgelord, but I mean like sort of like obnoxious, sometimes like right on the edge of rude. It's funny how people being aware of that was just sort of like all of you just sort of shaking your head like, oh God, like, you know, but it's Cade and like it is what it is. And I'm telling you, it was cracking me up. I knew from John that he didn't want to be the first person that was gone to. I didn't know it was going to take, you know, the last person to go to, but that's, but like it was so Bilbo Conan for me, of just literally on the gold throne with like the arm up on the thing, and like it was really kind of cracking me up. Yeah, and the fact that Cade was very much like Fifley's like, all right, I guess I have to. Grom's like, I must do this for, you know, to fulfill whatever vision is there. Reevy's like, well, you are my friends. Cade's like, thank God, I was so bored. What the hell? Like, you know, of all the people, you're just kind of like, cool, let's go on another adventure. So that was fun. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next year?
It was a great fit. The jacket fit perfectly. Yeah, it was. You're right, definitely. And there was a comment I think by Echo, and have said like, "Wow, he seems a lot chippier than he was at the end of Dragons." And you know, going around and putting Hotch out of his misery has certainly given him a new kind of zest for life. Yeah, you stopping Tiamat, yeah, but getting personal, very personal revenge on someone he's gone after for years really made a difference in his whole outlook. So yeah. It was great fun. I did not mind at all waiting to be last. Because when I talked to Arm, I wanted to make sure I was not first because, and yeah, if I was Ryovi, I wouldn't have come to get me either. Exactly. So he had him pegged right from the get go. So yeah, I can't wait for this. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be huge fun. It's gonna be one last send off for the gang before we bid them adieu. So
bid them adieu.
And by the way, our props to you for playing Cal. Since you were having a lot of fun playing the dragon, so that was really fun to watch.
Kalismana is my I really enjoy the sort of Kalismana is always a lot of fun because to me he's the best example of what a good dragon is, in that a dragon's always going to be like, oh, mortals, you know, but Kalismana is fundamentally a good creature that does feel, you know, TikTok, he feels sorrow at TikTok's loss and whatever, but is still kind of like, you people are all crazy. But on the other hand, Kalismana is also kind of like, I'm sick of my elders. So like, you know, is takes a bemused interest, I think, always. And so it's always a lot of fun to play, but I'm glad that you enjoyed him. It was cool to bring him back.
Nice little cameo. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Kalismana, by the way, does indeed make a cameo in my D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, which takes place in this world 10 years later, about 8.5 years later after what you're doing right now. And so, so he does make it. And it's funny because Mike plays in that campaign. So the others don't, you know, so when Kalismana showed up, Mike was like, "Ooh," you know, everyone's like, "What?" And he's like, long story, you know, because he knew him from the other world.
Yep.
But anyway, Rock God, what was you?
Oh, Rock God said that. No, Rock God said that. He made the comment. Casey's chipper now. I couldn't.
Oh yes, he said about being chipper. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was fun. I think you did a good job with him.
Thank you.
And we will see you for a week from Monday for Emberwind before our next IMB session, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. So good stuff.
Maybe the group will finally get out of town. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
They're trying. They're trying.
Listen, we almost got this crew is almost on its way 500 miles south, right? This group moves.
Our roles that session just to try and do that job.
Those guys were trying to get out of town for the past like 2 months in real time, so it's been great. No,
it's like Strahd with freaking Valaki, right? Like it's like can't get out of Valaki.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. We just love this town so very much.
All will be well. All will be well. But yes, and by the way, just quick note, Chad, did you notice tonally just how different from Strahd? You know, it's such a very different feel in this, and Calimport's going to be fun as a result. Anyway, great stuff, John, as always. Great pleasure, and I look forward to much more coming from Cade, etc.
Hijinks and antics galore, believe me.
Antics galore.
Oh,
Saad, it was great as well to see the return of Gromnir. I thought it was cool that we got to start with you because Gromnir, who is not meant to be the most serious necessarily, but the one who was most driven by his visions, and the idea that you were spending a lot of time looking at retelling the history correctly based upon maybe the fakeness that the Red Wizards had created, I thought was really interesting take. And I liked the idea of Onthar and you having a chance to kind of connect with each other, not just two dwarves.
We did connect a lot because it was quite an ordeal that we had to go through and he had to go through as well. Right. And I mean, like, losing TikTok is didn't want that to happen at all.
Right.
And like Gromnir was at the edge of of doing something that would have probably cost him his life at that point as well. As I told Arv, which I don't think we revealed really. Sort of, I think we might have, but it's still kind of scarred Gromnir, and he still has to think on it a lot, and it's part of his job. Though I would say his passion job / he's just as I said, he's driven to this his kind of ideal that Severus kind of follows in finding the truth, and it can be pretty painful to find the truth. Let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I was just going to ask, how you felt as you reassembled the team. It was interesting to have you also connect with Fifely and Roker for the, having done that before, so.
I was trying to remember like what their pack name was. I was like, it's Silverpaw or something, but no, that Silverpaw was the guy that I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
so I just had to go with. But yeah, it was great to see the pack again. I was hoping that they wouldn't eat me, and they didn't eat me, so that's good.
It's been a short campaign.
Success. Success.
Super mini campaign.
Or I met one of the other packs that are in the wood.
Yeah, the Wolf Weirs.
That would have been bad. But yeah, it's great to bring the band back together, and it's going to get the events that are going to come up now. It's going to be painful for Gromnir, I guess.
Yeah.
You're all ready for it.
Oh, we're counting down to that needle in the eye, so
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that word, that term, the past is never done with us, and how there is a version of that certainly must affect Gromnir, who's dealing really with, and this is not hyperbolic, PTSD is often used too much to throw around for like, oh, I've got shopping PTSD. That's this is actual PTSD from the experience of what you went through. Grom, so
at least you got over his fear of dragons. That's one thing after all that.
Yep.
And I don't know if we're going to keep the joke of being scared of other things still.
Mushrooms, frogs.
Mushrooms, frogs, or something. Oozes, I think. Oozes or something like that. But so Sod_ on Twitch. You see me there randomly streaming sometimes. You also see me this coming Monday with Grumbler's Guide as we continue going through the Temple of Elemental Evil, and I might sneak in some at the end of the session, just more Curse of Strahd discussion, behind the scenes stuff, and and Emberwind, of course, and more of this. Yeah, that's it really. Nothing else other than those.
And again, thanks to Sod as well. For doing bringing people over, and again, Sod, I appreciate it. It definitely makes a difference, and also, and I won't go into too much detail on this, but Sod was instrumental in also helping with tokens and getting those here. So thank you both to Terry Tunes who did the tokens, but also thanks
for Terry as well.
Great stuff on both counts, and I am excited.
And she's open for commissions and stuff. So
you should absolutely
get your awesome tokens like we have.
You should absolutely hit up Terry for that, because Terry is great. I'm glad to have these tokens and to have this picture of all of you immortalized. But thanks, Sod.
It's so good.
Yours is pretty solid for sure. I dig it.
It's so
can you show once again can we show I might have the yes, I can do this the
portrait
just for people to look
Samil,
at.
That's bask. Right. The glory of Samil, because this is when she was watching and doing this, so she had done these just sketches basically. So this is Samil.
And it became law. Like she was like, yep, that's him.
That's exactly him. Yep.
He's literally a half orc shaft. It's so good.
Yep.
Except he's like fully like muscular, decked out.
It's true.
Pack or whatever. He's massive guy.
Samil. It's pretty sweet. Funky half orc. That's right. So
let's talk about Smeel.
That is good stuff. But always a pleasure. Thank you, Sod, as always. And last but certainly not least, of course, Tren, who got to step back into the shoes of one Fifely Harper. And definitely, I think, got to be introduced the way that you would want Fifely to be. But as long as it's PG-13, that was. But what I'm curious about is, what it was like for you, because definitely a very different kind of character from Weller, as I think everyone could tell. But I was curious about what it was like for you, not just slipping back into the role of Fifely, but hooking up with again the group, one by one by one. I was curious about that. Also, side note, I thought the part where Gromnir brushed you off his shoulder was hilarious. Yeah, that was really funny. But I was just curious about how you felt about slipping back into the role. So, what do you think about that, and where can the people find you next?
Went about as I expected it to. Thinking about what Fifely has been doing for the last year and a half, basically being like more or less completely out of civilized places, just being literally in the wilderness all the time. Going to some place like the tower was a little bit kind of so he was just kind of standing on the roof and sort of looking around and not really saying much, and it just got real bad when it was like getting back into Waterdeep. It was like
Yeah.
there's just too much going on, there's too much to keep track of, and so ultimately his solution was and just pop on the Gromnir's back and just focus, just don't, just block it out, just focus on what you're doing, where you're going. And then getting underground, it was a little bit easier. It's like being in a warren. It's like, okay, all right, there's not so many people around, everything's fine. And then getting into the den of luxury and just being like, this is fucking hideous. Who the fuck would like this? And just
You have golden toilets too? Jesus.
I personally, I hate gold. I think it is gross. It is absolutely disgusting. And I'm just like, and so just,
Funny.
so yeah, it's the moment with right as Cal was getting ready to leave and just growing the claws and scratching along the underside of his chin. I was like, okay, I'm glad I actually got to do that, because it seemed like you were about to go, and he flies away. I'm like,
No, that
but
was
I actually
great.
got to do it. It was like, okay, good.
I was thinking about in Hades, you often go and always pet the goodest boy, which is Cerberus, and so you do that all the time, and it's just so it reminded me a lot of that. And the reality is that I think even dragons would be like, how dare you? Oh, well, that's nice. It's a thing, So
in The Sleeping Dragon by Joel Rosenberg, there's a scene where the main character is scratching under the dragon's chin like that, and the dragon is like, and it says, he would have had to have used a pitchfork for the dragon to really feel it, but it's the thought that counts. And with telepathic dragons, it literally is the thought that counts. So it's the fact that he was doing this, and the dragon's like, oh. Yeah. Kind of thing. Like, that's what I was going for, and it worked out fine. As for things of how they're going, knowing that Calimport is bigger than what he is, not looking forward to this at all. That, and it's in a desert. Fuck that place. So he just, it's and I love the fact that Gromnir knows of the correlation of the Red Wizards of Thay and has said nothing about it to any of the rest of us. And so it's like there wasn't any mention of the Red Wizards of Thay at all to any of the rest of us. And so that might well have changed Fifely's mind if he had heard about that. It might have been like,
yeah,
nope, don't like those guys. Nope, have fun, not going, bye. Kind of, it's a good thing he didn't say anything. Where will people see me next? Back here on Tuesday for Adventures in Middle Earth, presuming something doesn't shuffle it around again.
Hopefully, assuming it doesn't, that'll be our first 2021 debut, actually, of AIME. Yep.
Also, for those of you who are into audiobooks, I will once again put the link to the thing in the chat there, like that. And so that's the
rave
Audiobook.
reviews. So
Yes,
yeah, really hit out of the
apparently.
park on this one. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Trend, our company art director, who's a huge BattleTech fan and B apparently a very huge audiobook fan, actually wrote me on this one to compliment you on the good job, the wonderful job apparently you did. So this is, I don't know, you must have just really gotten the groove of this story and just, knocked out of the park,
Yeah,
as you
I'm-
usually do. As you usually do.
I'm enjoying this. I mean, of all the books that I've done thus far, I still think Fire and Frost is my favorite, just because it was the first Shadowrun book that I did. But this trilogy has been really good, and I've been very much enjoying it.
Awesome.
A lot of the folks on Reddit are like, really, you want to really do the tough stuff? Get what is it, Sword and Arrow?
Sword and Fire?
No, the BattleTech thing that was written by somebody like nobody can get copies of it right now.
Oh, we'll never do that one, unfortunately, unless.
Okay, well.
So there was. It's not a. It's the Sword and the something. It's Ardith Mahar actually, who comes out of. A lot of people would say, and I don't say this. I'm just saying as a quote, to be like a real science fiction author, quote unquote. And due to complications, we had to go and re-clear these, and it was a whole big thing. And the estate is unwilling to let this get back into print, which is kind of sad because we wanted to be, as completist as we could be and put them all out there. And it is part of the lore, it's part of the history, and we're so like, So yeah, it looks like that one's going to stay put until someone can figure out a way to talk to them and see what they can do. But so far, it's been no.
I'll talk to them. It'll be fine. No, the other thing was that I've been, for some reason, watching the remastered versions of the BattleTech animated series. Oh man, I'd forgotten.
It's something.
Yeah,
It's something. I'm just leaving it. It's something.
And
It's
I'm
something
like,
Let it go.
bad.
Trellwan, I know where that is.
You can, if you can find it on YouTube, I think the clips are there. Just go
Okay.
take a look. I mean, I don't want to I don't send you any preconceived notions. Go watch a clip or two, and you'll see what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's the channel. The channel is Renegade HPG.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
He's the guy that is doing it.
I will take a look. I will take a look at that. But
Rock God, yes. Start with Decision at Thunder Rift. From everything we're hearing, that's like one of the first published.
It actually is. I don't know if Mahar's came out at the same time, but honestly, Rock God, it will give you an overview of this is BattleTech. It was either the first or the second novel written, literally, and it still holds up. It's very good military science fiction. Well, Bill Keith is a master, so I would expect nothing less from him. So, yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. I think everyone would enjoy it. I mean, if you like that kind of genre, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's all right.
it's all right. Good stuff, Trent. And again, you will hear more from Trent in other audio contexts that will be connected with people.
Yes.
It'll be happening too.
Yes, great shakes.
But great shakes. Before we go any further, though, I do want to mention just two things, and then I'll let these folks go. The first is that, as I said, I expect that this will be, and I'm more convinced of it after the relative speed with which we did this, that this will be a mini campaign. So this is not something that I expect to last for 6 months. I think if it does, something will have gone seriously off the rails. My guess is that we're looking at something like maybe 3 months, 5 to 6 sessions at the outside, I would say. And then probably we're looking at either March or early April is when we would be starting the long campaign, which would be back to a crew of 5 or 6 at that point, I hope, which would be Eberron, which is going to be a lot of fun for a lot of reasons. But that's going to be down the line. In the meantime, it's going to be fun to see these folks in a high-level campaign. Like, what level 15 people with, triple-digit hit points, except for Gromir, can do. That sort of thing is very useful. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I wanted to mention was just one quick note that I think is important to keep in mind about this particular campaign. In the actual adventure, and as I mentioned, this adventure is originally written, although it's modified quite a bit by me, but it's written by Troy Taylor, who I think did a good job with this. But in the adventure, he goes out of his way to talk about how some of the artwork, in fact, a lot of the artwork, is in this adventure is associated with the Orientalist school of art, which is a specific technical artistic term. And acknowledges that this tended to be very heavily biased towards a Western perspective of what was seen as the exotic in the Far Eastern world and or the Middle Eastern world. So specifically the exotic nature of minarets and things like this. And often this sort of sense of the sort of just below the surface savagery, which of course, from societies that were often far more cultured than the European societies, looking at them was absurd. But in any case, I want to point out that I'm going to do what I can, and he tries as well, to steer clear of this. But this is obviously meant to evoke a certain feeling and a certain kind of aura. Again, Constantinople, these kinds of things are there. But it'll be important to recognize that I think this is something that is meant to evoke those things, but not meant to provide stereotypical representations of the way 19th century Europeans saw them. Okay, so that is just something to keep in mind. These will be our characters exploring this world and exploring something strange, but we will not be encountering multiple harems and other sort of Orientalist fantasies, driven by this artistic school and otherwise. So letting you know that up front, because it is important.
Letting you all down easy.
Yeah, well, yes, no, I trying to be a little more sensitive than might be the case otherwise. The adventure does this too. I'm not saying the adventure has a problem with that, but I would have a problem with it if it wasn't done in that way. So other than that, though, I think it's a very unusual and a great setting for us to look at compared to what usually gets focused on. And getting south of the Sword Coast, even on its own in the Forgotten Realms, is sometimes a difficult feat. So I am pleased with that. But this crew is going to be amazing to do it. And I noticed a lot of people were on, you may have noticed, who were very happy and excited about this. And a couple of people who specifically came back, Spakio and a couple of others, who were like, this is a great RP group. Like, I can't wait to come back for more. And I'm like, it is a great RP group. This is Infinity and Beyond, and they're awesome. And so I want to, as always, thank not just exactly Lone Wolf, not just thank the wonderful players, but thank all of chat for being awesome today. You folks were great as always, and I'm excited to bring you along on this journey with us and with the wonderful players. Jack, can we get some love for Trendane Sparks, for Sod, for John Helfers, and for GC Darkside Rob? You will see all of them in various places soon. Until then, gentlemen, great stuff tonight, and I'll see you for session 2 in a couple of weeks at least.
Remember that it's James Earl Jones' birthday today.
Outstanding.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay. So that, everyone, is going to do it for us for tonight. And again, I was really looking forward to this because I felt like this was a place that I felt like this was going to be something which would be really, I think, fun to do. And I've always liked the idea of doing kind of a high level, campaign, even a mini campaign for a level or two, just to revisit it. And I think, I talked about Strahd as being a palate cleanser. I probably undersold it a bit. It's vastly different, obviously, than the way that we would normally imagine it, than certainly the way Tyranny of Dragons was. But it was great to get back into this, as we'll be doing for the next few months. And then, as I say, we'll be moving into Eberron. And again, Eberron is going to be so amazing. Like, again, I've talked about this quite a bit. Halfling barbarians with dinosaur mounts. Elemental rails, basically electrical trains powered by the energy of caged elementals, and the problems that is associated thereby. Airships, warforged, artificers, group patrons. This is going to be a group coming together. It's neat. And for a long time, I've been wanting to do some kind of an Eberron campaign. So we're going to get the chance to do it. And before that, we're going to get the chance to really explore an unusual new setting from the point of view of the Forgotten Realms and the Sword Coast and Calimport, and to deal with a lot of intrigue here. So you get a bunch of that in that way. It's going to be really cool. So, I'm really excited about that too. That's right. Happy 99th to Betty White. Did you know, I don't know if you all heard this, but Betty White, actually, there was some talk about making her the host of Jeopardy because Alex Trebek, of course, passed away. And I was like, of anyone I can think of, can you imagine anyone in a way better than the 99-year-old Betty White? Like, I feel like she would just nail that just like everything else, just absolutely crazy. But anyway, it's so yes, but it's great to be back on the train with this, and it's great to be back with all of you doing this. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, doing the thing? Yeah, but I don't know. Yes, I know it's a joke-ish, but only ish. Right? Like, it's, if you heard, Shadow, that somehow they actually did that as would it totally shock you? Because Betty White's kind of a force of nature, you know what I'm saying? Like just a little bit, you know. But anyway, but very exciting anyway, for the fact that we got back into this campaign. I'm very excited about it. And speaking of being excited about different campaigns, I hope you folks are also excited for what we're going to be getting tomorrow, because tomorrow night, or I guess later tonight, I should say, on Sunday, Jeopardy meets Whose Line Is It Anyway? That's what I mean, live suing. Yeah, exactly. But in any case, and Aaron Rodgers, I think, may end up doing hosting, they said, and may end up hosting a Jeopardy down the line because he loves that show when he's busy, you know, whenever he's done going through football and winning MVPs, since the Packers are in the NFC Championship this year. So he's great. Anyway, as I'm sure John knows all about. Regardless, but tomorrow on this channel, or later today at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will have the return of Sound Clash The Clampdown. Brandon O'Brien, the Rising Tides, will be your GM. He will be doing production tomorrow, so he will be running it at 6 p.m. for he and his players, which is, of course, Valeria Villasencio, and Amar Amaraz and Nathan Blades and Katie Chin. He will be back with all of those lovely players tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. And you'll want to tune in for the beginning of that cast, because in advance of that cast, we will be debuting something pretty exciting, which those of you who had any contribution in November's fundraiser will know something about. You will want to be here for that. It's going to be pretty awesome. So that's happening on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Then Monday, we will be on to We'll be on to Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil with Sod, which has built up quite a cult following. On Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle-earth making its 2021 debut at noon Eastern. At 4 p.m. Eastern, we have got D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder making its debut, which is going to be very exciting. And I want to talk more about that, by the way, in just a moment, because there's a thing that I want to highlight that's going on GOG right now, which I want to talk about. So I'm going to mention that in just a minute, which is significant, but just in a minute. So, give me a second and I'll get to that. So yes, that's happening. Then on Wednesday, we have community. Yes, Echo. In a minute, Echo. In a minute. Then we've got on Wednesday, we have got community D&D, which is going on. Community D&D, Dragon of Icespire Peak, which is with the wonderful Shadow Crew, Shadowed Mage, and of course Triffany Mats and Rock God and Echo Alpha X5 and Hoodie. They will be all there. That's going to be awesome. Then on Thursday, we will actually have our vocalists making an unusual Thursday run. We'll be doing this for the next couple of months to accommodate Little Red Dot, who, as I mentioned, is super busy. That'll be happening at 9 p.m. Eastern on Paper Mario Origami King. And I believe, Shadow Mage can correct me if I'm wrong, I think Wednesday, by the way, is an 8:30 start. Is it 8:30 or 9 p.m. for the community D&D this week? Is that what's going on? Is it 8:30 or 9? Or if any of the players know. I don't remember if you decided. No, it's back to 9? Okay. All right, cool. So it's 9 p.m. Eastern as usual. Thursday, we've got, as I say, the Our Vocalist. That'll be at 9 p.m. Friday, we are back with, I think Friday, actually, we have the Patreon Fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month. That's right. It's going to be a little earlier than normal. The final vote on that will be held on Tuesday, which reminds me that people should get their votes in here, by the way. So I can find out if I'm going to be playing World of Goo, Growlancer 2, or Time Spinner. So get your votes in now, because I need to find out which one of those I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be doing that on that Friday. And then Saturday, I'm going to be debuting Metroid Prime. And then Sunday, we've got the Speculate Blades in the Dark Case of the Cindered Seal with, again, Brandon as your GM. And then Monday, we have got Emberwind. And Tuesday, we've got Adventures of Middle-earth again, and then we have the debut of Talisman Adventures, which is going to be a sponsored stream by Pegasus Spiela over on GOG. GOG is also going to be doing giveaways and stuff like that. So you get the idea. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming up that's right. It's also CD&D's 2021 debut. That's true. So we're just going to have a lot of stuff going on over the next few days. 13 days straight. This is the second of 13 days consecutive with content on the channel, which warms my heart. I love every part of that. So that's what we've got going on with that. Now, one note that I want to make is I want to talk about this right here. One of the streamers, one of the people who's done streams on GOG.com is a streamer named Dialad. Dialad is struggling with stage 4 breast cancer, which is extraordinarily serious. She has a daughter, and it's not a good spot. It's not a good situation. And so the community has come together to try to support DLAD, and I am going to be taking part in that tomorrow. Right now, there is a $5,000 goal which has been raised to try to essentially give both DLAD and her family some support and comfort, to try to provide some positive experiences, to basically uplift the spirits a bit during an incredibly dark time. This is obviously something which has personal resonance for me. You know that the whole focus of what ARVCon was about when it first started, and what happened to my mother, I've shared that many times. And so I know how hard this is. And so I obviously wish DLAD all the best. And I'm going to be participating tomorrow in one of the streams we're going to be doing, which is basically a replay of the GOG Showdown, which we did. There was a GOG Games like Olympics thing during the summer that Pantsless Aaron ran, which was basically a big trivia showdown. I'm going to be participating tomorrow sometime between 2 and 3:30 p.m. Eastern. I don't know exactly when, but sometime within there. It's going to be happening over GOG. I'm not going to be streaming it here, but GOG is going to be streaming it. Pantsless Aaron is conducting it. I may get slaughtered. I have no idea what to expect, honestly, other than just sort of the basics of how the game works, but it's definitely worth it. Right now, they have raised $5,950 of the $5,000 goal, which is really impressive. I have to give, in particular, there were a few people that will get noted over there that have been a big part of this. The people who brought me in were Takanjia, who is used to stream on GOG, still does once in a while as a guest streamer, has followed for a long time, has been over here sometimes, a really, really good guy. He was the one who brought me in, but also, of course, Pyron Jade, who's the GOG stream team head. And I have to say, GOG really came through on this. You know, GOG allowed us to basically completely rework the schedule, has made essentially a 2 or 3 day stream on extremely short notice, all just a big 24/7 almost fundraiser to benefit DLAD. And you all know how much community matters to me, how much I think it's important and critical in this time. And as I've always said, it's not just critical because of the particular cause being supported. It's also important because of what it reflects to us, because of what it proves to us. At a time when our tendency is to become cynical and to look at it and go, everyone sucks, people all suck. It is not true. In fact, I would argue that probably more people than not do not suck, actually. But there's a lot of sort of chaff you got to cut through in terms of dealing with nonsense and misinformation and so on, and fear and other things, and bigotries that are often learned. Those things are things we have to work through, and an event like this is a way that people can come together. So this is not something that I am myself co-sponsoring. I didn't come up with the idea or anything like that. I'm only able to contribute about an hour and a half myself. It was such short notice that I couldn't work everything around to be able to put it together myself as far as streaming in it, but at least I can participate in some small way. And so I hope you'll go over there. If you have the ability to donate, great. If not, just spread the word about it a little bit. I see that we're up to $6,000, which is really great. Thank you to whoever did that. Again, everyone is always super generous on here, so this is nothing, no pressure at all. I'm just letting people know about it, and I will be there tomorrow, as I say, doing a bit of the trivia contest. So please stop by on GOG.com to cheer me on, I guess, and cheer the Arvanauts on. And you can take a look at the video, which was compiled of DLAD clips. And thank you also, Arudinel. Thank you so much for the quick work on that on the Arcana Spot command. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you to Echo for letting us know about that. Also, thank you to Echo on a separate note for compiling that spreadsheet. I did let the folks know in Zoom, by the way, Echo, I wasn't ignoring you. I did let them know about sending along those things. So thank you for compiling the spreadsheet. I do appreciate that, of all the different tabletop campaigns. So thank you, and thank you for letting us know about this. So thank you for all of that. And hopefully we can make the world a little brighter for DLAD and her daughter, and make the world a bit brighter for all of us at the same time. So I'm going to be on sometime between 2 and 3:30, probably closer to 2 p.m. Eastern, I think, Dragon. I will be on, and I don't know how long I'm going to be on. I guess it partly depends on how well I do in the trivia contest. I honestly don't know. It's not my show. It's just I'm showing there to show my support and participate and do what I can. So that is the plan. So otherwise, though, schedule, you folks know that's going to be happening tomorrow at 2 to 3:30 on GOG, and then over on our channel, 6 p.m. Eastern for Soundclash the Clampdown, and the special surprise, which you folks will not want to miss. Very cool, Dragon. Very cool. Otherwise, folks, that's going to do it for me for tonight. Really enjoyed this, as always. D&D, always the best. I hope you folks liked it as well. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. We've gotten a number more subscribers over there. Thank you. We're trying to get a bunch of subscribers over on YouTube. We're trying to get up to 1,000 because once I get to that number, we can monetize the channel and it will give me another place to which I can stream if it becomes necessary. I am very much in favor of the Twitch ecosystem and the Twitch community, but just in case anything happens, it's good to have a place to go just in case. So I'd like to be able to do that over on YouTube if I have to, because I will certainly never go to Facebook. Yeah, if you're able to go over, it's free to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and it will also let you know when we release videos and archive stuff and information. And who knows, now that I have this camera, maybe I'll even release a couple of videos here and there when I have time. We will see. But anyway, thank you for those of you who've done that already. !ArvTube for that. !ArvCord for the Discord, the new and improved Discord, thanks to Terry Tunes and Elv. It looks awesome. So please go over there. Check out some of the pinned messages. We'll probably be asking you to unmute a couple of the announcement commands so that you'll get at least those things when I go live. You'll get those notifications because I know people sometimes at least want those because Twitch's notifications can be a bit wonky. So that would be very much appreciated. You can join the 215 or so strong, I think, people that we have over on the server. So that's great. Let's keep that going. And then, of course, !Arv Tweets is my Twitter as we head towards 1,100 followers there. I always try to stream, try to post when I go live and about writing and streaming and write and music and teaching and family and even a little bit of politics here and there as well. And all of that can be found on my website, arvinelleron.com. Quick note, still looking for a webmaster. If you know someone who is a webmaster for a paid webmastering job, I would love to speak to those people because I really need to figure out a way to get a couple of websites maintained again. Kilobyte, our dearly departed Kilobyte, sadly used to maintain a lot of these. It was a paid position for him, and I need someone to take over for that because I don't have the time or bandwidth or frankly even the expertise to do it. So I really need someone else that can jump on board. So if you know anyone with some web experience, please let me know because that would be helpful. It does pay better than a mod's pay, Dragon, although not in my heart because my love for my mods is real and great and enormous, and I just wish that I could do more things like paying mods. And if we do get partnered and we continue to expand, then maybe that's something we can revisit down the line because God knows the mods deserve it because they are the best on Twitch, as I've said many times. arvinelleron.com for that. On the financial side, !Arvtreon, nothing pays better than the mods pay. Oh man, rock God. Much love. The check's in the mail, but not really. Not for that anyway. For other things, but not necessarily for modhood. You offered before, but you said you had a guy. Oh, well, it's because, Dragon, because I didn't know, because it has to be a not permanent, but like, it's a more regular position. Like, I mean, like, if either you or Shadow Mage are whistling in the I would be maybe able to take that over, then let's please chat. I guess I was thinking of it in the sense that I know both of you guys have full-time jobs and like full-time pay and are busy doing things, whereas this is not just kind of like go in and fix it once. It's not like a huge job, but it does require a little bit of maintenance, so I guess that's why I was trying not to go in that direction. Yeah, like, well, within reason. It's not a ton, like these are not super complicated sites. It's just little things though that I didn't want to put on anybody else because basically because it's not like I can't pay a fortune because I'm just one guy. So that's the idea. But anyone who can help, anyone who has some ideas, who might be able to put some people my way, please message me on Discord or Twitch. Oh, cool, live sewing. Yeah, anyone who knows anyone, please send someone my way because I would love to. Okay, good. I'm glad, but that's good because I didn't want to feel like I was missing somebody. But anyone who can throw someone my way who might be interested, again, this is not like a 20-hour, 40-hour a week position, but it would be paid. So anyway, we could talk about that. So the website, arvinelleron.com, as I said. !Arvtreon for the Patreon. Again, support to do all of this, including supporting paying webmasters and all that, comes from this. No, it's not a question of expertise, Dragon. It's just I didn't want to like insult anybody and be like, can you do this? And they're like, come on, Arv, really? That's all. It's not a question of expertise. You know the drill with that. So yeah, exclamation point R of Treon, which you can get good stuff for yourself and good stuff for the channel, and would really appreciate support there because that really is the financial backbone of the channel. As well, the sub button. Also, you can get inspirations for the players there. Also, the sub button, Shadows Insulted, the sub button, which is of course what allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also get inspirations to help the players as well. All of that stuff kind of helps and really makes a difference. So thanks to those of you who jumped on and subbed or resubbed tonight. I really appreciate it. That helps too. And last but certainly not least, of course, the publishing stuff. Exclamation point Icarus, my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. You are going to hear more from me and Athos Arts, not just about Icarus, very soon. It may be even connected to another project, and I'm very excited about that. Exclamation point library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book. Really, really excited about that because there's going to be more information coming down the line. It's going to be great. It's going to be cool. When the print edition comes out, Drive Through RPG already has the digital edition. Very proud of how the book came out, and I can't wait to share it in print. Just get it out of customs, and that's nobody's fault except customs. We just need to get it out of customs, so sooner rather than later. So that's going to be amazing. And then exclamation point Gray Shade KS is the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is going to be my biggest one to date. A set of novels. We have got a board game, which is going to be awesome, a tabletop game, and an audiobook from Trendane, and even some few surprises. Some people already that you know involved in that. John Helfers, I already mentioned Trendane. Alligator Alley doing the tabletop game, doing the tabletop role-playing game. Aaron Rosenberg is the designer. Dylan Bertolo, who has appeared on this channel before, also an author and game designer of some renown, is the one who designed the board game, did a great job with that. So we just have a lot of really good stuff that it's going to come down, and I'm really excited for it. So that's coming very soon. Late February, probably early March, like March 1st at the absolute latest for the start for this. So it's coming soon, more details soon, and that's going to be really exciting. Last, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, never been more important to affirm and assert this in the face of what often seems different than this. And exclamation point help now for the World Health Organization suicide prevention page, because there's never been more important a reason than now to be able to jump on board and reach out to people if you need help, or to reach out to others if you think that they need help. And that is something which this page will hopefully help you to do and give people some resources and information. So any of that support would be appreciated. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we've got someone that I know exactly what we're going to do in terms of rating. So the way raids work is very simple. We've got that. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. Lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And then we've got this. The Arvanauts have landed. Arvany hype. Then we've got lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And then we've got, of course, Arvany roar, Arvany smug, Arvany what, Arvany witch, Arvany woe. All of those Arvanys you can throw in there when you're brought over auto-magically. I want to thank the amazing people today for the wonderful turnout, Chad. People turn out for Infinity and Beyond, and I really appreciate that. It was great to see you all here. Thanks especially to Red Lear for the resub, the 2-year resub, tier 2 resub, and for the raid. I appreciate both of those. We were doing well with numbers, and then that helped it even more, so thank you so much. And I do want to say is, what? Is that true? Wow, that's real. Wow, thank you, Tren. That's awesome. I am really, really happy. It was rigged. Thank you, Tren. That's really good. That's really good of you, and I appreciate that. And again, this is not anything. This is not my show as far as that's concerned. But it's amazing how fast it came together and how much the community came together to support DLAD, and I'm really glad about that. I hope that it provides some solace and comfort, and that's very generous of you. So thanks, Tren. Tren I've said many times, you folks have no idea. Like Tren is a great actor. Seriously, a wonderful voice actor, good friend, and just a good dude and a wonderful role player. And yeah, Tren's a good guy. So thank you, Tren. Much love. I appreciate that. But I also appreciate all of you. Red Lear, is Red Lear still here, by the way, by chance? Red Lear, I don't think he is. Damn it. I tried to because he went and got some pizza and then he never came back. Anyway, if he identifies himself at some point, I want to say something again to Red Lair. But thank you, Red Lair, for the raid. I appreciate it. And to everyone else who jumped on board and hosted and raid today. Thank you to my wonderful mods, best in the business, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffany Mats, Coven of Lunar, formerly known as Coven Guy, best mods in the business. Thank you. Thank you to my subscribers, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffany Mats, Echo Alpha X5, Spikio, Live Suing, Lone Wolf, and of course the aforementioned Trendane. Thank you so much to all of you and to my Patreon supporters who are amazing people as well. Thank you to Asthir, to Amorna, thank you, Amunra, sorry. Thank you to another TT viewer, to Archon V, no, Artem V, sorry. Thank you to Aiden, to Axeman, to CGT Master, Commander Root. Thank you to DM Wilburator, Dragon, Droop Dog. Thank you to Eastnax. Thank you to Fadspace, Feet. Thank you to Galadriel Bot, totally not a bot, under the control of Dragon Spear. Thank you to Gigafrost. Thank you to Gladestone. Thank you to Iliara, Clavok, Koala Man. Thank you to Murano Mano. Thank you to Marinda, Nebanator Nonstop, Polymathematics. Thank you to Praetorian BG. Thank you to Cyrock Omega. Thank you to Quantic Engineer. Thank you to Raidens. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Rizor, Shotgun Props, Tilted Gaming, Tauntauns, the Dungeon Tom. Thank you to you, Christensen, Uncle Elias, VNK, Virgo Pros, Wenchkin, Wookie Cookies 64, and Zenthos. Thank you so much to everybody, and particular tonight, thanks as well to my wonderful players, to Trendane, to Saad, to John, and to GC Darkside Rob. Thanks, gents. Great stuff tonight, as always. And folks, I will see you over at the Raid site. Please stay tuned for that. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow, Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern, for Brandon O'Brien and the sound crew, the Clash crew, for Sound Clash, the Clampdown, and a bit of a surprise at the beginning of all of it. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.